Record and live chat. Hello, everyone.
Yeah.
Hope everyone in chat is doing well today. More garbage to suffer through. Can't be as bad as Acerthorn. It is hard to top Acerthorn. When you can't be... Bleh. When you say it can't be as bad, remember that EFAP keeps having worse videos than 93. I don't think they have had anything worse than 93 yet. They have covered a lot of garbage fucking videos, but man, 93 was fucking something else. Like, Gimli wanted Sam and Frodo to die. How do you even get to that point? Can Acerthorn top Acerthorn? I'm sure he could. Forgot Grace. No, I didn't forget Grace. That video was fucking garbage too, but that still wasn't as bad as 93.
Alright.
Welcome back, Setch. We're live.
Yep. What up, my in-laws?
I haven't seen the Enwa guy in chat. His name is Enwa, usually.
Yeah.
Anyways, are you guys ready to get started on this video now that you're back?
Yeah.
Yep.
We won't have too much to comment on right away because he does this little intro skit type thing, but after that we start getting into it. So, I guess we'll get into it.
My name is Dr. I. Coleman. I have a PhD in truth. In my office at St. Romero's Video Game Hospital, I've spoken up about the bad things about games everybody loves and the good things about games everybody hates. But now, I've gotten an assignment that will prove more difficult, more controversial than anything I've covered before.
So, skits aren't inherently bad thing. They can be cringe as fuck, and that PhD in truth is definitely painful.
Yeah. The other thing I wanted to point out is, he's got a Lego Kylo Ren poster on the wall.
Which is, yeah, that's terrifying. But also, he is a hardcore Doom fanboy. Holy shit.
Really?
Yeah, did you notice he had what, 2 Doom posters, the Doom official strategy guide, the Doom box right there and everything? It's like,
yeah, but
boy,
that doesn't...
I wonder what is what chat was telling us. Apparently, he really thinks Doom 3 is so much better than Half-Life 2, and that its characters are better. That's what chat has said so far, and it's like, boy, I wonder what his bias is.
Well, that doesn't mean his arguments are going to be bad. Maybe
it doesn't mean that at all, but it's just funny.
Maybe he has totally valid arguments about Half-Life 2, and we're going to have to reconsider our positions on it.
Yep. Well, that's always the hope. Even if somebody's like, this game is so much better, or so much worse than you think, if they have valid arguments, things to actually consider, that's always a good thing.
Yeah.
However, I would like to point out that the title of this video,
Half-Life
2 is boring, uninspired, overrated, and poorly written.
Yeah,
you're gonna have some serious fucking work to prove these.
Yeah, and this is what I always say. In an 18-minute video, man, you're gonna have to do a lot of work, because you have to provide references to why things are poorly written, or uninspired, or fucking whatever. And there just isn't the time to do that in a fucking short-ass video.
$2 super chat from Mystic Space. Thank you very much. I'm a little late. What has happened so far? Well, we were just pointing out that skits aren't bad, but this is pretty cringy.
Yeah.
Like, skits aren't inherently bad, but again, based off of his title and how little time he has, he's gonna have to do some serious speedrun work on laying out the foundation for his arguments.
Well, that's the other thing I wanted to mention too, is all the comments complaining about long videos, it feels like they exclusively watch videos like this, where it's like, okay, I'm sitting down for 20 minutes, I'm going to say why this game is bad, but of the ones we've covered so far, none of them really provide references or evidence or anything. So...
Or the thing that they try to provide references for is like, stuff that doesn't fucking matter. Like last time when it was oh yeah, which Barney was it? Or can we only assume that it was all the Barneys? That's the only logical way that works. Like, that's your fucking logic is in Looney Tunes land, my dude.
Yeah, it's just...
So we're not allowed to add new characters in a franchise ever? Never, ever?
Apparently
ever?
not.
Because, trust me, you can't hold that standard.
Yeah, that argument last time was fucking insane. I still can't wrap my mind around why someone would make that argument. Like, yeah, generic character... People were defending that in the comments of that video, too.
Yeah, because, again, there are people that are insane.
I know, it just has no logical basis. You have a game with generic character models because those characters aren't important to that game. But then they expand on it in the sequel and make some of the characters look similar to those models. Well, that's a problem because now the Barney from Half-Life 2 is all of the Barneys from Half-Life 1. Like, fucking what?
Yeah, no.
It's so stupid.
Oh, and the awkward pause thing. I forgot about the awkward pause thing. Thank you, Daniel K., for bringing that up.
That's come up a lot.
Where he had to actually show the awkward pauses because nobody would fucking understand what he was talking about if you just listen to the dialogue.
Yeah,
naturally.
because it's normal speech.
Because it's normal speech patterns. It's like, Jesus Christ. €5 super chat from Walter B. Gaiman. Thank you very much. Since when does Doom 3 have characters? They all die off nearly universally after being introduced. I don't fucking know, but we'll find out. I mean, maybe he thinks Dr. Satan Man was a real good character.
I think I played like an hour or two of Doom 3 years ago, and I never touched it again.
No, this is not the same Half-Life 2 guy.
No, this is a completely different guy.
Yeah. All right.
Here we go. So, I've taken down the sign of my... I've retreated to my secret bunker. And no matter who comes after me, no matter what it costs me, I'm ready to talk about why Half-Life 2 is a boring, uninspired, overrated, poorly written video game. This is not a series about games you haven't heard of. This is a series about games everyone has heard of.
Okay, doesn't fucking matter. Let's go. Let's hear your argument.
It won 39...
Because again, remember, he literally just said it was boring, uninspired, overrated, and poorly written. So he needs to back up all of these claims that he just made. So let's hear the arguments.
Well, the other thing, too, is boring is a pretty hard thing to prove.
Yes, like, because
in the Skyrim video we're working on, I think we say combat is boring, but we're able to show why combat in Skyrim is so simplistic. You're just slapping an enemy with your weapon of choice.
Yeah, there's no like feedback on it or anything like that until they hit a critical and they fall over and say, "Mercy, mercy." That doesn't do anything at all.
Characters that say mercy in a game then turn hostile again is the worst fucking thing. I hate it.
Yeah, if they would have actually said mercy, then be trying to fucking run away. Like they're done with the combat, they're outie. Yeah. That's one thing. But no, Skyrim, mercy, mercy. Stand back up. Ha! I'm gonna stab you in the back. Mercy, mercy. Oh, I'm not done yet. Mercy, mercy. It's like, fuck off.
Yeah. But anyways, yeah, boring is gonna be a hard thing to fucking, I guess, prove.
Because again, as we said, if you just say something is boring, all somebody has to do is says, I thought it was interesting. Bam, they defeated your argument. It's over. You can't do anything against that. Like, that's why we're trying to show that the combat, we're not trying to say the combat in Skyrim is boring. We're trying to show it is very uninspired with very little feedback and is a big old nothing burger.
Well, I suppose that brings us to the next part of the title, uninspired. How is Half-Life 2 uninspired?
That's going to be the fucking weird one. How are you going to claim that a game that is set in an area that that gets no attention and is kind of the thing that
wait
started this whole
almost
aspect.
No attention from non-Slavjank games.
Yeah, from non-Slavjank games. But this is before Slavjank really exploded and took off either, so...
Peaky the Cat in chat, he already basically said that he was a contrarian in the skit. It seems to be the whole point of his channel. Well, That's the thing. It is actually a very interesting show idea to talk about the good aspects of bad games and the bad aspects of good games, because
Yes.
almost no game is going to be absolutely perfect or total fucking garbage. Almost every game is going to have their redeeming qualities in some way. Unless you're talking about
one little kernel, that shines through.
Yeah, unless you're talking about something like Ride to Hell Retribution or Action 52 or something that's just fucking shit across the board.
No, I will say Ride to Hell Retribution actually has a really good story and characterization. No. It has very good characterization for its main character. It knows the main character is an idiot and is actually working with the main character being an idiot. And I do love games that are like that, where they know the protagonist is a mouth-breathing, drooling moron, and that they actually work with it. They don't try to be like, oh, but he's so much smarter than everyone else in the room. No. He is the dumb one in the room, and he's the one with a gun. You should be worried. But yeah, we will continue.
Yeah.
39 Game of the Year Awards. The Guardian Game of the Decade. It holds the Guinness World Record for highest rated shooter. And yet, for the life of me, I have never understood why everyone has so much love for Half-Life 2. Often, when we cover old games, we do so from a comfortable perspective of, oh sure, this game hasn't aged well and doesn't hold up decades later, but it was remarkable at the time. But I don't think even that's true of this game. At least the first Half-Life, for all its faults, was truly groundbreaking, something that redefined the genre. Half-Life 2 is a competent, middle-of-the-road, 7 out of 10 at best shooter.
7 out of 10 is at the middle of the fucking road.
Yeah, what?
Well,
7 out of 10 is really fucking good.
Yeah. Do you understand that middle of the road is a 5 out of 10, you dingus?
Yeah,
Do you
what
not
the
know how
fuck?
out of 10 works?
What?
No.
7 out of 10?
Guys, it's a middle of the road 10 out of 10 game. It's fucking perfect, but it's middle of the road.
Yeah. It's like, my God, if 5 is average, 6 is good,
well,
7 is great, 8 is like legendary, 9 is a near masterpiece, and 10 is perfection. Saying it's a 7 out of 10, middle of the road, Jesus, dude.
Yeah. And it seems to be that mindset where 7 out of 10 is like the halfway point, even though it fucking isn't. Like, so many people seem to use 7 as though it's 5 when it's not.
Yeah, exactly. Well, again, a lot of it is because of fucking shill media doing the 5
IGN
to 10 scale. Yeah, shill media. So Kotaku, Polygon, IGN, all of them are fucking not trustworthy. Don't ever trust fucking games journalists ever.
5 out of 10 is bad according to IGN, Kotaku, etc. Yeah, but that's kind of what we're getting at too. It's like 5 is not bad. 5 is like, yeah, it's all right.
Yeah, it's like, why use a numbered scale if you're just going to fuck up the numbers
and ignore half of them?
Yeah, why even address the other numbers as existing if you're just going to completely ignore them and say that what should be average is bad? It's like, well, then why are you using this scale?
Yeah. €5 super chat from Walter B. Gaiman.
Thank you.
If you do not understand what Half-Life 2 did for the gaming industry, there's something you're missing, either in the brain or contextually.
Both.
I think maybe both. $5 super chat from Guy Under a Bridge. How about you stop crushing crabs and start crushing banks? Gordon Dripman, Sigma scientist. Oh boy. But yeah, so he's already fucked it. It's a 7 out of 10 middle of the road game. So let's assume, benefit of the doubt here, that we just get rid of the number. We're gonna give him that he doesn't know how numbers work. We'll just pass that over.
Yeah.
And let's see what his argument for why it's a middle of the road average game. He said it didn't age well. I say it still holds up today. He says it doesn't. It didn't even hold up when it came out.
Well,
so let's see.
I was playing Half-Life 2 before the last Half-Life video we covered, and man, I was enjoying the fuck out of it. Like, I know on past streams you've said you didn't like the airboat sequence. The first time I played it, I felt it went on a little long, but I didn't know what Half-Life was at that point either.
Yeah.
When I played it again before the previous Half-Life video we covered, I actually didn't have a problem with the length. I really like the airboat sequence.
I don't, but that's because I know how long it is now, so I already have my expectations set, and I just want to get through it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because I know the sequence that's coming right after it, which is really fucking good, which is Black Mesa East.
Yeah.
Half-Life 2 is a competent, middle-of-the-road, 7-out-of shooter that for some reason causes game critics to go into a trance and start comparing it to European art films. Well, not this game critic. I don't care how many people say it's a gaming masterpiece. I don't care about all of the hateful comments I'm going to get from people who read the title and didn't even bother to watch the video. Second opinion...
Poison the well! Poison the well!
Yeah. Yeah, instead of poisoning the well, you should be using this time to make arguments and show proof and, actually make a fucking point.
You've wasted 1 minute and 40 seconds of your video not proving anything so far.
Yeah.
Normally I wouldn't point out the waste of time if it was like an hour-long video or more, because that's a lot of time to prove the arguments you're trying to make.
Exactly.
Man, 18 minutes is not a lot of time, and the clock is fucking ticking, man.
Yeah, if this had been an hour-long video, these kind of like wasting time, stuff like that, minor in the grand scheme of things. Because it's only 18 minutes, these time wasters feel like you're doing it because you don't have a point and you're just trying to fill space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Not this game critic. I don't care how many people masterpiece. I don't care about all of the hateful comments I'm going to get from people who read the title and didn't even bother to watch the video. Second Opinion is a show about challenging narratives, and it's time for us all to take a good long look back at Half-Life 2 and see it for what it really is. But where to even begin?
So, alright, I already have a complaint there. See it for what it really is. As if you are the arbiter. The 7 out of 10 is middle of the road, which you already, again, sorry, my dude, you don't know how numbers fucking work.
Yeah.
If you're the arbiter of truth, a PhD in truth, as you said, you need to fucking work on these statements, my dude.
Well, hey, he's an authoritative source if he's a PhD, so we can't question him. 7 out of 10 might actually be the middle of the 1 to 10 scale.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Yeah, and as he says, a good long look in an 18-minute video. And we're already 2 minutes in, and you just made claims. So, boy.
Yeah.
Why don't we begin where the game begins, with those legendary opening lines?
The right man in the wrong place can make all the difference in the world. So wake up, Mr. Freeman. Wake up and smell the ashes.
Sorry, I know I'm interrupting him here. I just want to say, I like how they include the sound of the man hacks in there right at the end. That is like, that's good.
Not only that, but this is a flex. This is a flex for Valve to show off one of the most revolutionary systems they had, which was actual facial animations and structure.
Yeah.
Holy fuck. This was a huge deal.
Yeah, it was pretty revolutionary for the time.
Yeah, in 2003's E3, the G-Man speaking different languages and the face actually animating accurately to all the different languages they made him speak was absolutely mind-blowing to the entire industry.
Yeah, we forgot to play that last time. We can play it after this video before the next one just to show it off.
Yes.
And, Walter B. Gammon in chat, holy shit, is that convincing facial animation that basically didn't fucking exist before 2004?
Yeah, exactly. That is exactly what it is, Walter B. Gammon. And that's why I said this is a flex. It's the same thing that happened in Half-Life 1. The tramp sequence, not only is it good narratively, but it is a flex by Valve to show we added skeletons to every single model and animated off of the skeleton instead of animating the model texture itself.
Yeah.
Get fucked. No, and seriously, Valve was literally like, get fucked to everybody that didn't believe in us and, told us we weren't worth their time.
Oh yeah, and by the way, this guy already said that this Half-Life 2 didn't revolutionize anything, so, man, You're fucking wrong there already.
Yeah, already literally showing the evidence we need on screen. As he says, it was not revolutionary.
Well, maybe he just didn't think of that because, man, Half-Life 2 is so old at this point. But,
Yeah.
like, it's something that someone might take for granted. I'll give the benefit of the doubt there. But if you're doing your video on why Half-Life 2 didn't revolutionize anything and is boring garbage or fucking whatever else, then maybe you should research what it actually did for the industry. Because, man, you just look like an idiot when you get that stuff wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially when you're showing the evidence of what it did for the industry right in front of our faces.
Yeah.
But
Also,
all right, little boof pack
Yeah.
with
Let's go to grab that.
$100.
Thank you
Thank
very
you
much.
very much. Wake up, Mr. Freeman. You're being cringe. P.S. I love you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wake up, Mr. Freeman. You're being cringe.
Oh boy, Half-Life 2 is a tech demo, but it didn't revolutionize anything. Dude, we just explained how it revolutionized things. Oh,
Well, no. He's...
Oh, they're saying we needed the clearly after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we needed the clearly after that.
Why don't we begin where the game begins, with those long lines?
The right man in the wrong place can make all the difference in the world. So wake up, Mr. Freeman.
I wonder if he doesn't get why they focused on
Wake
G-Man's
up and
face.
Smell the ashes.
Genuinely great stuff, don't get me wrong. Is it any wonder that one of the main things people praise Half-Life 2 for is its amazing story? Well, yes. Yes, it is. Oh sure, the game has well-written dialogue, memorable lines that stick with you, but people mistake the fact that characters say interesting and/or funny things for actual character development. A good
Okay, well there's a weird fucking roller coaster ride.
So
The way
great
the
stuff.
characters...
Is it a coincidence? Yes. What?
Yeah, he's like, it's great stuff, but you know, is it any wonder that people praise the story? Well, yes, it is a wonder, because just because people say interesting things and do interesting things and have funny dialogue doesn't mean they have characters. Like, I was like, what the fuck?
Well, I know he's going to
like...
get into this a bit more, because I've seen this part of the video already when previewing it for STAG. So.
Oh boy, yeah, I need to hear how, because you do understand that the way that people speak, what they choose to say, and how they act is their character.
Yeah,
it informs you what kind of person they are.
Yeah, you could get a lot about who someone is just from the way they talk, especially in fucking media.
Okay,
well, here's another
€5 super chat from Walter B. Gaiman. Thank you. When the industry speaks of a pre/post Half-Life 1 and a pre/post Half-Life 2 industry, you're doing something definitely right. Yeah. There's a reason that other companies look at it as post Half-Life 2, we cannot settle for this anymore. One of the crowning examples is 3D Realms. When Half-Life 2 was released, they delayed Duke Nukem Forever again because they realized it wasn't good enough. Half-Life 2 has now set the bar even higher.
Yeah.
And again, this was the studio. This was a studio that wasn't the legendary, cornerstone Valve we know. Valve had Half-Life 1 and Half-Life 2. So they're still trying to prove themselves as this juggernaut in the industry. Half-Life 1 was great and all, but that doesn't mean you're automatically like a foundation or a bedrock figure in the industry. When Half-Life 2 came out, it cemented them as a foundational company in this industry.
The other thing I was going to say there too is I've been watching some of those JCS videos where it's police interrogations, and he points out all the different like mannerisms of the people that are being interrogated and why this person is actually innocent and why that person is giving away their guilt by doing this, by doing that, by giving too much information to this question or giving short answers to that question, and like the different... You can... If you know what you're... if you understand body language and how people talk, then you can learn a lot about them just from them talking.
Yeah.
So...
I definitely want to... I definitely want to see this entire argumentation again, because if you're saying he's going to continue, I cannot wait to hear the rest of it.
Oh sure, the game has well-written dialogue lines that stick with you, but people mistake the fact that characters say interesting and or funny things for actual character development. A good test for how well developed a character is to try to think of things you could say about that character other than their physical appearance. Just to rub it in, I'm going to use an example from Doom 2016, a game that wasn't even trying to have a good story. In that game, we know that Samuel Hayden is a ruthless businessman who truly wants to do the best for humanity, but doesn't consider the ramifications of his actions.
We don't know that he wants to save humanity. In fact, the ending kind of goes against that.
Yeah.
I haven't...
I'm sorry, but you kind of fucked it on number 2 already. We also know he's not reckless. He is very calculating. That's part of what makes him so fucking sinister. So you ruined number 3 as well.
What the fuck is this?
I haven't actually finished Doom 2016, so I can't really comment on that aspect, but I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, we'll see what he keeps going with this. But already, number 2 and number 3 are, don't make any fucking sense.
I will point out quickly, though, that this is the Plinkett test from the prequel, the Phantom Menace video. And this is a good test to have, if you fucking get it right.
Yes. So already 2 and 3 are fucked. Let's see where he keeps going.
Partially because he's short.
He is not short-sighted.
What? Short-sighted?
He plays the long game. He knows you're gonna get the fucking crucible for him. Holy shit, dude. He is playing you the entire time. What do you think happens when you get back? You are immediately in chains and pinned.
So wait.
He fucking knows. He has this set up and planned ahead of time.
So you're telling me that this Doom fanboy apparently doesn't even know what he's fucking talking about for his own favorite series?
Yes, holy fuck. There's a reason I like Doom 2016 over Eternal. And Samuel Hayden is one of the reasons.
Yeah, I love Doom 2016.
Holy shit.
That's fucking funny. Holy shit.
We got 50 Polish zloty from Geiger. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey there, Stag, saying things about games.
Hello. Hope you enjoy the stream.
Yeah, and again, as people point out, he claims to want to help mankind, but we see where the fuck he's going with it. By the end of the story, you realize, no, he was doing it for himself.
So, yeah, that's another thing. You can't always take a villain's word as the absolute truth, because a lot of characters lie.
Yeah.
I haven't played Doom 2016 all the way through. I played it for like 2 or 3 hours. I need to play more. But it seems to me, if you're missing like stuff this big, you maybe shouldn't be commenting on it. Well, I guess if he missed it, then he wouldn't know that he missed it. But
yeah,
it's just hilarious that someone who loves Doom so much and is using it as a big example against Half-Life 2 that
gets
he doesn't know what he's talking about.
God, why do you think he had you set up the tether system and everything? Did you think tether was just like a coincidence name for like going into hell and coming back? What the fuck? Oh boy. All right. Anyway.
But mostly because the consequences don't apply to him.
Okay. Believe themselves to be invincible. That one I could give you. In the fact that he is so cold and calculated and is thinking so far ahead that he knows where all this is going. He knows how this is going to play out. He knows you're the fucking Doomslayer. Why do you think he tries to present himself as an ally when you have to come meet him in his office so he can explain to you the person who is the guilty one, who he claims is the guilty one? Why do you think he is trying to be nice to you and help you? Because he doesn't want you to fucking kill him. He knows if he can get you pointed in the right direction, he'll get what he wants. Have you ever tried to shoot him in his office? Have a think on that.
$2 from Mystic Space. Thank you. Fanboys can't even defend their own sacred cows. It's surprising how often that actually happens, where people have a blind love for something and they still don't know what the fuck they're talking about when they're referring to it or talking about. Like,
Oh
It's
yeah.
amazing how often people get stuff wrong for the stuff they fanboy over.
Yeah, how often do we hear people making up stuff that isn't even in the games that they love so much? We're like, what? That doesn't happen in that game. What are you talking about? But they'll try to push it as if it does.
Yeah. As Sagunian Iron points out, in the archives, it shows that he actually went to hell himself and goes to retrieve Slayer himself. He does believe himself to be invincible in all aspects. Yes. He knows that he has a tool. He knows the Doomslayer exists for some reason. Eternal says it's because he's a fucking angel, which is, boy, oh boy, howdy. How the fuck do Doom Eternal and Doom 2016 coexist? I agree with no username. Am I the only one who's also confused about how Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal connect? How did we get a space castle? How did Doom Guy get out of hell? How? Yeah. I am very much in that same boat of, I don't know how the fuck any of this happened. I don't know how we got from A to B. I think we skipped a few letters in the alphabet.
Few numbers, too. 2016 to Eternal. That's quite the journey.
Yeah. They pull the 8 months later card. Yeah, that's what they say.
Oh, boy.
8 months later. And it's like, okay, how did we get all this?
Yeah, some things need to be explained.
Yep.
Bethesda once again doing keep it stupid. Okay, that's the thing though. Bethesda didn't develop this. This was id.
This is id, yeah.
So we can't blame Emil for this.
All right. So let's see where he goes. But yeah, cares about personal gain. I mean, as we said, yeah, notice how that personal gain thing, he is obsessed with what things do for him and his goals and his planning. That kind of goes against the number 2 one right there. You've got 2 things here that kind of go against each other.
But he's not willing to completely set aside his own personal goals, as shown by the fact that he doesn't want to destroy his expensive facility, even after it's made clear that that's the only way to truly stop the demon invasion. He also...
Because he's trying to obfuscate what his actual goal is. He wants the Crucible. He makes it very fucking clear when he takes it from you when you're chained at his feet and shows you that it's actually a fucking weapon. Not the way you've been using it the entire time. He has a use for it, something that had never been shown before, and it's like, okay, how did you know it did that? It's almost like he was planning this fucking shit. $2 super chat for Mystic Space.
Thank you.
Can't wait for the New Vegas section of the stream. Yeah,
oh boy, that's gonna be fun.
Yeah. Oh boy.
I don't get why.
He also has a...
Sorry, I didn't know you were going to continue talking there. Go ahead.
I don't get how he didn't get that Samuel Hayden is playing up the "don't destroy my facility" thing, because it's made pretty clear he doesn't actually give a fucking shit. I don't know. But let's see what this next. I saw what that last point was briefly. We'll see what he fucking says now.
Facility, even after it's made clear that that's to stop the demon invasion. He also has a need not only to be powerful, but to be seen as powerful, shown both in his interactions with...
He doesn't care about personal look, though. He doesn't give a shit. He just wants what he wants. The way people view him doesn't matter to him, because he views everybody as just pawns in his game.
Yeah, I don't understand where he's getting this from. Did he play... I feel like he's played a different game and then confused it with Doom 2016.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like, because this makes no sense.
Like, the needs to be powerful, I can give you that. Like, there's a reason he wants the fucking Crucible. It's for his own ends, and it does make him ungodly powerful. Again, don't know how fucking Eternal connected to this, but oh boy.
With uppity scientist Olivia Pierce, and the fact that he turns on the Hell Portal, something that literally no one other than him is physically able to pull. He respects the Doomslayer as a necessary...
Okay. He did that to flex. It's his fucking authority, okay? Alright, well... Man. Alright, well, this next one at least, he respects the Doomslayer. He knows how proficient you are at killing demons. he's gonna use you for that end. So fair. All right, I just kind of want to get through the rest of these dots because I can't wait. He's gonna have to do the same thing for Kleiner and everything.
Yeah.
Or Barney or something like that.
Well, we already know how that's going to go. He doesn't think Half-Life 2 is a good game, so he's going to go really simplistic on it. Like,
yeah.
Here we go. Force of salvation, but distrust their power with their belief that the only way to stop the demons is total destruction.
No, he doesn't give a two shits about the demons. Again, he's obfuscating his goal. He wants the Crucible. He wants the Crucible. If he can keep the Doomslayer from thinking about what his actual intention is, the better.
Something I'm going to point out quickly, and this is more just like general advice for making videos. If you're going to have text on screen, always outline it in a different color. So you've got white here, outline it in black. Or alternatively, do black text and outline it in white. This makes it so the text can be read no matter what's behind it. Because, like, obviously this word here, the, but there's a light there, so it does make it hard to read. So if it was a different word there, it might be, like, more difficult to see what that says. And, like, you see this all over this image where light is in, or there's a light in humanity and reckless, and it just kind of makes the overall image look messy. Always outline your text in videos.
If you're doing Sony Vegas, it's legacy text option. Do that. Legacy text option, outline it.
It's actually very easy to outline text. So
yeah.
Daniel, okay? And make it Comic Sans. I hear people like that font.
Yeah. I always try to make it based off of the font that the game uses as well. That's a meaningless nothing burger. You don't actually have to do that. I just kind of think it fits.
I do sometimes, not all the time.
Yep. All right, here we go.
A well-rounded, interesting character with personality traits and even goals that seem to conflict with each other, just like the goals of real people. Compare that with beloved...
Because you fucked it up. That's why.
You actually fucked it up. You didn't realize that he had one goal the entire time. Oh boy. Let's hear about Kleiner, I think. Or is he going to do Alex? Who fucking knows? We'll do Kleiner first, though. I hope.
Of personality traits and even goals that seem to conflict, just like the goals of real people. Compare that with beloved Half-Life 2 characters like Dr. Isaac Kleiner, a nerdy scientist who, is a nerd and also a scientist. Or Barney Calhoun.
Okay.
Oh boy, that is disingenuous as
Kleiner.
fuck.
Holy shit. So, what can we get from Dr. Kleiner that isn't about his physical appearance or stuff like that? Well, as he said, he's a scientist, meaning he's well-educated, he's intelligent. He obviously existed before the Combine occupation, so he remembers the world that was. Something that Alex, who was born during the occupation, or sorry, literally just, like right before the occupation.
Right before. Point is, she grew up under the occupation, it's all she's known.
Yeah. She only knows the occupation. She has no concept of what the world looked like before the Combine erected the barriers and made life a living fucking nightmare for everybody. So Dr. Kleiner, being a well-educated man who remembers the past, is a member and a leading figure within the Resistance. He is, in fact, a part of the science division of the Resistance, part of the Resistance you meet in Black Mesa East. Notice that they have been working on a teleport system so that they can move their forces around like the Combine do. Because the Resistance, they're a fucking resistance movement, man. They can't stand up toe-to-toe with the Combine. So they gotta do from the shadow shit. And if they can start moving supplies and manpower through the teleport network, by God, that gives them a huge advantage.
And not just that, like, just in general, he's interested in the alien wildlife. He keeps one as a pet, Lamar, and it's been DV'd, so it can't turn anyone else into a fucking zombie. Which shows he still cares about the animals to an extent. He doesn't, he's treating this horrible creature like a pet.
And he's still fucking curious about the world. The Combine did not destroy his curiosity and his fascination with the world.
Yeah, nor
So it
does he...
shows that he had a strong character to stand up to this occupation, to not just stand up and survive, be like, okay, well, I'll just obey so that I don't get hurt or anything like that, but to actually resist them.
Yeah.
While still maintaining an outlook on life where he's fascinated by the new flora and fauna.
Especially for someone who is essentially like not a frail old man, but like he's obviously not combat oriented in the slightest. He's using his mind to do what he can to help the resistance, but if the Combine break down his door, he's fucked. And we see some of this later on during the siege of City 17, where you meet him and he's like shakily holding a gun because
a shotgun in particular.
Yeah, I thought it was a machine gun, but yeah, I think it was a shotgun.
No, it's a shotgun.
But like you see how nervous he is being in that situation. That says a lot about the character too. He doesn't have the nerves to deal with the war that's going on while everyone else around him is charging into battle.
Yeah, and again, we won't bring up any of the stuff that happens in the expansions episodes because he's so far he's talking about the base game. If he does start talking about the expansions, then oh boy,
yeah, it's open season
characterization with him. Yeah,
it's open season if he talks about the fucking episodes.
Yeah.
€5 for a Malterby Gammon. Thank you. Holy reductionism, Batman. Yeah, I know, right? He's a nerd and he's a scientist. That means he's a nerd and he's a scientist. And like one of those things is based off of physical appearance, which is the thing he said he wasn't going to do. So,
well, he did that with Samuel Hayden already because he said he needs to look badass and everything like that, and so he's taking the look into account. Whereas I argue, the look kind of shows he doesn't give a fuck. I'm a big robot man. I don't fucking care. I could make myself more intimidating and look like one of my fucking murder bots, but I didn't.
Fair.
Beloved Half-Life 2 characters like Dr. Isaac, the scientist who is a nerd and also a scientist. Or Barney Calhoun, the wisecracking security guard who cracks wise and guards people. Alex Vance off.
Man, how do you fuck this up? He is working undercover with a group that will fucking torture him if he is caught. That takes balls of steel.
It shows that he is courageous and he is willing to do the tough jobs in the name of saving humanity.
He's literally putting his life on the line.
Yeah, he goes undercover in the fucking civil protection. Dudes who are monitored at all times. Notice how he gets away with being monitored? He jokingly says, I'm going to need me some privacy for this, as if to say to the cameras that are literally watching him, hey, I'm about to beat this guy so fucking bad, you don't want to see this.
Yeah.
And that's how he gets the chance to talk with you.
And he even mentions he has a beating quota, so to actually fucking go through with that also shows a level of resolve that he can keep the facade up. Because that's something that would be hard for a lot of people to do. Doing this evil act to keep your cover.
It's just funny to me because I was actually thinking, like, when he covers Barney, he's just going to be like, oh, well, he's a guard, and he guards things. And I was like, but surely he won't actually be that reductive. No, he was.
Yeah,
he was. He actually was.
Yeah. It's a little bit fucking insane already.
Also, his, like, joking attitude and stuff, it's,
there's a thing called a coping mechanism?
Yeah, he's surrounded by all this horrible shit. It's how he copes. It also helps others by, like, making
puts
them
at ease.
Yeah,
it
puts them at ease.
Humor.
I'm way behind on my.
Is a great thing.
I am way behind on my beating quota. Isn't even a joke. Yeah. Yeah, it's done pretty seriously from what I remember.
Yeah.
€5 from Jericho Astra. Thank you. I don't like a well-loved IP, so I've convinced myself that it's actually bad, and now I'm trying to convince you too. Yeah, that's pretty much what this is coming across as so far. Man, we're not even we're barely 4 minutes into this shit, and already it's going downhill fucking fast.
Yeah, he's already fucked it. He called it a 7 out of 10, middle of the road. Jesus, who knew that was the fucking first red flag that was gonna be like, okay, this is gonna be real shit. Also, Milky says, I don't know if it's unpopular. Half-Life 2 is actually pretty trash. It's not. It's just not a fun game like Half-Life 1.
Fun
You're gonna
is
have to make some bold claims on that one, Milky.
Well, those are the
some
bold claims. He has
so
to
you're gonna have to
back
do
it
some
up with
evidence.
evidence.
So I can defeat your argument by saying it is a fun game. I like it, and I'll replay it more than I will Half-Life 1.
Yeah.
Bam, I destroyed your argument already.
Yeah.
That's why you have to do the groundwork. You have to then provide evidence and back up your claim.
Yeah. Saying something is fun or not fun is like the weakest argument you could ever make, because what you find fun is entirely subjective. What I find fun and what you find fun are going to be two different things.
Okay, I'm not here to argue, weirdo. Then why are you here? Like, if you're gonna make a claim, back up your claim. Otherwise, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
By the way,
it's just
fucking
weird.
Rags for yesterday. That was so fucking good.
It's just weird for someone to come into chat and say, "Oh yeah, I disagree. I'm not going to elaborate."
Yeah.
Whatever.
This often gets held up as an example of a strong female character. But A, that's an awful lot of ass shots for such a strong female character.
That has no relevance on it. What the fuck are you talking about?
You don't have to look up there, you dingus. You're forcing your perspective. That is you intentionally doing an ass shot to Alex. That is you doing it.
Yeah. Like, this game doesn't have cutscenes or anything of the sort.
This is a vignette right here. This right here could be considered a cutscene. Notice how they don't show her fucking ass. Like, that is a lot of ass shots. Like, why are you looking at her ass? She's just doing normal things. It's you. You have to intentionally go and look at it.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, this makes you look like a creep. Like, what the fuck?
Well, no, it comes off as... I'm not going to say
very,
a creep.
It's
but I'm
very
going to say
disingenuous because he's trying to say that it does this intentionally. It's
yeah,
very
but it's him
faith.
aiming the camera. So, how the fuck?
Yeah, there are other people in that lab doing things. Why don't you go look at what they're doing?
I mean, I could just as easily boot up Half-Life 2 right now and go to Black Mesa East and focus the camera on Eli's ass or the Vortigaunt's ass and say, oh man, look how many ass shots this game is giving of fucking Eli.
Yeah, or
like,
Vortigaunt.
what the fuck are you talking about? You aim the camera. It's entirely on you.
$5 super chat from Mystic Space. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Question for Creetosis and the gang. You plan on extending the responses on STAG to console fanboys and maybe go through not so bad take videos?
I'm not going to entirely rule out fanboy console videos, but the problem with that is they are all very much the same. It's my $500 piece of plastic is better than yours, and
yeah,
I've seen some of these videos and they're really weird. Like, one of them was getting upset that a game was no longer exclusive for PlayStation 4, and this reduces the value of the PlayStation 4. Like, motherfucker, you should only care about that if you're a stockholder, not someone who owns the fucking console. If other people get to play the same games as you on a different system, that's a good thing because they can enjoy this awesome game, assuming it's good. And it's just ridiculous that people are this petty that they don't want people on other systems to enjoy the games they have because they bought the wrong system. They didn't buy mine.
Yep.
They're fucking retards. Every single one of them.
I had to save that comment.
As for do we want to go through not so bad take videos? I mean, sure, we can do that, but we just don't want it to become a reaction channel. You know what I mean? We don't just want to sit here and be like, yeah, no, we agree. That's a good point. And then just keep going through it.
Yeah.
If it leads to interesting conversations, absolutely.
Yeah, and that's pretty much what I was going to say, is it's hard to react to good videos because, like, to properly do these streams, we have to pause and react and have discussions like we have been so far. We've been going for 50 minutes for about 4 minutes of this fucking
video, yep.
Yeah, I was trying to think of an insult, but none was coming to me that wasn't just, like, the basic shit I usually use.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've done about 50 minutes on 4 minutes of this video because we're pausing so much to talk about the things he's saying. If we were to cover,
Like
for example,
if we did Mahler's video, an unbridled praise of the father, there's nothing we could just spin it off into conversations later on about our own experiences. Like I could talk about my experiences with my family having Alzheimer's and everything like that.
And
People in my family having it.
And we can maybe get
can't
Gadget on
really-
because he dealt with his grandmother having dementia recently.
Yeah. So we can't really do, like, that's not something we can, like, keep pausing the video for, like, stuff like that. Because
Yeah.
his argumentation is solid. He provides evidence for everything he shows. And, you know, again, he shows the work. He shows the references and things.
Yeah.
So we would just be like, our whole thing of it be like, that's sad. And, you know, but this is what a video should look like. You know, there's not much more we can do with that. We could spin into a conversation after the video,
Yeah.
but not a conversation during the video. And so then it just feels like we're very much being just a glorified reaction channel.
Yeah. And that's why this format works so good with bad videos, because we just play it until they say something stupid or something we can really respond to. And oftentimes that's only a few seconds, so
Yeah.
That's why it works so well. That's a lot harder to do with a good video because there's very rarely going to be a case where we're going to stop and say, okay, let's expand on that point or let's respond to what was just said because, yeah.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
Female character in gaming, but A, that's enough shots for such a strong female character, and B, other than being kind of a generic badass, how much character does she really have? She doesn't really do anything in the story other than use her magic butt zapper to open doors and then disappear in control rooms while you do all the actual fighting. Most of her person...
Oh.
Hang on, let's keep going with this because most of her stuff, if he actually brings up the expansion, which I think is what he's doing right now.
It looks like he's about to, yeah. Okay, let's keep going then.
Section on the Half-Life wiki is dedicated to her proficiency with weapons and gadgets, with a little bit of room at the end reserved for the fact that she cares about her dad and is upset when people die, neither of which I would call particularly groundbreaking and exciting character traits. I could go on about how
that doesn't fucking matter. That doesn't fucking matter, my dude. It doesn't matter if it's not groundbreaking. That's still her character, you idiot.
You don't need the fucking character traits he listed for Robot Dude in The character traits he listed for Robot Dude in Doom 2016 aren't fucking groundbreaking either.
Yeah.
The things that have happened in other media before.
He's acting like the groundbreaking achievements it does isn't enough. Everything has to be groundbreaking. You're not allowed to have something that was done before. If you're going to make something groundbreaking, it all has to be groundbreaking. Everything in the game has to be 100% groundbreaking or else it doesn't count. It's not good enough. No, it's not how it fucking works, dumbass.
But what's more amazing is he started getting into the thing. She has a gadget that she uses. We don't know that she built it until later. We find out later in the series that she actually built it. But the fact she's utilizing a gadget to hack into Combine systems showcases she has a proficiency for hacking in, for breaking the system, for going where she's not supposed to be.
Yeah,
and she's brave enough
with
to
tech
do
in
that.
general.
Yes, she's brave enough to actually do that under a regime. She's also an idealist. She fights for the resistance. You can argue because of her father, that's entirely valid, but that doesn't change the fact that she's an idealist. She is fighting for a world she has never seen.
Yeah.
Again, she grew up entirely under the occupation.
Also, at one point...
She didn't get to know what happened before the Combine existed.
Yeah. I also want to point out that he's being reductive again. She opens things with her butt zapper. Dude, maybe you focusing on the butt is the problem and not the game, because the only person who controls where the camera goes is you.
Also, he highlighted something like she disappears to a control room while you do things. Did you notice how many doors she opens up for you and how she points the way for you to go because she hacks into their system? She's helping to guide you.
Well, his argument is that she's
working with you.
Exactly, but his argument was just basically, oh, she's doing nothing off screen.
Yeah, she disappears while you do all the work, and then she just appears again, which isn't true. That's not what's happening. She's actually extremely important. So,
Yeah,
fuck off with that.
You literally couldn't complete the game without her.
Yeah.
They don't just arbitrarily give you a game over if she dies. Like, she's literally vital to the story because she completes, like, objectives that you're unable to.
Yeah, she is the brains behind your brawn. You are the unstoppable killing machine that the Combine fear. She is the one that opens the door so you can get inside the fucking base to begin with. Like, people be like, oh, you're saying she's just a glorified door opener, though. It's like, that's not what I'm getting at. It's that she has a skill set, and she utilized that skill set. But guess what? When the chips are down, she actually fights as well. So
yeah.
She has intelligence and wit. She's quick-witted. She can think on her feet, which is how she problem solves these situations. And even better, she can actually fight for herself. When the chips are down, she doesn't have the shaky hands like Kleiner did. Like we explained, Kleiner is not comfortable with violence. She is.
Yeah. I have heard people complain that, like, well, you know, Dr. Freeman is a scientist. He should be able to do this stuff himself. But then I've also seen people be like, but you know, if he's being attacked, someone else needs to be able to do that while he fights.
Here's the other thing, too, though. We're 20 years removed from the Black Mesa incident, and this is alien technology.
Exactly.
Gordon has zero experience with the alien technology. People who've been fighting a resistance for God knows how long will have more experience hacking into it because that's what they've had to do for the past 20 years.
Yeah, that's also a really good point. I
want these people that say that he should be able to do this on his own, I want those people to look at a Combine console and be like, okay, tell me how. You have as much experience with Gordon does with working with these. How? Look at this console. Look at this keyboard and system and these needles sticking out everywhere. How do you do it?
Yeah. She doesn't just know it out of thin air. It's implied that because she does know it, she learned it over her course of fucking living under the occupation. Like, this isn't difficult, my dude. How are you getting this wrong?
And Gordon does not have the time to sit there for days on end trying to figure out how all this shit works when he literally has someone right there who can do it for him.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, also, people in chat, Gordon is a theoretical physicist, not a tinkering engineer. Exactly.
Yeah.
You can also simply say that Gordon looks like a physicist. He isn't an informatician or a programmer.
Informatician.
Informatician, my bad. Or a programmer, yeah. Like, being smart doesn't mean you know all, like, smart people things. You know? One type of scientist isn't necessarily going to know the science of another category of science, because that's just
exactly.
How
if it's not your forte, you're not going to know how that thing works. You might know how this other thing works really, really well, better than everyone else.
Yeah,
but it doesn't mean you're going to know everything better than everyone else.
Just to give an easy example, a rocket scientist isn't going to know fucking biology. $5 from Mystic Space. Thank you. You could argue that Freeman could hack into the consoles, but it would take him more time because he needs to figure it out. Man, maybe, but even then, that's like still not his area of expertise. So
that would also just be a huge waste of time for you as the player.
And again, the Resistance doesn't have time.
Yeah.
You're a Resistance. Time is not a luxury for a Resistance cell.
$5 for a Malter B Gammon. Thank you. That might be gaming.
$5, huh?
Sorry, €5. My comment after is the real one and won't let me send. My guy, you're just a reductionist backside. YouTube won't let me send that. With a feces joke laden intro. Yeah. Yeah, that was a pretty terrible intro.
Yeah, this is...
From Daniel...
Oh, I see the thing you're talking about.
Yeah, from Daniel K. Like in South Park, where they made Randy Marsh a geologist, their climatologist, because he's a scientist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
South Park is fucking great.
Yeah, it has moments, and then they go... Sometimes they've gone on the crazy bend a bit too much.
Yeah, there's a few episodes that are tism, but most are good.
Yeah, and to be fair to South Park, they're literally cranking these things out as fast as they can. So
Oh yeah, they make them in a span of a week.
They try to be as nuanced as they can, but my God, there is only so much you can do with a very short amount of time.
Yeah. For anyone who doesn't know, they literally make their episodes in the span of a week. When they release an episode, it used to be Wednesday night. I don't know what it is now. When they released an episode on Wednesday night, they're working on the next episode the next day to release next Wednesday.
Yeah.
All right. Let's continue.
Dad and is upset when people die. Neither particularly groundbreaking and exciting character traits. I could go on about how Wallace Breen is practically a parody of himself, who sounds like he was written by someone who read the Wikipedia summary of 1984 but didn't actually bother to grasp the nuance of the book, or
could you please? Because now you've made a bold claim, and I would like for you to back it the fuck up. Otherwise, shut the fuck up.
How can a character be a parody of himself in the first and only appearance he has?
I don't fucking know.
Because when you say a character is a parody of themselves, it's where, it's the Flanderization thing, where a character starts off as, like a normal character, but their more exaggerated traits get exaggerated to the nth degree. Ned Flanders, what Flanderization is named after, is like the greatest example. In the early seasons of Simpsons, he was just an average Christian father. In the later seasons, he's like this religious nut job who is crazy about God in every aspect of his life.
Here we go. Mystic Space with $2 super chat. Thank you very much.
He's
a scientist, so he has to know everything. Duh. And then directly under that, no username says, I bet Second Opinion himself hasn't read 1984. I wouldn't want to make that claim, but it's feeling like it.
Yeah, it is.
So, if he's not even going to bother going into it, he made some claims. Let's talk about Wallace Breen, I guess.
This is exactly what we were saying at the start of the video, too, in regards to length. These videos are just make a claim, don't elaborate, move on.
Yeah, I'm so tired of seeing everybody who makes these type of videos do that. They never go into anything with proof or evidence or any kind of depth. They just say something and then move on.
Yeah.
Very, very rarely will they provide evidence, and oftentimes they get it wrong. Like, there's 3 types of video essay you can pretty much make at this point. Make claims that don't back them up, make claims that get them wrong, or get your evidence wrong, and make claims and provide the evidence and proof you need to make those claims.
Yeah, obviously the third type is the one everyone should do.
Yeah.
You make a claim, you make your argumentation and / your claim, then you back it up with facts and evidence.
Yeah.
The best source, the number one source you can get, is from the thing itself. If you have to do outside sources, then it's much weaker. But it can strengthen an argument so long as you have the primary source, which is the piece of media you are currently making the claim about.
Yep.
Yep.
And that's why we said Acerthorn is a fucking idiot for the way he made his video, because he proved on screen why the complaint he was making wrong at the time.
Yeah.
I hate to keep referring to him and the Miniature Nerd video, but they really are good examples of bad videos.
They're like the best examples. They're like the epitome.
Yes. But I guess he said I can go on with it, but he won't, because I don't think he actually has a fucking point here.
Yeah,
so let's
I don't
talk
think he does
about
either.
Wallace Breen, the administrator of all of Earth now. Now, if we don't really need to get his job into it. We know his job is the administrator of Earth. So let's not put that in as part of his characterization. But what do we see? What are aspects of him, and what does he talk about? He truly believes that he is the only one who can save humanity. He believes that from the bottom of his heart. He thinks that his capitulation to the Combine and his working with them are the only way humanity will survive, because the Combine are a Lovecraftian level fucking threat. Humanity lost to them in a matter of hours.
Yeah.
So he thinks that being a collaborator is the only way that the human race as a species gets to exist further. When you kill him at the end, he screams out, "You need me," because he truly believes that. He believes that this horrible nightmare existence is preferable to oblivion.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a pretty strong fucking character. Especially for someone we don't see that much of in person. We see his broadcasts, but those are obviously propaganda.
Yeah, but do you know what isn't propaganda? His broadcast directly to the Overwatch soldiers and shit that you see in Nova Prospect. That's not the shit that the normal citizens are going to hear.
Yeah.
He's talking to the actual soldiers who have been modified and altered by the Combine already. And he explains to them, you need to understand, we have to stop Dr. Freeman. If we show that we can be useful to the Combine, our species gets to go on. We get to keep living. If we keep fucking this up, we will be considered dead weight and we will be harvested and thrown aside. That's something that the normal citizens don't get to hear. That informs you massively on Wallace Breen's character.
Yeah. And
the rest of it is him spinning the stuff like, why won't the Combine let us breed? He knows it's bad. He knows the Combine are literally controlling them like cattle, but he needs to keep people calm. Because if people are calm and they go along with things, then the Combine will loosen the reins.
And that's a really interesting way to provide that information too, because if you're the kind of person who just mindlessly goes through the game, you're not going to notice that information.
Yeah.
Which it seems like this guy did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Evidence, where we're going, we don't need evidence.
Yeah. $2 super chat from Mystic Space. Thank you. Ace of Thorn is the best example of bad examples. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yes, we get a lot of information about Wallace Breen, and it is all in the subtext. It is all in the things that the normal populace aren't meant to see.
Oh, also, Walter B. Gammon super chat here for €5. Thank you. Even better is Breen talking to Eli about scientific things humanity could never imagine, showcasing he's still the scientific mind of old. Yeah.
Yes. He is still the administrator of Black Mesa in his heart. He wants to push the scientists forward. He wants humanity to survive so that they can benefit from understanding of this new level of technology that is so far beyond us. Even better, what does Breen say to Dr. Freeman? Dr. Freeman has a PhD in theoretical physics. He point blank asks Dr. Freeman, what have you created? You have destroyed so much, yet what have you made to benefit anyone? I thought not. Basically, he's calling Gordon out for being a destroyer, not as an actual scientist, not as someone who wants to advance humanity, but as someone who just kills.
Yeah. What's happened so far? A lot of terrible arguments. Anyways, should we continue?
Yes.
Eli Vance's utter lack of characterization made two feel meaningless and trite because, hey, no
Oh.
other video game has ever...
Hey, you're going to bring up the expansion. Oh boy, I'm so glad you're bringing up the episode expansion. Because that actually goes even further to proving that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Just making sure. Are we on the same time code? 458?
Yeah, 458.
Okay.
Because he said making his death in episode 2 pointless, and it's like, one, it wasn't pointless. There's a reason that Eli getting killed was a brutal ending, and it hurt a lot of people, because Eli was a genuinely good character. He stood up to the Combine and led the Resistance. He is the leader of the Resistance. He is the one that recreated Black Mesa in the form of Black Mesa East. He's the one that has been putting together this system and gathering up like-minded people to fight back against the Combine. That is hugely influential on him as a character. It shows that he is intelligent, but he is courageous and willing to do what's right no matter what. It doesn't matter what personal losses he gets, and visually we can see he's had his fucking losses.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter to him what he loses, he still fights back. And notice that when he is captured, when all hope is lost, he is still defiant. When Gordon is in a cell, when his daughter is in a cell, when he is in a cell, and they are all looking at the man himself, Wallace Breen, he is still defiant.
Yeah.
All hope is now gone. They have failed. The resistance will die. He does not care because he believes that you should still stand up and struggle. Again, this is like, my God. And now that you brought up episode 2, and I'm so glad, what do we see continuing in episode 1 and episode 2? Episode 1, he is helping with Eli, with Kleiner, who hacks into the Combine broadcast system to warn people about what is coming. They have all their scientific measurements. They know that the Citadel is going to erupt. So they are trying to save as many people as possible. They specifically have the resistance target the metro network, the rail system, so they can save as many people from City 17 as they possibly can. And they are going to move them into the Outlands where their bases are set up. They are also rapidly working on a rocket program as fast as they can
Charge complete.
to shut the Combine portal.
Hey, Satch.
These are... Yeah?
Charge complete.
Oh, nice. Nice.
It literally played over the end of what you were saying there, though.
Well, fantastic. I guess the flow is broken. Thank you, Charge
Sorry.
Complete. $4.99 super chat from Scootmeister. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Creetosis, how many licks does it take to get to the Tootsie Roll center of a Tootsie Pop?
I have no clue.
No, you're supposed to go...
No.
Let's find out. A 1, a 2, a 3, crunch, a 3. Come on, you gotta play into the owl stereotype.
No. Gadget once told me that I should say who like an owl in my videos, and I told him to fuck off. I actually said something a lot meaner to him, but we'll
Of
just go
course he
fuck
would
off.
say that.
Oh, yeah, okay, so we know that Eli is a good person. We have evidence that Eli is a good person.
And it's really
He is
good
willing-
characterization. Like, holy
Yes.
shit.
Yeah. 100 rubles from Colin Archer. Thank you very much. Charge complete.
I'm gonna have to remember to keep this thing plugged in before streams.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
Eli Vance's utter lack of characterization makes his 2 feel meaningless and trite because, hey, no other video game has ever thought about killing the main character's dad, but I think you get the idea.
It's not
The
the
main
main
character's
character's dad. What?
What the fuck?
Okay, so...
I think that's Danish kroner. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead. Hello?
Yeah, that's Danish krona. Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure it was Danish, not Dutch or something.
Alright.
That is 50 Danish krona from Friedrich Heumann.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. First time donating to the Avian, Brony, and Scaly EFAP podcast. Have any of you played Dead Space?
Yes, I
I'm,
have.
I'm going to be
Yes,
playing
I have
it after I finish Silent Hill.
Yeah, I have played Dead Space 1. Didn't play 2 because I got turned off by the microtransactions thing, and then I never played 3.
2 was amazing. Just gonna
Yeah,
go ahead
I
and
know.
throw
I
that
heard
out.
2 is amazing, but I was one of those people that didn't want to support EA for the, but you can spend money to find resources for 2.
Ugh,
Fuck off.
that was dumb.
I hate that. Anyways, so the argument...
Yes, Daddy Eli.
Yeah, the argument this guy just made is killing the father of a main character isn't groundbreaking. It doesn't have to be fucking groundbreaking, you tool.
Like, one, the point wasn't that it was groundbreaking, it was that it was heartbreaking. Two, that's not your fucking dad. It is your supporting character's father. And seeing her reaction, her scream, especially as he tells her to spare her, watching him get fucking killed brutally. Close your eyes, honey. It even shows that in the face of his death, he is thinking about her.
Yeah, and it really is a sad scene. Like, I referenced this before, I think in the last Half-Life video we covered, but when Vinesauce played episode 2 a few years ago, he jokingly ended the stream before that part because it is such a cliffhanger and such a sad moment. And when it was happening, chat fucking lit up. Like, everyone's sad that Eli was being killed, because we all know that's everyone who's played it knows how that's how it ends. And
yeah,
it really is a tragic moment that sticks out in a lot of people's minds because it is done so well.
Yes, and he was such a good fucking character. People cared about Eli, and they cared about Alex.
And by the way, to make people care about characters that do have so little screen time, that shows the quality of writing.
Yeah. Deus Volt Infidel says, it broke new ground in my heart.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is definitely a brutal scene.
This goes back to what I was saying before. Just because the game was groundbreaking doesn't mean every single thing about it needs to be 100% groundbreaking. That's not how it works. It just needs to have enough to change the genre. It doesn't need literally every single decision within the game to be completely new and unique and never seen before. Which, good luck trying to do that anymore. That's almost impossible to do.
Yeah, as Atomic Bleach puts it, there's a reason people lost their shit when the goddamn quote played in the Half-Life Alyx trailer. Close your eyes, honey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, there's something else I was going to say there, too, and I forgot what it was. Fuck, I hate when that happens.
Alright, well, this has been a train wreck of a fucking video already, hasn't it?
We're not even 5 minutes in.
Yeah.
We've progressed another fucking 40 minutes from about 40 minutes ago, and we've only progressed about a minute.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
€2 super chat from Walter B. Gaiman. Thank you.
Thank you.
It still hurts. Yeah.
It does.
It does. It definitely makes me remember it pretty fondly. Even... I remember fondly my experiences with the entire Half-Life franchise, all aspects of them, to greater and lesser extents. But Eli's death is one of those ones that is a wound that will always be there.
Yeah.
And this video is 18 minutes long, to answer Pantone. This video is 18 minutes long. We are 5 minutes in, and it's already a fucking disaster.
It is. And from Gage Riddle, don't worry, it gets worse when he covers gameplay. Jesus fucking
I can't.
Christ.
This is already... Like, hopefully it won't be... I'm hoping that there'll be more stuff he'll actually show, like, side-by-sides or something, too.
He's not going to show fucking side-by-sides. Come on. We've already seen how reductive he's being about these characters, because I guess he wasn't paying attention, but...
He wasn't paying attention to a character he actually liked. Fucking Samuel Hayden. He didn't read... He did the basic bitch fucking surface level bullshit and got most of it wrong. Holy fuck, dude. I can't even.
God, it's almost like he didn't beat the game. It's almost like he just took the initial stuff he saw before, we actually find out what his motivation was.
The game. He had to have. Do you see how much Doom merch he has? There's no way.
It's just so weird that he would say that, though, when he would have surely beaten the game, but he acts like he hasn't. It's so weird.
$10 super chat from Stormy Knight. Thank you very much. Glad to finally catch a stream again. My work and sleep schedule made me miss the last few.
Thank you. Yeah, and trust me, I understand that really fucking well.
Yep.
And from Atomic Bleach in chat, there's a lot of stuff you could criticize Valve on. I genuinely believe characters is not one of them. They're fucking apex masters of character writing. TF2, Left 4 Dead, Half-Life, Portal. Yeah,
Yes.
all fucking
They know
great
how to do
games.
characters. Yeah, and more importantly than that, the characters. Fucking Team Fortress 2, where you're supposed to be nondescript jobs.
Yeah, you're
just
playing
a spy. You are just a pyro. You are just a demo man. And they gave them so much fucking character and personality.
Even the pyro, you can't even understand what he's fucking saying, has a ton of personality and like all the animations and everything. Oh, it's so
Dude,
good.
His little fucking maniacal giggle. When he fucking does shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I never even, like, I was super into TF2, like, heavily, but never played it. And in order for me to have enjoyed it that much without even having played it, at least, like, I didn't start playing it until, like, just a couple of years ago, and I've only played it, like, 4 or 5 times. But it's still one of my favorite games simply because of the characters.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, Team Fortress 2 outlived Overwatch.
Yes.
Yep.
And that's a game where they were trying to make unique characters, and they all felt bland to me.
Yeah.
It's like they were trying and just didn't make it.
Yep. All right. Here we go.
Makes his death in episode 2 feel meaningless and trite. No other video game has ever thought about killing the main character's dad, but I think you get the idea. Another thing that really hurts all of the characters is that their primary motivation doesn't make any sense.
You have to do a lot of fucking work to make that argument. Holy shit.
What?
Their primary motivation doesn't make any
We don't want to live under Orwellian oppression.
Yeah,
yes.
to save humanity,
fuck.
don't want to live under oppression, escape this nightmare hellscape.
From a literal police state, they want to be free of a literal police state. My God, you're going to have to do some serious fucking work to say that doesn't make any sense.
How the fuck do you say that unironically? Are we being trolled? Is this a troll video?
Fucking, it feels like it.
Yeah, it feels
100
like it.
rubles from Colin Archer. Thank you. I fear no man, but that thing, it scares me.
Oh, I love that line.
If stupidity was a crime, he would get a death sentence. Man. I would love to hear, like I said, this is a serious, insane argument. This is one of those. That's a bold claim, Cotton. Let's see how it works out for him.
Yeah, I can't wait for him to make such claims and then immediately not prove any of it and just move on like they always do.
And from no username in chat, every time these pricks say one stupid thing after another. Yes.
Yep.
Characters is that their primary motivation doesn't make any sense. You see, good stories typically have a protagonist. Half-Life 2 has Gordon Freeman, a character who regularly makes it onto best video game character.
Okay, I'm trying to think of, like, how do you have a story that doesn't have a protagonist at all? Is there a story that's possible to have? Is it possible?
Good stories have a protagonist.
Yeah, okay. Is it... Now I'm fucking genuinely curious. Is it possible to have a story with no protagonist whatsoever?
I suppose...
I guess technically you could, because there are games where you don't actually exist within the world, but you can, like, cause things to happen, like opening things and causing things to fall into place and stuff like that. And it can cause... There's still a story...
No,
but there is no main character.
Snoogan, we're not talking about, like, city builders or RTS, stuff like that. We're talking about stories.
See, that's the thing, is I don't really think that's possible, because the story always focuses on someone, so there's always going to be a protagonist of a sort. Like,
it doesn't matter if you're playing the villain or the good guy, guys. Protagonist doesn't mean good or bad. It just means the main character.
Yeah, the main character.
Point of view. So you can be... Like the Overlord series, the protagonist is the overlord of all evil.
You could tell the story of a city or a ship instead of a character. Yeah, but at that point, the city or the ship is almost a protagonist of sorts, because you're following what that ship or city is, like, dealing with.
Even items, even just objects can be a main character in a game. The thing I was trying to say was, like you could be like an invisible force, which I guess technically is a protagonist, but you don't technically exist either. And it can like focus on the people within, like how you affect them and like what happens to them ultimately. Like there can be a
here's the
story
problem.
where you are like,
wouldn't that make them deuteragonists then?
yes, it would.
Because like if you give everybody the same amount of screen time and jump through the same amount of time, and then every single other person gets it, it becomes deuteragonists. Those are still protagonists. It's just they're all sharing the duty of the protagonist.
Well, we've got A Song of Ice and Fire, which changes between characters' perspectives all the time. So you've got Arya and Jon Snow and Cersei and Jaime and Tyrion, and just all the characters it focuses on are protagonists for their own chapters.
Yeah, but Snoogan, you were talking about it as in terms of gameplay, like a city builder. Frostpunk, the story / the protagonist is the city itself.
Yeah.
That is the story of Frostpunk. The city must survive. They make that blatantly clear. Command and Conquer, the protagonists are, from your point of view, who you're playing as. Are you playing as the GDI or Nod? Or if you're playing the other ones, are you playing from the USA perspective, the USSR, like those are your protagonists. That's why we're trying to find out if there is an ability to have a story without having a protagonist.
Yeah, and I'm not sure... I'm not aware of any examples off the top of my head, because again, even if you focus like, okay, the story is all about a ship. The ship then becomes the protagonist because you're following what's going on the ship and where it's going and everything that's happening with it. So it in a sense, becomes the protagonist.
Oh, Scoopmeister says, bruh, don't forget about CNC Generals. I can't forget about CNC Generals because you came for the toxins and you'll stay because you are dead. Oh, I love fucking CNC Generals. And Toxin General was the best.
I suppose you could have, like, a lore book type thing that talks about the history of the world, but I don't know if that... Would that count as a story without a protagonist?
I don't know. Great Scott with $5. Thank you very much. Says, jumped on. Half-Life 2 was never aiming to have the best writing. It's a simple story. That said, Half-Life 2 has the worst dystopia in fiction next to 84.
Do you mean worst as in, like, the most horrifying to live under, or worst as in...
Yes. That's what I would go for.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was reading it as, but it's not exactly clear, which is why I was asking for a bit of
I'm trying to think of other dystopias. And, yeah... Yeah, I do think I do think that's correct. I think 1984 is worse because of how it's all done. This is more done through technology. 1984 is done through just the literal word of mouth and people thinking power exists because it should exist, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Which again gets way more bleak. 1984, the whole thing of like getting somebody to realize that 2 + 2 = 5 because that's what the government says it does. Therefore, it is correct and true. And that is pretty fucking terrifying. €2 super chat from Walter B. Gaming. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Shi Tao, the nuke best general according to Seth. Yeah, Seth Zentash does like the nuke general. I like Dr. Thrax because he's fucking funny. I like fighting him more. Like I said, I love that line fighting Dr. Thrax. You'll come for the toxins, but you will stay because you are dead. It's like, I love that line. It's so fucking good.
I just want to read out a couple comments too. 1984 is worse in my opinion because we did it to ourselves without any ulterior force compelling us.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying. I do agree that I think 1984 is a worse dystopia because Half-Life 2 is all about it's an alien race, an outside invasive force using technology to do it. 1984, it's literally people thinking that way because that's how you think.
And that leads me to the next comment too. Half-Life 2 is fucking terrifying. Humanity is literally living on borrowed time. The Combine are only keeping them alive because Breen is convincing them to keep them around.
Yes. Like I said, as part of Breen having a lot of fucking characterization, Breen is doing a fucking great job letting the Combine keep us the way we are. Do you know how much easier it would be for the Combine if we just all didn't exist and then they could take all the resources they wanted themselves without us being around? Holy shit. Him actually being there to be like, no, we can help you. We can be useful is actually pretty fucking noble. It sucks that he's on the wrong side, but he is one of the only reasons humanity is still around.
Yeah. So
again, he made that point very clear in his speech to the Overwatch soldiers. Speech that no normal citizen is going to hear. These are people that are already augmented and put through the fucking ringer by the Combine already.
Yeah, so it's not the propaganda that everyone else would hear. Anyways, back to this video, the last point he made is stories have protagonists, which
Yes, that was fucking a weird one. It's like, good stories have protagonists. Like, I mean, all stories have. I don't know if it's possible to have a story without a protagonist.
Yeah, that was the tangent we went off there. I can't think of any examples off the top of my head. Again, unless you're literally talking about a lore book thing. But
yeah,
even then, the world is sort of the protagonist at that point, you know?
Yeah, I agree.
Character who regularly makes it onto best video game of all time lists despite having literally no character whatsoever. Everyone treats Freeman as this legend.
Okay, there's a bold claim. You say he has no character whatsoever.
Well, it's not.
What can we?
It's not the bold claim. It's the brainless take. It's you play a silent protagonist, so that means he has no character.
Like, let's take it from here. He is a theoretical physicist at a young age. Do you understand? He is a doctor at the age of what, 24?
28, I believe.
Holy shit. No, I actually think it's 24, which is what Vinny was like. Jesus Christ, Gordon.
Well, I know at the start of Half-Life 1 it says he's 28, but yeah, he could have gotten that doctorate long before that point,
he's
too.
27. So. He's 27 in Half-Life 1.
27, my bad.
Yeah. At the age of 27, he has a PhD. He is a doctor. And in what field? In theoretical physics. That is not an easy field to get a doctorate in, okay? So, what do we know about Gordon already? He is at the age of 27. He has a PhD. It means he is fucking smart. He is hardworking. You do not get a PhD by sitting on your ass. Just the thesis statement alone to try to apply for your doctorate, there are people that will work on it for years ahead of time because it needs to be that fucking good to get a doctorate. So we know he's very well motivated, he is very intelligent, and he is very hardworking. What else do we know about him? He was handpicked to go to a secret government facility to get weapons training in an advanced suit so he could go explore an alien world. He is trusted, okay? The military and the facility management at Black Mesa trusted him enough to give him an HEV suit, HEV training, and combat training so that he could be one of the people exploring Zen. He knows an alien world exists. Yeah, Gordon didn't go to Zen, though. He didn't go on a mission to Zen. But what I'm saying is you don't give him an HEV suit and all that training and combat training especially if you're not planning to send him to fucking Zen. He was going to go to Zen eventually. But now, what else do we know after the incident? Did he ever give up? No, he never gave up. He fought through the alien invasion, the military trying to kill everyone, the Spec Ops troops coming in to kill even the military and everyone else, and he saved everyone's life. Well, not everyone. Obviously, people died, but I'm saying he saved as many people as he fucking could. He's a hero.
Yeah.
So
the actions he
these are all
performed
things we
there.
know about him.
Yeah, the actions he performed there saved a lot of lives. There's no understating that.
So yeah, so this whole he doesn't have any characterization. It's like holy fuck. And it's never implied he was ever going to go to Zen just to be a member of the facility science team. Dude, he had HEV and weapons training. Why if they wouldn't, he would just be a normal scientist. Why don't all the other scientists then just pick up guns and start shooting? Gallus, my dude. That's what I'm saying. We know that he was picked to go to Zen at some point because he has HEV training and weapons training, which the other scientists don't have, as clearly demonstrated in the game itself. None of them pick up a gun at any point.
Not now, Gordon. I'm watching STAG. Yeah. And again, it's impressive how much characterization they could give a guy who doesn't fucking say anything.
Yeah. What else do we know about him? Have you seen what's in his locker?
Oh,
he's
yeah.
a father.
Yeah, he's a father.
So,
well, we
Gordon
assume
Freeman's
that
locker,
could be like a niece or a nephew or something, but there's a good chance it's his own kid.
Shit. I was hoping there would be somebody that would show. I don't want the picture of just the kid in the locker. I wanted the locker itself because there's a lot of interesting books and shit that he has in his locker, like about aliens existing and everything like that.
He was a father. Ooh.
Yeah, it was.
Well, we don't know if his kid is still around or not.
Yeah, so and the books, stuff like that, are stuff about aliens existing and everything like that. And I wanted to get like a picture that shows the book itself. You know, I'll just go jump into the game and do it myself.
Alrighty then.
And I won't use Black Mesa because, you know, people will be like, but they could have added that stuff. Fine, I'll use the actual Half-Life.
Actually, Gordon doesn't have much weapon training. This is shown with the difference between him and Adrian. Adrian has a steadier hand while Gordon handles it like a civilian. But that's the thing. He has civilian-grade training, not military-level training. Someone who's been in the military is going to be shooting a lot more than a scientist on a gun range.
Well, you want to know the sad truth, though?
What?
That's not actually accurate.
No?
No, it's not. The military does not allocate people enough time to actually train with their fucking weapons, which is a nightmare fucking situation.
Yeah.
However, had no idea.
Yeah, it's pretty fucked. That's why when the Marine Corps basically doubled the length of infantry training that everyone has to go through in the Marines, it was hailed as a great thing because it's more excuse for fucking Marines to actually shoot their damn gun.
Yeah, that's why like 2003 to like 2006 when we went to Iraq, that's why it was such a huge shit show. It was basically just a bunch of unprepared people going there to die and they were just roaming around in convoys getting blown up.
Yeah, because there was no fucking plan at all.
Yeah.
Like, oh boy, we can go into that fucking horse shittery as well. And, yeah, as we've already discussed, military grade is actually pretty trash tier weaponry and shit that isn't even treated well or anything. It's pretty fucked.
Yeah, like the military not liking the Beretta, even though it's a really good gun, but they get like the hand-me-down.
They get
fucking
the hand-me-down, been in the armory every other week. Shit things.
Is it time for the mandatory STAG gun rant?
Oh, you better believe it.
No, I'm trying real hard. Trying real hard to avoid it. No. $2 super chat from Mystic Space. Thank you very much. This guy is at least not as bad as Acer Thorn.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mystic Space. I wanted to get through that. I'm trying to real hard not to go into fucking gun rant mode.
I just imagine both of you sitting there like, straining like a Dragon Ball Z character to not talk about guns.
My leg is literally twitching. I am like vibrating right now.
$2 super chat from Great Scott. Thank you very much. They need to bring Adrian Shepard back. I would like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I would like that too. $10 from Elias Butcher. Thank you. Hey guys, finally managed to catch a stream live. Good so far. Also, random question. What's your guys' opinions on the Ace Combat series?
I can't speak on it one way or the other because I was just never into fighter plane stuff like that. Like I like the mill sim fighter stuff like IL-2 Sturmovik and stuff. That's what I enjoyed. I didn't get much into the more arcadey stuff. And that's not me putting down Ace Combat at all. I literally don't know anything about it.
I just know about the memes. The lore, just like all that crazy shit that they show. I love that meme.
I've never played it myself, so I can't really comment on it either. Sorry.
Yep.
$2 from Mystic Space. Thank you. Setch, I want to hear your military stuff sometime.
There's not too much to tell. Mine is very weak sauce. I was medically discharged pretty early from injuries, so I don't really have like really good military stories.
But they did bring him back and hunt down the Freeman. Adrian Shepard.
No. Adrian? No.
Oh,
bad.
God.
No, bad.
Adrian.
Walter B. Gaming with $2 euros.
Thank you.
Fucking $2 euros. What the fuck? 2 euros. Thank you very much. The Orchid Eater and the
Orchid
37th
Eater.
Mandala. Oh.
The Orchid Eater and the 37th Mandala is in locker.
Yeah, I'm getting there. I forgot that I didn't have a save that was near that, so I gotta go.
You couldn't just load into that section?
No.
That's weird.
And the reason was because I booted up old school Half-Life, and apparently it didn't save my chapters.
And there's a comment here from Hello There. Can we get a STAG entirely about guns in the future? I suppose it's possible. I just can't comment on it much because I've never even held a real gun, so...
No, that's fair.
We need to change that.
The baby picture in the locker is actually an Easter egg. I mean, maybe, but it still implies things about Gordon, the fact that it's there.
Yeah, otherwise why would he have it there? I get it's an Easter egg. But why would he have it there? Like, what does it say about him as a character?
Because that's the thing. They could have placed that anywhere else. Like, they could have had another locker open up and have it in there if they didn't want it to be related to Gordon in some way.
Great Scott says, does a 22 long rifle count? Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I ain't going to disparage people for whatever caliber they get, or anything like that. That's entirely up to them. I will say there are certain calibers... like 40 short and weak that fuck off with.
Yeah.
If anyone doesn't know, it's called 40 Smith & Wesson, and it was a round that was specifically designed for police forces and ended up being a round that everybody hated because it was a short round and it was weak and couldn't actually do the fucking job. So
yeah,
it was
worthless.
called 40 short and weak.
It was so bad.
Yeah, then they just switched back to 9mm. They're like, why did we ever switch off 9mm? I don't fucking know. We'll just switch back to 9mm. Weirdly, I don't know much about the 10mm, so I can't speak too much on it because it's never been a thing that's been a particular interest to me. So, 40 Smith & Wesson was interesting because of the stuff that came about from it and the whole like, the whole nonsense that went along with it. It is underrated because of its experience with the police force. So Silver-Haired Devil says 40 Smith & Wesson is underrated. It's underrated because of its its stuff with the police force. Also, you probably would have heard 40 short and weak from a Zach Gunn rant.
Yeah, of course. That's where we always get it.
But yeah, it was fucking weirdo. It was weirdo shit. But that's why I personally found it interesting. That's not the only thing that's short and weak. Hey. Nice hello there. Mystic Space with $2 says 10mm. I thought that was just a Fallout thing. No, it's not just a Fallout thing. That is an actual cartridge.
Yeah, it's real.
So you're still getting the screenshot, Such.
Yes.
The joke in New Vegas.
Right now. I'm in the facility right now. I'm running to the locker room as we speak.
All right.
Yeah, the joke in New Vegas is when what was his name? Was it Randy? When you're going to Honest Hearts and he talks about using an 11mm round to shoot through a Brotherhood
death jaw
visor. Yeah, or a death jaw. Or no, because the one that I'm talking about, if you do this one, he talks about an 11mm machine gun to shoot through a bulletproof. Well, he doesn't know, but he shoots through the eye slot of a Brotherhood of Steel member to kill them, and you could call him out as like, okay, one, the T-51B series of visor is bulletproof, and two, there's no such thing as an 11mm round.
Such, you don't.
There you go.
Oh, well, someone already posted it in the server.
They posted what it was, but I'm just getting it so that there's no denying no, it's not actually those, it's actually these. But there you go, Orchid Eater and the 37th Mandela. It's right there.
Yeah.
All right, let me.
Ricky, that's what it was. Yeah, Ricky, not Randy. My bad. Damn it, Ricky, get down! You're gonna get shot in the head.
I can't think of the name Randy without thinking of RimWorld anymore. So yeah,
my father's name is Randy.
Let's zoom in on those a bit. Let me zoom in more. Yeah, the Orchid Eater and the 37th Mandela.
He calls it the T-51D, doesn't he? What an idiot. My God, he's so fucking dumb.
Yeah, so with unusual insights into the cruel extremism and vulnerability of adolescents, the suspenseful thriller of psychosis and serial killing follows the... Oh, thanks for cutting that off, Amazon. I appreciate it. I was reading that synopsis, you piece of shit.
Yeah, I was going to ask what those books are about because I never read them, so...
Follows parallel stories of a young murderer and the boy he might have been in the quiet Southern California town of Bohemia Bay. So he has a psychological thriller book, and... Let's get the...
Let me get the super chat quickly. $5 from William Valentini. Thank you. I had no idea there was a stream today, and I was pleasantly surprised when I got on YouTube. Keep making great content, guys. I got the popcorn ready. Thank you. I hope you enjoy it.
The 37th Mandela is a horror novel written by Mark Laidlaw and published in 1996. It tells the story of New Age writer Derek Crow, who uses an ancient mystical text as the basis of one of his works. As his writing gains popularity, it also attracts the unwanted attention of the 37 Mandelas, terrible Lovecraftian-style monsters that the original text was about.
Which is at least somewhat related to Half-Life.
Yeah, so... What do we know about from his book choices? Well, he clearly likes psychological horror books, and Lovecraftian horror is one of the books he has. So those are in his locker. Other stuff that is in his locker. We have a thermos. He got himself a commemorative mug, which I don't know why he would have that, but he's got one. Yes. He has his doctorate there on the top left, and then he has the baby photo and a couple Post-it notes that have formulas on them.
Yeah. $2.
Mark Laidlaw is the Half-Life writer, LOL. Nice.
Yeah, from
that was... Yeah.
Walter B. Gammon for €2. Yeah, he is the Half-Life writer, but again, these things are in Freeman's locker. They still imply things about him. If they wanted to have these Easter eggs in the game, they could put it anywhere where it wouldn't have implied things about the main character.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what we're getting at here by getting these references, because these things tell us about Gordon Freeman.
Yep.
And $2 from Stags. Thoughts on Underworld and Fallout 3? I don't really have any particular thoughts on it. It's just a ghoul city in DC. Like, I guess they don't have any food source, because of course they don't. It's Fallout 3, but... Yeah, besides that,
Barney's the one with the conspiracy books and Blue Shift. Thank you, Atomic Bleach. Yeah. Yes, there's also a battery for the HEV suit in his locker. So again, further implying that, he's been doing the HEV stuff for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. So
Anyways.
that's why we want to say, like, he obviously has characterization. These are our sources, and we wanted to get the actual, like, here it is in game. So these are things that we can tell about him based off of what he chooses to have in his locker, and the fact he has weapons experience and HEV training.
Yeah.
And the fact that he has a fucking degree in theoretical physics at the age of 27. A doctorate, I should say. Not just a degree, a doctorate in theoretical physics. And what we learned in Half-Life 2, he went to fucking MIT. Which, I don't know how it is today with the fucking craziness going on, but it was a very, very prestigious school.
So I'm going to go ahead and assume that this guy's argument is going to be Gordon says nothing and he's a nothing character that does nothing.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll find out. But let's
why would he say anything else? That's the obvious brain dead take.
I mean, he has gone pretty brain dead with all the rest of them, but let's find out with all the rest of it.
Despite having literally no character whatsoever, everyone treats Freeman as this legendary hero, despite the fact that A, none of these characters existed in Half-Life 1, even though the game pretends they did.
Oh boy, this shit again.
Matter. Again, they're expanding the universe. How are you just never supposed to have any characters at all?
Well, it's
like,
the same.
You also realize that Black Mesa is a big fucking facility. Do you think that Gordon literally met every single person that worked at Black Mesa?
It's the same argument as last time, where it's like, all we know of Gordon Freeman is the moment we load into the game on the fucking tram. So, because we didn't see him interacting with these characters before then, that means they simply didn't exist. These are the kind of people who you can play peekaboo with, because when you hide your head behind your hands, they think you cease to fucking exist.
Yeah, they haven't learned object permanence yet. $2 from Great Scott. Thank you very much. Breen,
thank you.
I have a theoretical degree in physics. Thank you.
Nice.
$2 super chat from Amora Silverspark. Have to ask, thoughts on Freeman's Mind series?
Fucking love it.
I think it's funny. It has its moments. I don't personally like Ross Scott, though. He has good stuff he does, but him as a person, I don't like.
Really?
Yes. And one of his big ones was because of the way he treated Secret World. He went in with an axe to grind. It was pretty fucking obvious.
Yeah, but
he really wanted to, like... He was actively telling people to actually sue Funcom because they made the claim free forever that they would never charge for Secret World ever again. He's like, you should sue Funcom out of existence. How dare they make such a claim? And it's like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Okay, but that's like one thing, kinda. Like I agree that if he's wrong there, then that's like a mark against him. But
it was an entire video's worth of like, the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
I just know he's been battling the whole games die when they're taken offline, and a lot of them don't need to be online, so the game you paid for can never be played again. I understand his frustration there. It's just maybe he was mistaken that time. I just don't understand I dislike him as a person because of this one thing.
It's not just this one thing. It's the way he treats people that I just don't fucking like. And that just kind of cemented the deal.
Oh.
That's what did it for me. It was like, finally, okay, fine, you're just a fucking dumbass. I got it. Like I said, he can make good content, and he has made good content. But it's the way he interacts with people, and then that fucking absolute nuclear shit take that people should actively talk to their lawyer right now and sue Funcom out of existence because of a claim that, hey, Funcom won't ask you money for Secret World ever again. It was ridiculous. And again, the claims get worse and worse as you actually get into the video. That is just some of the most insane fucking it's the same level of bullshit we've been dealing with this entire time.
All right. I'll have to watch that again at some point and look into it, I guess.
$10 super chat from Dominic the Donkey.
Thank
Hello,
you.
you three in chat. Hope everyone is having a great day. Yeah, we are pretty good.
For the most part, aside from dealing with this terrible video, I want to point out again, we're at an hour
no
and
username. Did you actually listen to what I fucking said? It was a video that was filled with bad takes, and it wasn't just those bad takes. It's the way he interacts and treats people that I don't fucking like. And this just kind of added on top of it, and I'm like, okay, yeah, I just won't. I'll do your content, and I'll like it if it's good, and I won't if it's bad. But I don't want to interact with you as a person.
I was starting to say something. Oh yeah, we're an hour and 55 minutes into this, and we're only at 5 minutes and 30 seconds in this 18-minute video.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
There's no reasonable way that he could have become this off the back of his secret actions trying to escape a closed-off facility, after which he disappeared for 20 years. And C, my Gordon Freeman is a crowbar-wielding psychopath who runs over NPCs for giggles. And you can't...
Oh my god, it's this shit again from the fucking idiots. God damn.
Yeah, what is it with the psychopaths always making these shit claims?
I don't get it. My Gordon Freeman is someone who murders all the scientists, so why would the scientists in Half-Life 2 respect me?
Yeah.
Because the game is made on the assumption that Gordon
That you're not gonna be a fucking sociopathic killer. That
Yeah,
you're not gonna
like-
murder hobo everybody.
Yeah, like... Why
I don't know.
why do these
the game
people...
kind of thought you were smart enough and respected you enough that you would have a innate value for human life. But
Yeah,
I guess that was too much.
Because Gordon Freeman being a psychopath who murders all the innocents in front of him is, like, a really weird character trait to just assume is universal for him. And
Yeah.
like... I don't get it. I don't get these people. These, like... I murdered everyone in the game who I probably shouldn't be murdering, and the sequel didn't respect my choice.
Yeah. The sequel didn't respect my choice to literally kill everyone in existence.
Which isn't the point of those NPCs being there.
Yeah.
There's never
it's
the
fucking
point of them to
retarded.
fucking kill them. What the fuck is wrong with these people? I'm just baffled that someone thinks this is a good argument. My Gordon Freeman is a psychopath who kills everyone, and the sequel didn't respect it. It's bizarre.
Yeah. And
That's
then
like
all
saying...
all we have to do to counter this claim is my Gordon Freeman tried to save everybody he could and even went out of my way to make sure I put scientists with as many security guards as I could so they had a higher chance of survival.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is like the equivalent of saying, like, well, in Fallout 1, I killed literally everybody, but in Fallout 2, they reference these people as having lived past that. That makes no sense. I killed those people in the game, so
Yeah.
why is Fallout 2 referencing these people that I killed when they should be dead?
Yep.
It's like because the game doesn't think that assumes that you're not a fucking retard. That's why.
$5 super chat from Dominic the Donkey. Murder Hobo 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah, that
basically.
seems to be the case. We had that problem with the fucking last Half-Life video we covered too. And to expand on your point, Pagan, like, and this kind of relates to the next video we'll be covering if we get to it today. If a New Vegas 2, like an actual New Vegas 2 were to come out, and they said definitively that Caesar's Legion won, or the NCR won, or Mr. House won, like, sure, that does cause issue with, people's choices, but I would look at that as more, okay, this is what they've decided is canon. Because that sort of happens with the original Fallout games too. Fallout 2 confirms that certain things happen certain ways in Fallout 1. That doesn't make your choice any less important. It just means narratively the developers decided to take it in a certain direction. That happens. That's not inherently a bad thing, nor is it disrespecting your choice. Because here's the thing. If we have games with choice like New Vegas where you pick which of the 4 factions rule the wasteland, then we can never have a sequel that follows up to that unless they put in the insane effort to cover all 4 different factions, which would result in pretty much 4 different games.
Yep.
Because there would be that much difference.
Yeah, it would be. It'd be insane because, like, Mr. House's world would be completely different from a Legion or New Vegas's. So they would essentially, if they tried to, like, do every single one of them as, like, well, you know, he won, or this group won, or this group won, you would have to make 4 different games.
And not just that. Like, so you make your choice-based game, but then you want to do a sequel that people are going to say disrespects the choice of the game. So you're locked into your game being standalone. You can never follow it up because someone somewhere will be happy their choice wasn't respected. That's fucking insane.
Which, boy, we can talk about Mass Effect and how that was a fucking disaster. Your Choices Matter was a very not good thing to advertise because, your choices matter. Oh, you got some extra points in Mass Effect 3. Wow.
And $10 for Mystic Space. Thank you.
You missed one.
Oh, I did?
Yeah. So $2.79 Maple Leafs from the Real Medell. I know it's mod thoughts, but I know it's a mod. Thoughts on Fallout Frontier?
Haven't gotten to play it yet, but I heard it's a massive shit show.
As we have talked about in the past, it is hot garbage.
It is technically impressive.
Technically, yes.
The stuff they are able to get the engine to do is impressive.
Yes.
The stories and writing and everything are cringe as fuck.
Yeah, the writing, the characters, parts of the world.
The actual aptitude of the mod is stunning.
Yeah,
it is.
The actual level of incompetence on display is absolutely astounding.
I'm interested in covering it at some point. I don't know in what form or like when, but I do want to take a look at it eventually.
Did you guys look at that clip I posted?
Yes.
In the that was That's fucking good. Hilarious.
$10 super chat from Mystic Space.
Thank you
very much. Games like Half-Life and Fallout have canon endings so a story can continue. Yeah, it does suck that the old choices are kind of meaningless, but at the same time, it can open to fun. It can open to fun what-if scenarios. Yep.
Well, even then, I wouldn't call those choices meaningless. It's just they don't lead to what canonically happened. So,
even better is like there are 2 choices in Half-Life 1. This is an easy one. Which one do you think Valve went with? The one where you work with the G-Man or the one where you get killed?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh no, the people that chose to die instead of working for the G-Man, their choice isn't being respected. Yeah, there wouldn't be a fucking sequel.
Well, I'd go a step further than that. Like, okay, so Fallout New Vegas 2 comes out and they confirm Mr. House won the dam. So anyone who picked Caesar's Legion is kind of fucked out of luck now, right? Well, no, because as the super chat said, you still have that what-if scenario, but, like, you could still... There's still meaning in that choice for that particular game, because you still have that option, you know? There's still implications that, okay, if Caesar's Legion wins, this is what happens.
Yeah.
Also, keep in mind, even if Caesar's Legion fails to take the dam, they don't just suddenly disappear. They don't just stop existing. They still have entire states that they control. There's still a story there you could work with. It could lead to spin-off games with that faction.
Well, not just that. Huh?
Here's one I want to talk about here.
Go ahead.
Vehicles of Peace Limited Edition. Hey, at least Bethesda can count to 3, drops Mike. Hey, at least Valve has actual quality control.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would prefer...
Valve gives a shit what they put their name on.
Yeah, I would prefer a Valve that never gives us a number 3 over a company that does and gives us a shitty number 3.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you, Bethesda, you fucking jackass.
Their number 3 was a number 2. Anyways. Oh boy, we're dealing with this terrible fucking argument.
For 20 years, and C, my Gordon bar wielding psychopath who runs over NPCs for giggles. And you can't tell me that that's not canon, because the whole point of the silent protagonist is that the player can project themselves onto the character. Silent protagonists are great.
No, that is not the entire point of the fucking character.
God.
No.
It's from your perspective, and they don't want anything to take you out of the experience. Again, do you know how hard they had to work with Half-Life Alyx to make sure that when Alyx spoke, it wouldn't immediately jettison people out of the fucking experience?
Yeah.
It takes a lot of fucking work. Silent protagonists are great for letting you get experience, getting immersed into a world and not having it break by having your character suddenly say something out of the blue.
Yeah, and there are a lot of games where the character talking just doesn't work, or it comes off as awkward and weird.
But here's what's even better.
Wait a minute, that card.
Yeah, here's what's even better. And this guy, I hate to tell you this, you little snowflake, but it ain't canon. What you wanted, him being a murder hoboing psychopath, ain't fucking canon. You gotta deal with these things.
Yeah. That's not inherently a bad thing at all. It's actually pretty
and
standard.
There's plenty. And there is plenty of silent protagonists in games who have tons of character. This isn't the first time it's been done. And for you to say, like, well, this is the whole point of... No, it's not. There's plenty of games that prove that you're fucking wrong about that. Yeah. There's plenty of silent characters in games that have tons of fucking character. Look at Link or Samus.
Yeah.
His whole thing was... as Stormy Knight puts, it's not canon because that's how canon works. It defines what did and didn't happen. Exactly.
Yeah.
The canon is that Gordon Freeman wasn't a sociopathic fucking murder hobo that killed all of the scientists and the military and everything just for shits and giggles. As you said, bouncing on their heads, giggling. Dude, that's a you problem. That was all you. That is not what Gordon did.
$5 from Dominic the Donkey. Daniel is a silent protagonist throughout most of the game, but he has his own clear thoughts and opinions. Yes, fucking Amnesia the Dark Descent, where you're constantly hearing Daniel's thoughts or memories of conversations between him and Alexander. It's a really good characterization for someone who you don't actually hear actively speaking. You're hearing memories in journal entries.
And backing up, you missed one.
I did?
$5 super chat for Mystic Space. Sorry that I said meaningless. I was wanting to reword that. I was meaning it as the story has to go somewhere.
Yeah.
Also, like someone brought up in chat, Artyom from the Metro series. Again, a silent protagonist with defined character and wants and traits.
So
Artyom does speak in his journal entries, but again, you have to actually go into the journal entries and the loading screens. He doesn't speak in the middle of gameplay to break flow.
Yeah.
During the gameplay sequences, he is silent.
Yeah. I would have said John, Sierra 117 from Halo, but I don't know. There's so many cutscenes and he talks in them so much. I don't know if it would.
That was when they made it to where he wouldn't shut the fuck up. That was a big problem.
Yeah.
I still have to play the other games. I want to replay the first 3, and people in chat, in the server, apparently want us to cover some Halo content. So I'll have to play, I guess, 3 and 5 at some point. 4 and 5 at some point.
Yeah, and as Jazz points out, Master Chief in Halo 1, you can kill every single soldier, but that isn't what happened in canon. Yeah. Yeah,
and that gets me back to the point I was wanting to make. This sounds like a little bitch who's just upset that the developers didn't cater to his specific wants for the game. And this is an argument that gets used against us a lot when we complain about Fallout 4 not being good or The Last Jedi not being good, but legitimately, we just want things to be good. People like the guy we're covering now are the ones who are bitching and fucking moaning that the game isn't made to their exact specifications.
Yeah, wouldn't have cared what the fuck The Force Awakens was, as long as it was good. It's not good. Like, if they could have told the same story, and if they had actually given her some fucking depth of character and had her actually struggle with anything and not know how a fucking starship she's never seen before works because she's a scavenger, for God's sakes. Oh, she takes things apart all the time. Therefore, she knows exactly how to build the engine and make it work. It's like, what the fuck? What kind of insane banana planet logic is that?
Yeah. The Disney Star Wars movies are fucking garbage through and through.
Yes.
We're probably going to have to cover some videos on those at some point, too.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. I'm not looking forward to that.
I'm not either, because there is a fan base that is
insane,
starved of good things and have turned fucking rabid.
Yeah. Anyways, let's continue on with this insanity.
The whole point of the silent protagonist is that the player delves onto the character. Silent protagonists are great, but not if you're going to have the whole story focus around the actions and personality of said protagonist. That's a decision that just really doesn't work here. And you know what else doesn't work that way?
How does it not work? You said
haven't
it, but you
explained
didn't
how
back it up.
Yeah, and you also got why people have silent protagonists in games wrong. That is not the only fucking reason. You claimed it's the only reason, and it is not the only reason.
There's a few reasons. You can project yourself onto the character. You can roleplay as a character you create, which, it has to be stated, those are two very different things. And, like we already covered, having your character speak sometimes becomes really fucking awkward.
Yeah, and actually throws you out of the fucking experience. It will actually shatter you out of the experience when your character just randomly does something, especially like if they tell a joke, like you're in this dead serious situation and then all of a sudden your character just speaks up and is like, haha, I guess he got the point, when you go past a body that's been skewered, and it's like, the fuck?
Yeah,
Where'd that come from?
I hate that shit. It's so annoying.
Yeah, there are many reasons to do silent protagonists.
Yeah.
Backing up.
But not if you're going to have the whole story focus around the actions and personality of said protagonist. That's a decision that just really doesn't work here. And you know what else doesn't work that well in this game? Using scripted sequences instead of cutscenes. Oh, occasionally they're used well, like when you're ordered to pick up the can in City 17.
I'm sorry, can you be any more of a condescending fucking cunt? Occasionally they're used well. Fuck off.
So I need to hear where this is going. Why does the can sequence work for you, but then you being able to go around, look at the environment, and listen to these people not work? I need to understand where this is coming from.
I think it's going to be the brain dead take again, where it's like, you're just standing there listening to people.
Yeah, and it's like, you know that the environment is interactable. Valve lets you go dick around if you so feel like it. If you're not engaged, you can literally go fuck around, whereas you don't have that choice in a cutscene.
I think if we were to attach a brain slug to this guy's head, it would fucking starve.
Using scripted sequences instead of cutscenes. Occasionally they're used well, like when you're ordered to pick up the can in City 17, but most of the time it just means that a cutscene that could have dynamic and interesting lighting or cinematography or any emoting whatsoever from the principal character, instead...
You mean like the emoting you're showing on fucking screen right now, you brainlet?
Are you that dumb? You are actually showing them emoting.
No,
you know what the word emoting is?
He said the principal character. He wants to see Gordon doing stuff. He wants to see Gordon emoting.
He said principal characters. Hold on. I swear you said characters.
Yeah, I thought he said that too.
Lighting or cinematography or any ever from the principal character instead becomes...
Oh no, character. You are correct.
Yeah.
He said character.
Yeah, he wants to see Gordon doing shit. He wants to see Gordon like crying and laughing and all this other stupid shit, which you don't need.
Well, here's what's even better. That would go against his entire fucking brain dead take about why you have silent protagonists.
Yeah, exactly. So he just contradicted himself.
Oh,
I mean,
those are always fun.
Of course he would.
Those are always fucking funny. Holy shit.
Yeah.
The game isn't supposed to tell me what my character canonically did, but I want a cutscene that shows how my character canonically reacted to this fucking
sequence, yeah.
Oh. So what if they're explaining, like, the Combine are these evil, fucking horrible creatures and we need to stop them. And his Gordon Freeman is like, as brain dead as he is and looking up at the ceiling wondering what he's gonna fucking eat for lunch. While the cutscene is showing Gordon Freeman getting visibly like fucking annoyed and pissed off that humanity is having to deal with such horrible conditions. Yeah. What then? Would that... Would the game develop... Would Valve be in trouble? Not in trouble, but would you hold it against Valve that they didn't animate Gordon the way you would have? You fucking idiot.
50 Danish krona. Thank you very much, Frederick
Thank
Hoyman.
You.
The only good thing about the Frontier and the Cars and the tax cut parody.
I think it's the Cars and the tax cut parody.
Yeah. I think that first "and" is supposed to be is the Cars and the tax cut parody. Yeah. Again, getting vehicles to work in Bethesda's shitty engine is fucking amazing.
And they did a good job with it too. I used a mod to use those cars in the wasteland, like the Mojave wasteland, and man, it felt so good being able to drive those around. Unfortunately, I hated the mod so much, and it changed so much, even with the base game of just New Vegas, so much that I ended up uninstalling it, even though I would have liked to have kept the cars, but I didn't feel it was worth it. But man, they did a good job with the cars.
My Gordon's headcanon is full life consequences.
Oh no. And then he ran away really fast. Because Gordon was facing full life consequences.
Full life consequences is unironically fucking amazing. Everyone should watch that video.
If you have never seen it, if you don't know where it comes from, it is a cringy, awful fan fiction someone wrote about Half-Life because Half-Life was very important. And oh my god, somebody took that cringy, awful fan fiction and turned it into a video, and it is fucking hilarious.
Oh god, I need to see this.
You haven't seen it?
No, I have not seen it.
Oh, wow, soon as we're fucking done this stream, we are watching it.
Okay.
Yes. It is
it's
beautiful
blasphemy
on so many
that you
levels.
have not seen Full Life Consequences.
Yeah.
It is great. Anyways, let's get back to this shit.
Right before, $2 super chat from Mystic Space, thank you. My version of Gordon is that he became a janitor.
No, that's a fair take. But, fuck Valve for not making a game of your janitor Freeman.
Yep.
Because that seems to be what this fucking idiot thinks.
Occasionally they're used well. You're ordered to pick up the can in City 17, but most of the time it just means that a cutscene that could have dynamic and interesting lighting or cinematography or any emoting whatsoever from the principal character.
So, again, cinematography. What do you think the two characters are doing right now? Literally right here. That's part of it. That's part of the pacing and the plotting of the scene.
I think he mistakes cinematography for, camera angles and...
Yeah, he thinks it's camera work.
Those are part of it. Those are part. Again, this is exactly what you are free to do whatever you want. And again, what is weird that you're complaining about this stupid thing is that this gives you the freedom you were literally just complaining about. You don't have to stand there and listen to them. You can be the Gordon that walks up to that lady on the computer and fucking starts pushing all the buttons right next to her.
And as Atomic Bleach says in chat, video games aren't films. Yeah.
And thank God for that.
Yeah.
I don't want to pay $60 for an interactive experience and get a fucking film.
You're telling me you don't want to play PlayStation games?
It's sad how much that has become a stereotype of PlayStation games now. PlayStation exclusive, single player, hyper over cinematic experience with long filmic cutscenes.
See, that's the thing is I don't even mind long cutscenes if they're important or done really fucking well.
Yeah.
So are you trying to tell me that things like Heavy Rain and Death Stranding aren't the pinnacles of gaming?
No, fuck no.
There are some
I can't
people who
believe
think
you.
Death Stranding is
take-
really fucking amazing. I haven't played
I
it,
will
but
take the hot take. I will absolutely be totally glad for people telling me I'm shit, but I think Kojima is one of the most overrated hack writers in the industry.
Yeah, I agree with that. I completely agree with that.
I disassociate from my co-hosts.
Yeah,
I don't
exactly.
want to get
I'm totally fine though with people being like, "You're a fucking idiot, my dude." And it's like, no, I don't fucking care. His own fucking translator's like, "My God, this dude needs an editor."
I haven't played enough of Kojima's games to know if he's a good writer or not. I've played like an hour of Metal Gear Solid 5.
No, the Nanomachine Sun comes from them making fun of that writing. That's Metal Gear Rising makes fun
Yeah.
of the writing in the
Yeah, it
Metal Gear
does.
series.
That shit was great. I fucking love Metal Gear
Nanomachine
Rising.
Sun is so fucking good.
Yeah, Nanomachine Sun.
I have that game. I want to play it at some point too.
And the fucking the world is memes.
Yeah. $5 super chat for Mystic Space. PlayStation games. Just Sony turning movie scripts into a game just with QuickTime events and walking sim.
Yep.
It feels like it at times. Yes, Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. Revengeance. You know what? It basically Metal Gear Rising Revengeance is Ngr. Ngr.
Yeah.
Memes, the DNA of the soul.
Again, I'm not saying that the Metal Gear games aren't enjoyable to play. Playing and story are very different in the Metal Gear series.
Yeah.
Oh, here's a comment. I don't know if you guys would agree with it or not. Hideo Kojima is the George Lucas of gaming. Great ideas, but he needs people around him to rein him in.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Like I said, Metal Gear Solid are great games to play, but my God, the writing in them. Oh boy.
Yeah.
She's naked mostly because you will rue your words and your deeds. The reason Quiet is so naked and scantily dressed because she breathes through her skin. Haha, take that. Kojima,
Yeah.
are you fucking okay?
I remember that shit.
I mean, that's...
Yeah, he can make good ideas and concepts and even games, but he absolutely needs people to be there to be like, yeah, no, we're not doing that, or we're changing this, or we're fixing this.
Here's the thing about the she's half naked thing is you don't even need to excuse that. You could just say she likes dressing that way and just leave it at that.
If Kojima had honestly said, I just wanted to see a scantily clad woman, I would have been like, you know what? Respect. Fuck
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
You admitted it. But him saying that people would rue their words and their deeds for complaining about Quiet being a sniper dressed so scantily, and then him saying like the reason it's that way is because she breathes through her skin. How do you feel now, atheists? And I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that was fucking
I
retarded.
had the atheist part, but it's kind of one of those,
Checkmate atheists.
atheists.
Yeah.
It's like, that does not help your argument. That actually makes things so much goofier.
Yeah, and it's because he references that one character from another game of the other Metal Gear game where the sniper breathes through his skin but dies of old age if you don't fight him fast enough.
Yes, and even better is, as people pointed out, so she can't take a bath or anything because she'll fucking drown.
Yeah, even though it's shown I think there's a shower scene later on, which kind of fucking disproves his point.
Yeah. Like I said, if he had totally just said, I just wanted to see a good-looking woman that was scantily dressed, I would have been like, you know what? Fuck it. Thumbs up to you.
Respect, respect for that. We'll take it, but you don't got to be like, but she breathes through her skin. The lore. You don't understand the intricacies of the lore that I have built for this character.
Dude, the reason her bazongas are 3 times the size of her head is because it stores the excess energy. That's how she can pilot the Gundam. Duh.
I didn't realize energy was stored in the tits.
Yeah, no, this is kind of what I'm doing a parallel.
Nah.
It's not. These are those things like, dude, just admit you like big tits.
Yeah.
And again, like I said, if you want a character that's half naked, literally just say she likes dressing that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She finds it empowering that she dresses that way, and she's one of the best fucking snipers. Like, okay, high five. Nice.
$2 from Mystic Space. Thank you. Quiet is just a sexy woman, okay? No excuses.
Yeah,
fair
exactly.
enough.
If you
Yeah.
just said that she's a sexy woman, it makes her feel empowered to be that way, fuck it, go for it.
That's all he had to say. He did not have to like sugarcoat it and add all this weird shit.
Yes, Scootmeister. Scootmeister says, "Wait, you mean that character has a reason to dress like that? It's not just fan service. That's actually god awful." Yes.
Yeah. That was everyone's main problem with it was because there were some people that were complaining that, oh, she's scantily clad, you shouldn't do that. But it was like, some people were like, just the fact that his response to it was that instead of just saying, well, maybe I like that. Maybe she likes that. Maybe that's just how she wants to dress.
Yeah.
It's
when
like
Quentin Tarantino's like, I like feet. It's like, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, seriously.
I don't get it. Respect. You just fucking admitted it. Who cares?
Yeah. That's all you got to do. You don't have to be such a fucking weirdo about it.
Anyways.
Oh no, hang on.
What?
Rapar, dead fucking serious. A long-going manga creator finally addressed a long-running "can women be warriors" concept in his work by saying a sex-changing character can't find his power when he has tits.
What?
What? That's so fucking good.
What?
50 Czech crowns from Carol Svoboda.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Half-Life 2 is amazing masterpiece. Even replaying it today brings joy and new things. Also, you can have fun by playing in co-op using synergy. Hi, Rags. Rags ain't here, unfortunately.
If I ever talk to him, I'll tell him you said hi.
Yeah, we should probably just send him a thing. Hold on, I gotta do this.
Oh no, what are you doing?
Oh, I'm in Rags' Discord, so hold up.
Oh, don't bother him. Don't.
No. I'm just gonna post it in the meme section.
All right. Just don't tag him or anything. I don't want to pester him or anyone.
Yeah, I'm not gonna tag anybody or anything like that.
$5 from Mystic Space. Thank you. Quiet is just anime fan service. Having a popular character show off some skin or something. No need to hide it, guys. We can like that stuff. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. You don't need to make some convoluted
like the worst
excuse for it. You could just say, well, I like it and she likes it. Moving on.
The worst you'll get is like reactionaries getting upset about it, and who the fuck cares what they say?
Yeah.
Like, literally.
It's misogynistic against women. I just want to see fucking titties. I just want to see nice looking girls. Why is that so wrong? Well, I don't, but other people do.
Are we ready to go back? Have we diverged enough?
Yeah, I was going to be trying to get us back on track, but it just kind of kept going and kept going.
Yeah, it was tangentially related to what was just said, but yeah, we were getting out there.
It's a cutscene that could have dynamic and interesting lighting or any emoting whatsoever from the principal character, instead becomes a bunch of NPCs standing stock still reciting dialogue like they're at a high school debate tournament. They just spout exposition at you while you stand there, not reacting in any way, or, if you're like me, dicking around trying to hit stuff with the crowbar because holy crap do these scenes drag on, especially in the beginning. I mean...
So you don't know what story is?
Wait, yeah, so you didn't pay attention to what they were saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just were annoyed that it was long.
It's just like Acer Thorn. Why is there story elements in my game with story? I hate it. Why can't I just shoot things? Why can't I just beat people up? Get rid of this story. I don't want to hear people talking. That's lame.
£2 super chat from Tofu. Thank you.
Have
any of you played Morrowind 2 mod? Wild stuff. I have not.
No, I haven't heard of the Morrowind 2 mod until right now.
Yep, same.
But yeah, people in chat are right when they're saying Aether vibes here, and so are you guys when you mention it, because like you're complaining that the game is giving you a story, but your title of your video is poorly written. So which is it? Do you want to skip the story because you don't care, or do you think it's poorly written, but you're complaining that you have to listen to the characters give the story? Fucking pick one.
Yeah, this is annoying. I hate this shit. Murder hobos are the most annoying type of fucking gamers. I don't even want to call them a gamer.
You know what? I don't even care. I don't even care if people play games as murder hobos. You know what? Fucking whatever this dipshit's name is, whatever Acerthorn, anyone else, if you want to play as a murder hobo, go the fuck ahead. It's your game to play the way you want. Just don't make these fucking videos complaining about shit you're getting wrong or ignoring.
That's what I mean.
Because you played as a murder hobo. You
that's my
idiots.
issue. It's totally fine to go around and kill everyone in these games as much as you want. That's totally fine. But then don't make a fucking analysis video or a critique video railing against it because you played that way. That's so stupid.
Yeah.
And I have to point out again, you notice just how little evidence this guy's providing for every single statement he makes. It's seriously insane.
Yeah, he just says something and moves on, which I already said he was going to do. That's what all these people do. I don't think we're ever going to get anything different. I think it's always just going to be make claim, show no evidence, move on to next claim.
And again, this goes back to what we were talking about length at the beginning. This is how you make your 20-minute analysis critique videos. When you say thing, move on, say thing, move on, say thing, move on.
Yep.
Actually providing the evidence. You know what? Miniature Nerd's Fallout 3 video is fucking garbage, but I have respect that he tried to provide evidence for his claims throughout the video. He didn't just say, no, you're wrong, next criticism, no, you're wrong, next criticism. He actually at least tried, even though he was fucking disingenuous as fuck about most of it.
Yeah, most of it was wrong, but at least he took more than fucking 20 minutes to talk about this shit. At least he actually tried to show something and actually went like at least an hour in.
Yeah. Well, 2 hours, but yeah.
2 hours, but I'm saying like at least he went over an hour.
Yeah.
I mean, rarely do we get that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he could have just as easily made a 20-minute video saying, one of the criticisms against Fallout 3 is there's not enough food. Well, you're wrong. Here's food on this character's inventory. The mole rat pieces or squirrel chunks or whatever. He could have easily done something as simple as that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, here's food sitting on the bar table. See, they have food. Okay, but where does it come from? Yeah, that's the issues. They don't actually show where it comes from. They magically have food here. Doesn't show where it comes from in any way, but apparently that's enough.
And by the way, people have made those arguments in the comments of my video too. Yeah. So, yeah. Anyways.
Come on, did nobody else laugh when Breen's should be a dramatic speech and asks you, "What is it exactly that you have created? Can you name even one thing?" Waits a moment and then melodramatically says, "I thought not," as though you actually had any choice in how you responded. And
do you realize what his point was? I can't believe you actually brought up one of the valid criticisms Breen has about Gordon Freeman. Holy crap.
Also, wasn't this guy just a bit earlier bitching that Gordon Freeman doesn't do anything besides like run around and kill things?
Yes.
Was that something he just said?
He was bitching that his Gordon Freeman just runs around and kills things, and
Breen then pointing that out. He was like, why is Breen pointing that out? It's so dumb. It's like,
Breen's point is actually stronger for the way this fucking moron plays than what is actually canonically going on.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
50 Czech crowns from Carol Svoboda. Thank you very much. Half-Life 2 has also great world building, environmental storytelling, and you can learn a lot from looking around. Sometimes I dream about cheese. Dude, the characters, the guy comforting his, I assume wife, it could be wife, girlfriend, his significant other. He's just holding her and cradling her, and she's crying about, like, everything's a mess, life is terrible, we're all going to die, and everything like that. And he's like, there, it'll be fine. We'll get through this. We've always gotten through this. We'll get through this together.
The world building in Half-Life 2 is actually really fucking good.
Yeah.
Like, just everything you see, you can see the story behind the way things are. We mentioned it on last stream, but the barn you stop at on the airboat where there's it's been shelled with the head crab canisters and there's zombies in there.
Yes.
And there's a radio asking, come in station 13 or whatever. And you could piece together, okay, the Combine realized what this was and they took it out. And the other stations are trying to get in contact with people who are zombies now.
Yeah.
That is really good environmental storytelling. Like,
and again, I fluffed it up and I made it very flowery because I was doing the exact same thing the last video did when he was talking about the coming across the scene of the guard,
in the vehicle,
security guard, and the scientist having been executed in the vehicle.
Yeah, but
like,
even
do the
still,
same fucking thing in Half-Life 2. Because in the other video he was saying you can't do that in Half-Life 2. I'm like, you absolutely fucking can, and here, I'll do it.
You can do it throughout much of Half-Life 2. Like, I would have to look harder at other games, but for me, it's some of the best world building I've seen in a game.
Let's see. Mystic Space with $5 super chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I just realized this guy sounds like the other guy you covered that bitched about Half-Life 2. Seriously, their actual voice sounds similar.
I didn't think they sounded similar at first, but I would have to hear the other guy again, because the other guy sounded like 12 or something. This guy wasn't quite as bad.
Yeah. There we go.
Speaking of the melodrama, good lord, does have gone pretty thick sometimes. We don't go to Ravenholm anymore. Oh, we're going to Ravenholm? No kidding. And why doesn't Dr. Mossman
Do you realize that wasn't melodrama? She was pointing out a sad fact. That's the tunnel to Ravenholm. We don't go there anymore.
Yeah, it's probably something very fucking traumatizing and something that you wouldn't want to talk about, like, so openly if the wounds are fresh. We don't know how recently Ravenholm fell, but it's obvious that every one of those people are people that were freed by the Resistance and they're dead now.
Yes. Those were people that were living free of Combine oppression, and they are all fucking dead. That's not melodrama. It's, As Deus Volt points out, Deus Volt Infidel says, that's not melodrama. That's foreshadowing.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is definitely one of those, like, fucking insanity. This is just an insane argument. Like, you realize that it's also showing her characterization. The thing that you claim that she didn't fucking have.
Yeah.
And how people speak and what they choose to say is part of their character.
And I think that's something a lot of people miss because even in relation to like other pieces of media, we'll see people who claim a character is one thing, but if you actually look at them, you see there's something else. I suppose a good example is some of the Marvel stuff that's been coming out where people think, oh, this character is so fucking good. It's so sad what Wanda had to deal with. But if you actually look at fucking WandaVision, you realize she's a fucking monster.
Yeah. WandaVision really does paint her as an absolute evil piece of shit. It is crazy.
Well, it kind of goes both ways with it, and that's
torturing, and like psychologically and physically torturing people. Is just like
that's kind of what I'm getting at, though. Is a lot of people who like the show will take away that she was dealing with stuff and she was in pain, like basically, and but they'll ignore the whole tormenting everyone stuff. Like the show itself, they'll never understand what you sacrificed. Like, motherfucker, they were under her control for months.
Yeah.
Wanda heroically gave up torturing people for amusement. So tragic.
Yeah, it is absolute insanity.
But yeah, you have to look, like, any action a character takes is going to characterize them one way or another. Whether they jump into action and choose to help someone, or whether they run in fear or anything else of the sort.
Here's a great example. When a certain scrawny underweight little kid goes into the army, and the army looks at him and is like, he's ain't fucking worth much. And then they throw a dummy grenade at the ground, and everybody else runs and screams and hides, and he dives onto said grenade and pulls it into his chest and tells everyone to get away from him because he is willing to he's willing to die and have himself killed to save everyone else there.
Yeah.
That kid becomes Captain fucking America.
And it's a really great moment, too. It shows that he's willing to make the sacrifice and how brave he is to do that. It's really good. But then
I like this.
But then he travels back in time to stay with his waifu and ignores all the crises of the world.
Yeah, and doesn't warn people 9/11's coming and everything like that. Oh my god, there's so many fucking problems. Time travel was a mistake, Marvel. Time travel was a huge mistake. 20 Czech crowns from Carol Svoboda. Thank you very much. Fuck, marry, kill. Dr. Breen, Lamar, Male 07.
I don't even know what the Male 07 looks like.
Male 07 is Gordon Froman. It's the generic male model that everyone knows. Here, I'll get it for you.
Okay, I know all of the Half-Life male models. Like, they're all burned into my memory. Same with the female models.
This is the infamous one.
Oh, is this the one without eyes?
No.
Oh.
I'm getting it.
A sequel can't account for every insane action you have taken throughout the game, including games with massive story choices. Yeah, exactly, and that's what we were talking about earlier. This guy is a fucking idiot because he can't understand that. Male 07 is John Freeman. Oh.
That's Male 07. He gets used in fucking everything.
So
he's used in the Gordon Froman comic. He's John Freeman. He is the one.
That's bullshit.
Yes, that's the model that Das Bullshit uses. Yes.
So I guess we have fuck, marry, kill to answer.
Yes.
Oh boy. You guys go first.
So fuck, marry, kill. I gotta kill Dr. Breen. His ideas, like he has sound reasoning and logic behind it, but he is also the face of the occupation, so he gotta go. I'd marry Male 07, and I guess I'd fuck Lamar because it'd be quick and over with.
Pagan.
Probably about the same.
I'm gonna switch it up a bit. Marry Lamar because it can't hurt you.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah. And hey, having a little headcrab pet would be funny, I guess. You can invite people in and set it loose on them.
Yeah, okay, so kill Dr. Breen, marry Lamar, and fuck Male 07. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
I like your reasoning much better.
Yeah, alright. I would change mine to that, too.
I think of Lamar as a pet.
Oh, no. Oh, God. Alright, here we go.
I thought not. As though you actually had how you responded. And speaking of the melodrama, good lord, does Half-Life 2 lay it on pretty thick sometimes. We don't go to Ravenholm anymore. Oh, we're going to Ravenholm? No.
Hang on a second, I need to do this.
Oh? I kind of fear what you're going to do.
So, here we go. A sensational, dramatic piece with exaggerated characters and exciting events intended to appeal to the emotions. A play interspersed with songs and orchestral music accompanying the action. Wow, melodrama. Wow. Thank you for those definitions of melodrama. Just having to point out, you don't fucking know what the word melodrama means, my dude.
Good lord, does Half-Life 2 lay it on pretty themes? We don't go to Ravenholm anymore! Oh, we're going to Ravenholm? No kidding! And why doesn't Dr. Mossman just wear a t-shirt that says Double Agent on it? At least then you could feel like the complete non-reveal of her betrayal was meant to be tongue-in-cheek. Oh, and you know—
What?
What?
The fuck is he talking about?
So he's saying he called that she was a traitor the entire fucking time. And it's just like, what?
Okay, good for you.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think most people are gonna guess that she's a traitor. Like, okay, there's no women in Black Mesa, in the original Half-Life, but, like, that doesn't automatically mean that she's the traitor.
Yeah.
In fact, you don't even know there is a traitor until later.
Yeah, you don't know there was a traitor until it's revealed that she betrayed them.
Yeah.
You just think that the Combine were obviously paying attention to where fucking Gordon Freeman went.
Yeah.
But oh boy, that's pretty fucking brutal.
At least then you could feel like the complete non-reveal of her was meant to be tongue-in-cheek.
Half-Life Decay
and
isn't
you know
canon,
what else
by
good
the way,
stories
guys.
have? An
Unfortunately.
ending. Sure, the G-Man
Well,
is
actually, fortunately, because it's not very good.
Hold on, we have to go back. Because you're talking over it.
Yeah, fair.
Like the complete non-reveal of her betrayal was meant to be tongue-in-cheek. Oh, and you know what else good stories have? An ending.
You mean like
Half-Life 2 does?
Yeah.
How did you think that G-Man like pulling you out and the Citadel exploding wasn't a fucking ending?
Is the fact that the next game in the series not made mean it's a bad story because it hasn't ended? The fuck is that?
Half-Life 2 already has a fucking ending. Or are you saying that... wait, no, because he already talked about the episodes. So you already know that there's a fucking ending in episode 2.
Well, I mean, it's an obvious cliffhanger. I think that's what he's getting at is, there's still more story to tell. But technically, there's more story to tell in every single story after the ending.
Yeah.
Like
as...
The world goes on after the end of fucking Fight Club or Snatch or Oh Brother, Where Art Thou or fucking any other story.
Here's a good one, and people take George R. R. Martin out of context a lot with this. George R. R. Martin said, what is Aragorn's tax policy in Lord of the Rings? Because guess what? The world has to continue onwards after the threat is dealt with in the Lord of the Rings. Fucking Gondor still has to be a kingdom after the crisis is over.
Yeah. And just because he's a good person doesn't mean he's going to be a good king, which is kind of the entire point of fucking Robert Baratheon is...
Yes.
He's a flawed person, but overall pretty good.
Yeah, he's a good
unless
guy
he gets drinking.
Who fought for what he believed. Well, life has fucking worn him the fuck down.
Oh yeah, being
a king was
in the
a
Viper's Pit
for him. Yeah.
Oh.
Because he was more of an honest person, and that's
Yeah.
something he couldn't handle, the fucking constant political backstabbing and maneuverings and everything like that.
And that's something they absolutely make a big deal of in the books, where Ned will absolutely say to him, "You're not the man I thought you were," because he's changed that much.
Yeah.
Not an exact quote.
Again, Eddard Stark would not have been a good king either, because wouldn't be a good king for the Seven Kingdoms. He is a great king for the North. But again, things are different there. It's the same thing. Robert Baratheon was a good leader in the Stormlands. Doesn't mean he's able to maneuver in King's Landing. And there's a reason why Stannis the Manus, my dude. Stannis the Manus is somebody who actually would be a really good fucking king.
Yeah. Stannis for king.
Stannis the Manus.
You know what else good stories have? An ending. is a compelling, interesting figure whose story hints at something greater, but we'll never actually know, will we? We'll never know his history with Eli Vance, or why he interfered with Alex's life, or what, if anything, Aperture Science has to do with any of this. Now, I'm not one of those...
Okay, so just
when
because...
did this video come out? Because Half-Life Alyx gives us more and more of this.
Oh, fuck. Let me find it.
Because this definitely feels like a... before Half-Life Alyx video, for sure.
Yeah, it probably is.
Because again, it's a bold claim to say we will never, ever get it.
February 3rd, 2017.
Yeah, so this is before Half-Life Alyx. Well, congratulations. If you just waited a bit longer, you would have gotten confirmation of more stuff.
Well, not even that. The entire argument in itself is fucking dumb because...
It is. Like I said, it is a bold claim to say never, ever.
Yeah, because you can't see the fucking future. You don't know what's going to happen. George R.R. Martin might release The Winds of Winter tomorrow. We don't know that. But he hasn't yet, so we're left on a big fucking cliffhanger for A Dance with Dragons. But it doesn't mean the story is never going to be finished. It's just very unlikely.
Yeah. Yeah, again, you should never say that something will never ever. It's the same reason why we're not saying... It's the same thing like with Starfield. We won't ever say that there's no chance it will ever be bad.
Exactly.
Or there's no chance that it will ever be good, sorry.
Yeah, because...
we say, based off their track record, it's very unlikely that Starfield will be good. However, it very well could be.
Yeah.
You cannot make the claim that it is guaranteed that it will never, ever be good. That is a bold fucking claim, and you cannot make that claim.
Yeah. Starfield might be fucking amazing. It might be a 10 out of 10. We don't know that until it's out.
Yeah. But also, I just want to see, because I don't know if he's weaving in it didn't have an ending thing here with the G-Man thing, but we'll find out.
Yeah.
Interfered with Alex's life, or what, if any, science has to do with any of this. Now, I'm not one of those die-hard, deluded Half-Life 3 fanboys who thinks that game...
How can a game have fanboys when it's not even fucking out yet?
It doesn't exist yet. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, my dude?
And he's talking about deluded fanboys. Motherfucker, people are just excited to see this, this story continue. Oh my god.
If anything, Aperture Science has to do with any of this. Not one of those die-hard, deluded Half-Life 3 fanboys who thinks that game's ever going to come out, or that it would even be good if it did.
Half-Life fucking Alyx, you cunt.
Again, he doesn't know Half-Life Alyx is coming out.
No, I know he doesn't,
he
but...
is poisoning the well real hard here.
He's poisoning the well, but the fact that Half-Life Alyx does exist proves that, it's never gonna be released wrong. Oh my god. Like, you have to wonder about people like this who are so fucking petty and petulant and fucking dickheads to act like this. Like, and it's the whole disingenuous, reductive fanboy argument again, too. Fuck, let's continue.
It would be nice to know that Valve actually had a story, this hinting and hand-waving. Pretty convenient that they just forgot to finish the part of storytelling that's actually difficult, huh? That is, delivering on the promises of the narrative. As it is...
Sorry they didn't make the game fucking fast enough for you, you brain-dead fucking idiot.
Also, they did. By this time, the writer already laid out where the story was going.
Yeah, because it seemed to him like it was never going to be finished, in his lifetime at least.
Yeah.
And he had stepped away from Valve at that time.
Because a thing that got revealed, and again, as much as I don't like Jeff Keighley, he had a great documentary of Alyx: The Final Hours, and he goes in a decade at Valve where they were trying to figure out, how do we do something great again? How do we push it forward? The name will have Half-Life on it. It has to push the medium forward.
Wasn't Epistle 3 out by this point? I'm 90% sure it was. In fact, I can look that up very quickly. Let me grab a
Pistol
tab
3?
over here. Yeah. Like, again, the fact that the game... August 25th, 2017... And when was this video made? Where's that tab? February 3rd, 2017. So it was only a few months later that Epistle 3 was released. Which,
okay. Oh yeah, he wouldn't have known that then either.
yeah, he wouldn't have known that. But still...
It proves him wrong again.
It's still a bold claim to say the story will never be finished just because they didn't make the game fast enough for you. Like, Jesus Christ.
I guess Setch heard Epistle 3. Yeah. Yeah. My whole thing too is like you should definitely watch the Half-Life Alyx final hours, and it going through how frustrating it is to work at Valve. It's liberating in a sense because as Valve's own policy is, you have a desk with wheels on it. You can go to any project you wish, anytime you wish. But how frustrating it was for the people trying to make a Half-Life game because Valve has a standard and they kept saying it's not good enough. This Half-Life 3 that you want to make, this episode 3 you want to make, it's not good enough. It's not good enough. It's just not good enough.
Yeah. And the fact that
they kept working at it until Alyx came along and they realized, yes, this is good enough.
Yeah, and the fact that they made Half-Life Alyx seems to imply that they still care about the series and they will be making a Half-Life 3.
Well, especially if the way Alyx ends, the very, very end of Alyx ends. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's leading back in to the same point in the story without spoiling anything.
Yeah, we don't want to spoil anything because Alyx is still pretty fresh, whereas Half-Life 2 and its episodes are pretty old at this point.
Yeah. You literally can't say that unless the writers themselves announce it, and even then they could change their minds. Yeah, exactly. You can't ever make the assumption that there is no ending ever coming. This is just some cynical asshole making it part of his video in which he's already, like, baselessly shitting on the game so far. I don't know, maybe he'll have a valid point at some point. He hasn't had one yet.
Yep.
There's no emotional or plot resolution in the base game. Half-Life 2 ends on an anticlimactic cliffhanger.
How the fuck do you call that anticlimactic? Time is frozen mid-fucking explosion to pull you out. That's anticlimactic?
Yeah, that is a climax for sure. Or if he's talking about episode 2, where...
No, he said the base game.
Did he?
Yeah, he said...
I thought he just said Half-Life 2. Like, I didn't know if he was trying to include the episodes in his...
Let's roll.
Especially in the base game. Half-Life ends on an anticlimactic cliffhanger. A wet fart of an ending that doesn't do anything to help what's already a really weak story.
Okay, so you haven't proven any of this, and an anticlimactic wet fart of an ending, that does not apply to either Half-Life 2 or Episode 2. What the fuck are you talking about?
Or even Episode 1.
Can you elaborate on this a little bit, please? Like, just any evidence, anything you could say to back up your fucking claim.
Yeah, you can't keep making these claims and just take them as fucking gospel, Mr. PhD in truth. Jesus, that line was cringe before. Now it's just pure fucking nonsense.
Yeah. With R.R. Martin, we have a good reason to think the series will never end. A good reason to think it will never end. It's understandable if you say, oh yeah, George will probably never finish it, or even to be, like, annoyed and impassioned about it. Oh, George isn't going to ever finish that fucking book. You know? But that's, like, a statement you have in a discussion. It's still possible he'll finish it. It's just, if you're going to make your video talking about why something is bad, then you can't say, oh, it will never end, because we don't have the facts yet of whether it will end or not. If George fucking keels over tomorrow, then yeah, there's a good chance. There's a very, very good chance A Song of Ice and Fire will never end.
Oh boy, there's a bold claim here.
What?
Arbu says, not really anticlimactic, but like a lot of stuff in the story, it's Deus Ex level ass pulls.
What?
You're gonna need some fucking evidence there, my dude.
In fact, I would consider the end of episode 2 anything but a Deus Ex level ass pull, because it's literally something that happens against the protagonists.
Yeah, they outright warn that it's coming.
Yeah.
Especially the G-Man warns you that it's fucking coming. Oh boy. And the same thing with, like, how is Half-Life 2's ending an ass pull? It's not. You're literally destroying a machine that's ripping open a portal. The fact that it explodes, it's like, oh, that makes logical sense. You're ripping open a machine that is ripping open the fabric of reality, and it blows up.
G-Man can...
Half-Life Episode 1, the thing that you did that creates this massive feedback loop suddenly detonates and wipes out the city. Yeah, that makes fucking sense. That's not a fucking ass pull.
Yeah.
Episode 2, G-Man warns you to prepare for unforeseen consequences. You are told constantly, stop pissing off the Overseers, because they are actually really fucking strong. What happens? He smashes in the fucking room, and the Overseers pin you and Alex to the wall with no effort whatsoever, and they kill Eli.
And they were going to kill Alex, too, if Dog hadn't jumped in and saved her.
Give me a bit, but essentially G-Man having undefined limits to his powers allows the writers to just explain it away. Notice how what the stuff I said didn't actually involve... Yeah, I meant the advisors. What did I call them? Did I call them overseers? I might have called them overseers.
Yeah, I think you called them overseer.
Yeah, advisors. My apologies. They're advisors. Yeah. But yeah, notice how I said the G-Man warns you it's coming. That's the only one I said, and that was for episode 2. How is that anyway relevant to Half-Life 2 base game, Half-Life 2 episode 1, and even Half-Life 2 episode 2? He just gives you a hint that they might be coming. He doesn't tell you what's going to happen. He doesn't try to prevent it or anything. He doesn't do anything. He's just letting Eli know that, hey, guess what? I'm still here. Overseer, advisor, potato, avocado. Yeah. Don't quote Bethesda on that. They'll try to connect it to the Half-Life universe because that's just what they do. Oh, God. No, Bethesda, go away. So, yes, you're going to have to work real hard to explain how it's an ass pull. The endings are an ass pull.
The only thing I can assume he means is that G-Man teleports in and saves Gordon at the end of the base game.
If that's what it is, in Half-Life 1, we see G-Man teleporting all the time.
Literally.
And we
in fact,
see
that's
that
how
the
Half-Life
Zen
1...
wildlife don't even fucking touch him.
That's actually how Half-Life 1 ends, too. You're teleported into his magic fucking space train.
Yeah, he's a schemer. How is that... Arbuz, he's a fucking schemer. We already shown that, and we're shown that he keeps tabs on things going on in Black Mesa in Half-Life fucking 1. But we also don't know how deep the schemes go.
Yeah, the only thing I guess I'll agree with is we don't know the limits of his power, but...
Yeah. That doesn't fucking matter, because he hasn't done anything. He hasn't, personally, stepped in and nuked the advisors or anything like that. In fact, the only time he gives somebody the ability to do that, it was to set up fucking Alex to be stuck in a contract.
Yeah.
He's not omniscient, though. It's shown that the only reason he knows how things go is because he's in multiple different dimensions. That's not omniscience.
Yeah.
He also works for somebody else. He works for someone else. He also gets captured in Half-Life Alyx.
Well, isn't it prior to the start of Half-Life Alyx?
And we also know that, yes, we also know Vortigaunt's can fucking block his ass out.
So yeah, there are obviously limits to his powers, and it seems he's See, I can't say for certain, but based on what we've seen, it seems as though he's not able to do many things himself for whatever reason, whether it's like literally a contractual agreement he has with whoever his bosses are, or that for some reason he just can't do stuff. He can teleport around and influence things, which is extremely powerful, but he's not going to be the one to press the button on the nuke.
Okay, so let's get rid of Alex. You say you haven't played Alex at all. Let's get rid of Alex from the discussion. He is blocked out by the Vortigaunts at the start of Half-Life Episode 1. Half-Life 2 Episode 1, and he says, we'll see about that. And then he only comes in back into the picture in Episode 2 when Alex is fucking hurt and the Vortigaunts are distracted. And he specifically says that he had to wait for them to be distracted or busy. That's the only way he could talk with Gordon. And then as the Vortigaunts are distracted so they can't stop him, he leans over and whispers into Alex's ear, relay these words: prepare for unforeseen consequences. Alex explains his powers a bit more.
Oh, it does?
Yeah. Because you see that he's in multiple dimensions. He can dimension shift when he feels like.
Yeah. Anyways, I guess we should continue on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Enough about the plot. As overrated as it is, I enjoyed plenty of games with far worse stories than Half-Life 2's, which isn't so much bad as it is mediocre. And a mediocre story can be saved with great gameplay. Unfortunately...
Okay, so...
You didn't prove that it was mediocre at all.
8 minutes and 25 seconds into this video, and yeah, he hasn't proven a single goddamn thing. Like...
Yeah.
Enough about the story, it's mediocre. It can be saved by gameplay.
We can't.
What?
Arbuz, you can't do... Okay, we can agree to disagree. No, you can't make that claim after you said that it is filled with ass pulls. You cannot say agree to disagree at that point. You now have to prove that it is full of with ass pulls. You have to prove that. You can't just be like, we'll just agree to disagree. No, I will say you're dumb.
Put the work in. I'm tired of dealing with this shit. Put some actual work in. Actually prove your points. Bring something up. Show something. Just like what these guys were covering. Do something, please. My God.
Yeah.
I'm so tired of this shit.
One of the examples I like to use, if someone were to say there are no guns in Fallout 3, I could easily prove that wrong by getting a screenshot or a video clip of someone using a gun in Fallout 3. Like, if you're going to make a claim that something is some way, you have to really back it up with evidence. You obviously can't post a picture in YouTube chat, but you can, like, reference something, you know? It's just this, someone in chat said, trust me, bro, my evidence. Yeah,
again, as we said, Atomic Bleach, we can throw Alex out the window, and we can show that he isn't all-powerful in Half-Life 2 as well. Like, even on the train thing, people are like, well, how did he stop time and teleport? Well, one, we've seen he can teleport already, and two, you see on the fucking train, he literally puts you on the train, frozen in time, and then suddenly everything unfreezes, and they're like, I didn't see you get on.
Yep. And yeah, the fact that the Vortigaunts can stop him at the end of Half-Life 2 shows that his power is limited. Like, it's actually...
In fact, watch G-Man's expression when he steps up to Gordon and he's going to say something, and then he hears the Vortigaunt chant. Notice how he immediately tenses up and looks over to the side where it came from, and he's worried.
I actually don't remember that. I have to see that again.
Yeah. And then he hears it from the other side and looks to the side. And then he starts getting annoyed, and he looks forward, and the Vortigaunts stand up in front of him and are chanting. And that's when he says, we'll see about that. Because they're literally blocking him. They're pushing him out.
Let's get this super chat because I actually got something to.
20 Czech crowns from Carol Svoboda. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There are no gums in Fallout 3.
There
Wrong.
actually is.
There's gumdrops.
Yeah.
I'm just checking out the
Oh no, they've discovered that I don't have my V word pass.
V word.
Yeah, Vortigaunt word pass.
Oh. The Vorts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just checking out
It was shit in that moment.
I'm just checking out the ending of Half-Life 2 just because it's been so long since I've seen it. It's just building up to that point, I think. I have it muted so chat can't hear it because, it's someone else's video.
Yeah, I'm gonna open up the opening of episode 1.
Oh wait, it's the opening of episode 1, isn't it?
Yes.
My bad.
Yeah, you see the Vortigaunts do their chant. They break into the time bubble using their chant. They grab Alex and pull her out. And then we go to G-Man. He comes out of the White Room. Yeah, you know
Yeah,
what? I'll give it more that he's surprised, and then he looks a little bit smug when it goes away. Then he looks to the side. Then he looks worried. He gets a big frown on his face. And then he sees all the Vortigaunts around him, and then he looks fucking annoyed. He even sighs, straigens out his tie, and says, "We'll see about that."
Yeah, I'm just playing it on my end so I can see it. Because it has been a long time since I played episode 1 as well. I need to play it again.
Yeah, it's a great game.
I will be right back.
All right.
Yep. Father Elijah in the house. Let's go.
Hey, Father Elijah,
Father
how are you doing today?
Bubblegum weighs 1 pound and heals 1 HP, lol.
That's some heavy bubble gum.
Unless you have the J Sawyer mod, which reduces the weight to a sane level.
Yeah, G-Man. The expressions on G-Man there, he's like a little bit surprised and fucking annoyed there. Like,
yeah. He's surprised. He gets a bit worried when he hears the second one, and then his face immediately turns. He's annoyed. He lets out that little sigh. He straightens out his tie, and that's when he gives his words.
Yeah. I actually really like that. Alright, I guess we could get back to this even though Pagan isn't here.
Are you sure?
We've kind of delayed a bit there. I didn't mean for the delay to be that long. I just wanted to see that clip.
Yeah. Alright.
Oh, just one comment quickly. And yeah, damn, seeing the G-Man who at that time was always cold, focused, and indifferent, surprised, annoyed, and possibly even afraid for the first time ever is damn effective. Oh boy, It is. Because when you shock someone like that, it is really good. Like, oh.
With far worse stories than Half-Life 2's, which is bad as it is mediocre. And a mediocre story can be saved with great gameplay. Unfortunately, this is the biggest problem with Half-Life 2. For a first-person shooter, especially one that a lot of people seem to think should define the genre, it has some of the least enjoyable shooting I've ever experienced. This is a science...
Okay, so I just had to say the shooting was fine for me.
It was fine for me too.
Yeah. So, I mean, that we already blew that argument out. Unless you're going to, again, are you going to go counter to everything you've shown in this video and actually provide evidence for this? Please?
I doubt it. And it's the kind of thing I said before with the Acerthorn video, saying I didn't like this thing. That's not an argument for something's quality.
Yes.
If I don't like the shooting in a game, that doesn't mean it's bad. But we can provide references for why shooting in Fallout 3, for example, isn't that good. You can still find it fun, but
And
we
again,
could
our
show
references
why
would be
it's
stuff
clunky.
like the bullets literally shoot out at 90-degree fucking angles into the dirt when you're aiming forward. Like
Well,
that kind of shit is just like
that's a bit hyperbolic, but yeah.
Okay, I'm back.
You
Welcome
see
back.
it every now and then. Welcome back. He just said that Half-Life 2's gameplay is not enjoyable.
He said it's the worst part of the game, that the shooting is really bad.
Daniel K. Stag review. The hooting is good.
Especially one that a lot of people seem to think should define genre. It has some of the least enjoyable shooting I've ever experienced. This is a science fiction game. A science fiction game set in a world where aliens have been controlling the Earth for years.
Wait. There's too many human guns. He's gonna make the same fucking argument as the other guy.
Same argument as the other guy, I'm gonna be fucking blown away.
No, we're already going there. This is a science fiction game with aliens. Oh, there's too many human guns in this science fiction game. I guarantee it. I guarantee it.
Oh no, I super hope we're not doing the same fucking road again.
We're doing it.
Well,
we're fucking doing it.
A science fiction game set in a world where aliens the Earth for years now. So how come all of your weapons are the standard boring loadout of shotgun, sniper rifle, machine gun, crossbow?
I knew it! I called it!
What we explained in the other video as well was the Combine are all about resources. And what is easier to do? Give these new plebeians super advanced weapons, or let them just use the stockpile of weapons they already have on their own fucking planet?
Yeah, so... Alright.
Oh boy.
Let's pretend we're the Combine for a minute. We just took over this planet, and they have a fuckload of guns that already exist. Well, good. Yeah. We'll use your own weapons to oppress you.
Yes. Why do we need to give your police? Notice that they only give the soldiers, the people that are already augmented and have heavy fucking indoctrination. They only give them the new weapons because they're trialing them out for actual integration into the fucking Combine. Oh boy. Notice how the normal Metro cops are using the vastly easier to procure and cost the Combine no resources whatsoever human weaponry.
Human weapons in a world full of humans? Unbelievable. I know, right? Yeah. Because something is a bit science fiction-y, I guess we're supposed to have fucking laser cannons.
Yep. Oh boy.
Don't forget, we literally get the physics gun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is made by humans, by the way.
Also, I can't believe he said the standard and sniper rifle, and he's using the fucking crossbow.
No, he said crossbow.
No, he said sniper rifle.
Oh.
Yeah, on the dock when he was still on the docks.
Earth for years now. So how come weapons are the standard boring loadout of shotgun, sniper rifle, machine gun, crossbow? Wait, crossbow? Crossbow? Unless that thing zaps, zips, or blasts, get it the heck out of my sight.
What's wrong with the fucking crossbow?
We explained why the crossbow would be an invaluable weapon for the Resistance. Why it heats up the rebar? That's the real question. Why that? Now that is for a gameplay reason, but logically heating up the rebar would be dumb. There's no point to do it. But in terms of gameplay, so you can actually see where the bolt is fucking going, vital.
Yeah.
It is a quality of life thing.
And I know from experience, because shooting bows in Skyrim sucks sometimes when you're trying to hit a target that's far away. Because you can't really see where your arrow hits sometimes.
Dude, the reason he's getting pissed off at the crossbow, chat, is because it is old tech. And this is a sci-fi game. Notice how he brings up the glue-on gun now. I guarantee he's pissed at it because it's old tech.
So the problem I have with that is old tech isn't automatically bad. We dealt with this argument somewhere else. I can't remember where it was.
It was that last video. The last video said the same fucking nonsense.
No, you mean by the one by the cantina?
No, the other Half-Life 2 video.
Oh.
It said the same fucking nonsense.
No, but I thought there was somewhere else where we dealt with a video where it said technology is old, and it might not have been on STAG. It might have been one. I can't remember.
As Deus Volt points out, realistically, heating up the rebar to that point would be a hindrance. The bolt would be prone to just mashing against the target rather than penetrating. But I understand the gameplay mechanics point of view. Exactly. We dealt with this the last time we talked about the other Half-Life 2 video. Like that, if you want to target something as being dumb, the fact it heats up rebar is dumb. However, this is why they did it, so that the player could actually see the bolt and see where they were fucking aiming.
I remember where the old tech argument came in before. It was Miniature Nerd's Fallout 4 defense video where he said New Vegas is still using a RPG system that was made in the 80s. It's like, okay, and that doesn't make it bad. Like, concepts like that don't age. It's not a glass of milk that'll go bad sitting out in the sun.
I disagree. Okay, Blind Rouge says, any idiot can make a crossbow. Making a gun is a different story. No. Any idiot cannot make a crossbow. I want you to make a functional crossbow right now, chat. Trust me. There's a lot more that goes into making a crossbow than you think.
Yeah, seriously. I got 3.
We're talking orders of magnitude as well. Like, making a crossbow would definitely be easier than making a gun. Easier. But doesn't mean anybody can do it.
Yeah.
But anyways, the overall point is technology isn't bad just because it's old. Like, if Gordon Freeman had a sword instead of a crowbar, that would still be a very effective weapon. It would actually probably be better than the crowbar, despite crowbars being a newer invention than swords. Like, seriously, this idea that technology is old, therefore it's bad, is fucking retarded.
Yeah. My point is, my also point, Chad, is that like none of you could do it. My point is that this is not a skill that literally any idiot could just pick up a piece of wood.
Well, someone in chat
make a crossbow out of it.
It's possible there's someone in chat who would have the skill to make one.
Exactly.
Just not most people.
Yeah. So that's the only thing I'm rallying against. I'm talking about that.
I just want to grab this comment quickly. Bro, what did the Cantina do? The last Stag stream, we covered his video where he said wasteland settings don't make any... Sorry, post-apocalypse settings don't make any sense, and pretty much every argument he had was paste-eatingly stupid.
Yes, like, people wouldn't survive if they didn't have their comfy sofa and stuff like that. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, we should wash our walls, because that's a good use of water when water is scarce.
Yeah.
$5 from Dominic the Donkey. Thank you. I can't make a crossbow, and I'm single-digit smart.
Yeah. Nice.
Well, thank you.
Loadout of shotgun, sniper rifle, machine gun... Wait. Crossbow? Unless that thing zaps, zips, or blasts, get it the heck out of my sight. The first Half-Life game had the glue-on gun, the Tau cannon, that weird bug grenade thing, and as crap as most of those were mechanically, at least it was trying to be interesting.
A crossbow is interesting. That the fire's fucking rebar that pins things to walls, it can literally one-shot anything.
No, hold on. You're putting too much effort into this. Idiot we're covering, I don't know what your name is. I find those Half-Life 1 weapons boring, and I find the Half-Life 2 weapons interesting. There I go, I just defeated your fucking argument, you plank.
Yep. But even better than this is, like, notice he talks about experimental science weapon, and then fauna.
Yeah. So stuff you wouldn't have access to in this game.
In an apocalypse, where, of course, they're going to reuse what's abundant. The MP7 is going to be fucking more abundant than the fucking glue-on gun or the Tau cannon. Notice how the only people that have the Tau cannon are the Resistance that are directly tied to Black Mesa East. Jesus.
Also can't help but notice he's leaving out the fucking man-made, like, new shit from Half-Life 2, like
the gravity gun? I think he's going to get to that, but it sounds like he's going to find a way to shit on that anyways.
Yeah.
The designers of this game looked themselves in the eye that they made an alien pulse rifle that shoots bullets. Regular bullets!
Okay, and...
Regular bullets? Hold on a second. One, it doesn't shoot regular fucking bullets. What do you do? Those are fucking plasma.
Okay.
Regular bullets.
Okay, here's the thing, too, is even if it did fire regular bullets, that's not an issue. Are all aliens supposed to use lasers? Then lasers become fucking generic.
Again, like my issue isn't the fact that he's complaining that it shoots bullets. It's the fact that he's wrong.
Well, okay,
being a fucking jackass.
Doesn't it have an alt fire where it shoots like a ball that just vaporizes things?
I have an even better example though. In Star Trek, all of their weapons are like they're phasers. They don't have any projectile weapons that are like shoot a piece of metal. They have lasers. When it comes to fighting the Borg, they're a little bit fucked because of that.
Yeah.
Right?
That's
because
this is my whole this is what I mean is like the fact I wasn't just the fact that shooting bullets, that isn't a problem in of itself. As you guys said, and who cares?
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
He's fucking wrong.
Yeah, he's wrong, but also the fact that having two different types of weapons like that would be useful. One that fires a metal projectile and one that fires lasers or plasma or whatever else, because the point I was getting at with the Star Trek thing is the Borg have shields that completely negate their phasers. So having a projectile would be useful. Having a metal bullet would be useful in that situation.
Oh, man. $10 super chat from Crumb. Thank you very much. They're shooting bullets? It clearly showed lasers. Don't show this man any sci-fi ever. He'll probably think it's actual documentary footage.
Thank you for the super chat, Crumb.
And as we pointed out, as I pointed out when I was talking with you, Creetosis, about Dune.
Yes.
By the way, the Dune movie is out. I haven't watched it yet.
I was actually going to
think about that.
I was going to mention that when we were talking about the crossbows. That's where my whole thing with Gordon Freeman holding a sword came from. Go ahead.
So in Dune, technology is way more advanced than what we have today. But they've gone back to using basic projectile weapons and swords. Why? Because defensive technology increased dramatically as well. Defensive technology in Dune is a personal shield. If you have a laser weapon and you shoot somebody that has a shield on, the laser deflects back to you and kills you, not the person you're shooting. So people realize that we got to stop using these laser weapons. These shields are becoming more ubiquitous. Everybody's got them. It's not effective. So they went to swords. Because the sword will pass right through the shield. The shield can't modulate and protect against it. So now people are starting to bring armor back as well. Like fucking actual plate armor and everything. Because swords are becoming ubiquitous again. So you can actually deal with people wearing these energy shields.
And that is super fucking interesting for a sci-fi weapon. The people are running around in metal armor carrying swords. Holy shit.
Yeah, because they have energy shields on. So they don't have to worry about laser projectiles.
Oh, if you guys have ever watched Firefly, it shows why regular basic guns still make sense, even if lasers are available. Yeah. Like, there's plenty of examples in media, and, man, I'd even go as far as saying that it's a flaw in media that only relies on one or the other for sci-fi. Like, you can absolutely have both. It makes sense to have both. They each have their utility.
I do want to watch the movie. I do want to watch the Doom movie real bad. Oh, is it that it caused a nuclear explosion? Did I fuck it up and it causes a nuclear explosion because they interact with each other? That's fair.
Ooh.
I swore it chain reactioned back to the person that fired. But no, if it causes a nuclear explosion, yeah, even more understandable why you don't want to do it.
Yeah. So...
Yeah, I really do want to watch the movie. I wanted to reread the books again, but I want to watch the movie so bad, and it's out now.
So that's why this brainless idiot is wrong on multiple counts.
Yep.
Themselves in the eye, knowing that they made an alien shoots bullets. Regular bullets!
Nope.
Not to mention the thing has such limited ammo capacity that it's not worth using unless you're out of... crossbow bolts. And that's the problem. Half-Life 2 thinks it's a power fantasy. A world that...
No, it doesn't.
What?
Where did you get that it's a power fantasy?
Skyrim is a power fantasy. Half-Life 2, what?
Like, is it a power fantasy just because you're trying to save the world, and you're like really good at it? Is that where the power fantasy is? You don't literally like lord over everything. Try if it was a power fantasy, you'd be able to go in with a crowbar and beat the shit out of Overwatch soldiers from the very beginning. I don't know. I guess we're gonna have to get into what is the definition of a power fantasy?
I always assumed it was like you have massive power or a unique power, and everyone worships you. People kind of worship Gordon, but he's like the face of the resistance. He doesn't have any special power that no one else has. He's not. Let me look up the definition real quickly.
Yeah, if there is a definition of power fantasy, then let's take an accurate look at Half-Life 2 and then decide if it's a power fantasy.
Oh boy, the first result is TV tropes. I know you're gonna love that, Setch.
Oh, fuck TV tropes so much.
People ask, what is a power fantasy? A power fantasy is a character the audience is presumed to want to be. They are often sexy, but their main appeal isn't relegated to their sexuality. Most male characters aren't made to be sexually attractive to a majority of players. Exaggerated musculature is intended to appeal to a male viewer's desire for power. Oh. Man, I should have looked at the link where that was coming from. That's from Geek Feminism. Fuck that shit.
I guess Rags responded.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he tagged me and he said, hi.
So there's your hi from Rags, I guess, Kirill Svoboda.
Yeah.
I don't see any like actual definitions for power fantasy here.
Okay.
There's Urban Dictionary, there's Polygon, Reddit.
All right, so let's come up with a power fantasy.
I mean, Skyrim.
Come hell or high water, yeah. So in Skyrim, you are the chosen one. You become the leader of every faction in the game.
Yep.
You become the most important figure in all of society. You are stronger, faster, and can do more than anyone else in the game.
You're a prophesized hero through...
Yeah, like
I
I
don't
said,
even know how they
chosen,
prophesize.
You're the chosen one. So let's break that down to some rules. So for power fantasy, you're the chosen one. You are better in every regard than everyone else. Enemies cannot pose a challenge to you. And I will stick by that claim because even on legend difficulty, enemies don't pose a challenge; they're just tedious. Let's see. What else would we do with Skyrim?
You single-handedly change...
You become the leader of everything.
You single-handedly change the result of a civil war.
Yeah. So I would say, because of it, I'd say in Half-Life 2, it is not a power fantasy. Because you don't become the leader of the resistance.
You're the figurehead.
They don't bow down and worship you. You are a symbol.
A symbol, yes.
Yeah, you're a symbol for people to rally behind. You have good combat proficiency, but then again, these people have been living 20 years under a horrific police state that barely feeds them. Let's see, what else?
Gordon Freeman is almost kind of a chosen one, but that's because the Vortigoths literally know what's going to happen. Maybe not literally, but they know that...
Would he be a chosen one, though? Because he is plopped there by...
He's not chosen in the sense that, like, he is chosen by the gods. Like, that's not what it is at all. It's like, he's... Yeah, I'm not sure if chosen one would apply to him. Because he's just a tool of the G-Man, ultimately.
Plus, you don't really kill, like, God or anything like that. You just fight back.
Yeah.
It's a thing. So I guess by the same thing, would Fallout New Vegas be a power fantasy? It'd be no, because again, you don't become the leader of the main factions or anything like that. Your actions do turn the tide one way or the other,
Yeah,
but
but that's
you're
the thing
not.
is, something like that is still possible in real life. Just look at the examples of
Yeah.
even the time that World War III almost happened because of fucked up radar detection, and some guy not pressing the button is why we didn't have World War III.
Yeah. Some guy realizing like that this might be a mistake.
Because they've dealt with it before.
Yeah. That's what I mean. So that's what I mean. That's why I like why Skyrim is a power fantasy versus why New Vegas isn't, and why I don't think Half-Life 2 is. 20 Czech crowns from Carol's Voboda. Thank you very much.
You.
As Vort say, the free man, opener of ways.
I'd say power fantasy is where you can act out and either not get challenged or whoever challenges you is in the wrong. Possibly? It kind of doesn't help that we don't have an exact definition of what a power fantasy is.
Yeah, I'd say let's put a feather in this cap, and if the industry as a whole or community actually comes up with a full this is the definition of power fantasy, we can go back and we can reassess: is Half-Life 2 of power fantasy, is Skyrim of power fantasy, is are all these games power fantasies?
Well, that's the thing too, is I wouldn't even consider something being a power fantasy a bad thing. So even if Half-Life 2 is a power fantasy, that's not a mark against the game.
Yeah. I'd say good examples of power fantasies would definitely be like Doom, especially Doom Eternal. You are the Doom Slayer, the one they fear, sort of thing like that. It's a total power fantasy, in my opinion. Again, in lieu of an actual solid definition, in my opinion, stuff like Doom Eternal is a power fantasy. Stuff like Skyrim is a power fantasy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say, again, being a power fantasy isn't of itself a bad thing. I was just curious at the thought of, is Half-Life 2 actually a power fantasy? Because I would argue it isn't.
Yeah, I don't think it is either, but again, we need a more solid definition on that. Seinfeld is a power fantasy.
Yeah. All right.
And that's the problem. Half-Life 2 thinks fantasy, a world that revolves completely around you, Gordon Freeman, but none of the guns are even remotely satisfying to use. They pack...
What do those statements have to do with each other?
Those two are not connected. Also, again, all we have to do to defeat this argument, guns aren't remotely interesting to use. I thought they were. I thought the crossbow was a blast. I thought the gravity gun was a blast. I thought the pistol was an interesting choice. I actually liked it. It sounds goofy, but I actually like the pistol. That's just this argument. That's how you defeat it. You're gonna need to do the legwork, the groundwork to prove these things.
Yeah, you need to back up your statement. God. I feel like we should just get a fucking soundbite we can play. A fucking soundboard. You need to back up your argument. Citation needed. £2 from Tofu. Thank you. Half-Life 2 is more of an intelligence fantasy. I don't know
that. Ask what an intelligence fantasy is.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah, I do actually like the pistol in Half-Life 2. I know people are saying it's pretty much useless, but at the same point, at the same time, it's like for things like this, when I want to use a readily available supply of munition, which is the pistol ammo, you can either do the pistol or the SMG, but I want to hit things, I'm going to use the fucking pistol.
Yeah.
Because if I want to be accurate with it, like if I want to snipe that barrel behind that guy or shoot him in the head, or if I want to pick off a head crab and I don't want to let off an accidental burst and I want to use as little ammo as possible, I'm going to go to the pistol.
George Constanza is the Doomslayer. But yeah,
I argue it doesn't become worthless later, but I explained why I would use it. That doesn't mean that other people will be like, just use the shotgun or just use the other things. Like, yeah, fair. That's fair. I'm just saying how I play with it. I don't feel like it becomes useless.
But anyways, that's one of the more bizarre arguments we've seen so far from someone who isn't Acer Thorn. This is supposed to be a power fantasy. Half-Life 2 thinks it's a power fantasy, but none of the weapons you use
are interesting to use.
Yeah, because you could technically have like super powerful weapons that aren't interesting, you know? And there's something else in there too that he said that was a little weird. I want to get that again.
Completely around you, Gordon Freeman, but none of them are remotely satisfying to use.
Yeah, the universe revolves around you, but none of the weapons are satisfying to use.
Yeah,
the fuck does that even mean?
Thing. Yep.
Because again, what you find satisfying or not, it's going to be completely subjective. But that has nothing to do with it supposedly being a power fantasy that revolves around one person. The fuck is this argument?
Yeah, it's really fucking weird.
Completely around you, Gordon Freeman, but none of the guns are even remotely satisfying to use. They pack no punch, and enemies don't react to getting shot, and they're all a big crap.
What do you mean that you just showed an enemy like flinching and twitching when you were hitting him in the legs? In the legs.
Satisfying to use.
Hold on.
They pack no punch, and enemies don't react to getting shot, and they're all a big crap, saddled with
it's hard to
lousy
fucking
ammo
see with the
capacity and
fence.
often really inaccurate if you're trying to mow enemies.
I know I've seen them react before. It's just not like...
I've seen them react as well.
Yeah, it's just not a super exaggerated reaction. And weapons pack no punch. Motherfucker, you're bitching about the crossbow. How does that pack no punch? How does the shotgun pack no punch?
Yeah, the thing that literally lays people out when you hit them.
On Rambo style. This might seem like nitpicking. We talked about last week with Quake. When your main mechanic amounts to little more than click on the man till the man falls down, clicking on that man had better be really fun. Plus, it makes it so that...
Okay, I find it fun. Fuck you.
Yeah, again, we just defeat your argument by saying we found it fun.
Hello, guys.
I'm sorry, but...
Hello, guys. I'm a big fan from Syria. Just joined, but fuck this guy.
Wow. Well, welcome from Syria.
Yeah, welcome. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy the streams. And, yeah, fuck this guy. He's an idiot. Jesus Christ. This game is not fun to me, therefore it's bad.
What he was saying, Tofu says, how is it a power fantasy when your guns pack no punch? He's saying that Half-Life 2 thinks it's a power fantasy, but his argument is it's not a power fantasy because the guns pack no punch.
But why does Okay. Then how does Half-Life 2 think it's a power fantasy?
I don't know. He didn't specify how Half-Life 2 thinks it's a power fantasy. He said just because the universe revolves around Gordon, it's like, no, your story takes place around Gordon. Because these people built the Resistance without you, my dude.
Yeah, the Resistance has been active for God knows
years.
How long before Gordon Freeman shows up on the scene. So
yeah.
It clearly doesn't revolve around him. And again, like, okay, so does the world revolve around any character you play as?
I'd have to hear what he would say to that. Like, that would be a genuine question of, do you think it's a power fantasy because you're playing the character from his perspective? That'd be a question I would absolutely have to ask him.
Yeah.
Yeah, as Josefo dos Bague says, get someone stuck in the wall with a crossbow shot. This packs no punch. Yeah. Or like I said, when you lay someone out with a shotgun, you hit them in the face and they bend over backwards and immediately like, oh. It's like, yeah, that packs no punch, all right.
The man falls down, clicking on that man had really fun. Plus, it makes it so that Gordon Freeman, supposedly the butt-kicking, name-taking, gum-chewing hero of the rebellion, ends up moving slowly and cautiously to conserve ammo and only firing short bursts of his worthless, crappy pulse rifle. This...
It's on how you play, dude. You can be sprinting and diving headlong at people and smashing them with a crowbar. It's how you play. But hey, if you want to conserve ammo, that doesn't change the fact that you're still doing work.
Yeah, you can, like, it seems to think he's treating it as if Gordon Freeman is supposed to be Rambo or Duke Nukem or Doom Guy or something, and that's not what Gordon Freeman is.
Yeah. And again, like I said, if you are skilled enough to pull that off, you can absolutely do that, but
Yeah.
that's on you as the player. If you're the Gordon that peeks around the corner, picks someone off, and then peeks back, reloads, throws a grenade down as they charge up and stuff like that, that's a way to play. That doesn't change the fact that Gordon is the symbol of the Resistance. It doesn't matter that one is more loud, bombastic, and fast, and the other is more cautious and measured. He's still the symbol of the Resistance. That doesn't change anything.
Yeah. In fact, if anything is going to be more impactful that he does, it's the actual successes of his, I guess, missions, if you want to call them that, is...
Yeah, it's where he succeeds, so he keeps building hope. The more you succeed, the more hope people put in you.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how he succeeds. It matters that he does succeed.
Yep. $5 super chat from Dominic the Donkey. Thank you very much. Gordon, the murder hobo Freeman.
Yeah.
Conserve ammo and only firing short bursts of this crappy pulse rifle. This, again, detracts from what might have been...
Okay, I'm going to have to just point out your gameplay here. First,
conserve ammo.
Check out how he's shooting this and how many of those shots are not actually targeted at the guy he's shooting. Watch closely.
And only firing short bursts of his worthless crappy pulse rifle.
Ooh.
This, again, detracts...
I'm sorry, my dude. It just looks like you're a bad shot.
Yeah. And like, that's possible too, but that doesn't make the game bad.
Yeah. Like I said, I was just noticing how many of those rounds were going into the fence instead of going into the dude who's not very far ahead of him. Like, dude, he sure showed that fence. He sure did. But again, that's just one of those things of like, man, you know, it's kind of hard for you to make these claims if you can't hit the target.
That poor fence only had 2 days until retirement. He had a wife and kids.
He could be playing with a controller. He could be. I don't fucking know why he would, but he could be.
Honestly,
and he says the worthless, crappy pulse rifle shows using the SMG, and as I pointed out, shows using the SMG not very well. Spray and complain.
Spray. Yeah, I think it goes without saying that a weapon is only really useful if you can hit your target.
Yeah, it's a bit hard. It's a bit hard to say the weapon's usefulness is bad if you can't hit the target with it. Now, he could make the argument that it's too hard to hit the target, but I'm also watching your crosshair not on the target and you're squeezing off rounds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So again, it's one of those, like, it's a bit weird.
Also, I don't like that he keeps bringing up the pulse rifle and then doesn't mention its alt fire. Like, does he not know that it has an alt fire? Which, holy shit, you're a fucking idiot.
Well, I mean, we'll find out. We'll see if he gets to that point.
Really fun. Plus, it makes it so that Gordon, the butt-kicking, name-taking, gum-chewing hero of the rebellion, ends up moving slowly and cautiously to conserve ammo and only firing short bursts of his worthless, crappy pulse rifle. This, again, detracts from what might have been a good and interesting story if every other aspect of the game wasn't working against it. Oh, and I should probably talk about how boring the enemies you fight are too. Unfortunately, there just isn't much to say. If there was, they wouldn't be boring. You've got 6 different...
All we have to say is they're not boring. Congrats, we beat your argument again.
Yeah, what a dumb fucking argument. They're boring. I can't explain
there
how,
just isn't
but
much to say. I don't want to explain how they're boring.
I find the story boring, and I find the characters boring, and I find the guns boring, and I find the enemies boring, and that's why it is a bad game. It is boring, uninspired, overrated, and poorly written.
Yes.
Man, we hit the nail on the
It's a
fucking head.
It's a 7 out of 10 middle of the road game. But again, these are things he actually said, Chad. If you are new, he has said these things, and this is why we're like, man, you are a fucking crazy person.
But
also,
we nailed it. We nailed it on the fucking head when we said he has to justify boring in his title, and he's not doing that. He's just saying everything is boring and moving on.
Yeah. Also, this shotgun shot is beautiful. Look at that crosshair placement, and look how it still actually hits the target.
Oh yeah,
it's a
so
shotgun.
don't play quite yet. Just so chat knows, you can see part of the outline for the crosshair right here, like right beside the tree, which means the other one is like up against the soldier's body. So he's aiming right. Oh, you can't see the mouse on screen. Let me.
It's to the right of
the
soldier. It's not actually even on the soldier. It's to the right of the soldier.
Yeah, the mouse cursor is on screen now. So one side is here, and the other side is here, right against the soldier. That means he's aiming right where the mouse cursor is right now. Holy shit. Yeah. Your aim fucking sucks.
Game wasn't working against it. Oh, and I should probably talk about how boring the enemies you fight are too. Unfortunately, there just isn't much to say. If there was, they wouldn't be boring. You've got 6 different types of antlion, 3 different types of head...
6 different types of antlion?
Okay. So,
I thought there was
antlion guard, the green spitter antlions, the antlion guard queen that's like the spitter thing, the glowy ones.
Oh yeah.
The grubs, the little antlion grubs, I guess.
Those aren't an enemy type though. They're a health pack, aren't they?
I don't fucking know. I don't fucking. I'm trying to figure out where he got all of them. Did he mean head crab? Hold on, if he means head crabs. Poison head crabs, the standard head crabs, and the fast head crabs.
Yeah, it's only 3.
Would then make poison zombies, fast zombies, and standard zombies. So there'd be 6 with we do head crabs.
Yeah, but zombies and head crabs are different enemies. Like, they function differently.
Yeah.
I mean, the closest one you have is the poison head crab and the poison head crab zombie, because there's several of them.
I was counting Atomic Bleach. That's why I counted the episodes as well. So that's why I counted the flying antlion that spits. So I was counting that one in as well.
Yeah, because he has brought in the
antlion. I don't even think he said head crab. I think
he did say antlion.
He did say antlion. That's why we were like, antlions? And then we started counting like how many antlion variants there are.
The grub guts are health packs. Okay, yeah, I thought so.
We talk about how boring the enemies you fight are too. Unfortunately, there just isn't.
Oh, by the way,
$5 super. Did we count? Did we read his $5 super chat?
Oh,
Oh no, we didn't. We skipped it. Sorry, I see it. $5 super chat for Mystic Space. Only reason to use a gamepad is with racing games and fighting games. Gamepads suck for FPS games. Yeah, there's a reason you have to have aim assist.
Yeah, good one grabbing that because I missed that.
Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to point out is, like, enemy or alternate enemy types isn't a bad thing. It sounds like he's almost kind of bringing this up as there's 6 different kinds of this enemy type. But, like, wouldn't that mean there's more variety? We're not talking about fucking Skyrim or Fallout here, which just reskins them and gives you the same enemy that's a bit stronger than before. They function differently.
Much to say. If there was, they wouldn't be 6 different types of antlion, 3 different types of head crab, a couple of zombies, assorted guys with guns.
He says 6 different types of head crab, or 6 different types of antlions, 3 different types of zombie, which isn't even accurate because then we get into the zombine as well. So there's even another one. So, my dude, can you get accurate once, please?
Well, notice he stopped giving exact numbers. A couple different zombies.
Yeah.
So I guess you got to get reductive, don't you?
Yeah, he has to, because I think he's going to start realizing that there's more and more. Because even if we get to like the Metro Police, there's different types of Metro Police. There's different types of Combine Overwatch as well.
Yeah, and again, it's not a situation like Skyrim or Fallout 4 where it's the same humanoid enemy over and over again. This is particularly an issue with Skyrim where humanoid enemies are the most common. You got bandits, you got Draugr, you got Falmer, you've got vampires and fucking whatever else, where they're mostly the same enemy type with a few different abilities from one another. Like, a vampire in Skyrim is no different than a human in Skyrim, except they've got a few different abilities.
Yeah.
The differences between the Combine soldiers is that they're usually armed differently, at the very least.
Yeah.
Say, if there was, they wouldn't be boring. It's different types of antlion, 3 different types of head crab, a couple of zombies, assorted guys with guns. It's just, go back and watch.
Assorted guys with guns.
Yeah, again, he's just going hyper reductive. I think his brain realized at some point that there's a lot of enemy variety, and now he now has to be like, oh, back out.
Then why not just cut the argument from the video? Okay, if you're saying a well-loved game is bad, you don't have to shit on every aspect of that game. Like,
yeah,
man, if the game does something you actually think is kind of good, then you don't have to say, oh, it's bad because here are the enemy types, and then get fucking reductive with it. Because here's the thing.
Peace is never an option says, yo, I'm 3 hours late, what I missed? Basically the same terrible argumentation we heard from the other Half-Life 2 video.
And some different arguments and some worse
weird,
arguments.
Like these characters have no characterization. There's no characters at all to them. It's like, what the fuck? We already went through that whole thing. Yeah. And then his evidence was to talk about Samuel Hayden, and he got most of Samuel Hayden wrong. It's like, what the fuck? Oh.
What about gunships or helicopters or striders? Very good point.
Again, doesn't bring up any of those.
Yeah, those are all enemy types too, and obviously you have to deal with them.
Or even turrets. Even turrets are an enemy type. They're area denial.
Yeah.
Yeah. And again, if we're gonna bring in the episodes, the hunters.
Yes, absolutely.
My Doom 1 second opinion, where I talk about the importance that serve lots of different roles, forcing you to think of lots of different strategies, and then just realize that Half-Life 2 has none of that.
Oh, fuck you.
As we just proved, it does have a lot of that.
And they're snipers too, as displayed by the part of the game he's fucking coming up to.
Yeah.
And manhacks, someone in chat.
Can't forget manhacks as well.
Barnacles.
Again, they have so much enemy variety, and you have to deal with them in different ways.
Not only...
Oh, and don't forget roller mines.
Yes, roller mines. So not only is he just being reductive about the enemies, he's straight up fucking leaving a whole bunch out to make his point.
Yes.
So, fuck you disingenuous fucking cunt.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to say.
Hit you from up close, and monsters that hit you from far, and that's pretty much it. But how...
Monsters that hit you up close and monsters that hit you from far away. So that's every enemy.
Let's go back to Doom 1 then.
No.
If that's how reductive, no. He wants to be this reductive. There are enemies that hit you up close and enemies that hit you up far. All right, Doom, there are enemies that hit you up close, there are enemies that hit you from far.
But that's literally...
You said the exact same fucking thing.
But that's
and you don't realize that you just did that.
That's literally every enemy type in every game. They can only hit you up close or from afar.
Yeah, I know.
That's like the two. If you were to be super reductive, those are the two enemy types.
Yeah, remember, he specifically said that Doom 1 has all these things that do all these great things. And then we get Half-Life 2 doesn't do any of that. Half-Life 2 only has enemies that hit you up close or hit you from afar. It's like the exact same thing Doom has. The exact same thing every fucking game has. Are you that dumb?
James Pegwhip, we mentioned Striders when we read off one of the comments.
Yeah.
Striders, gunships, helicopters. Yeah.
It's like, okay, does this enemy hit you in melee? No. Okay, so he hits from afar. No. Okay, then how does he fucking hit you?
Yeah, because even an enemy that...
15th dimensional teleport attack.
Because even an enemy that, like, does a psychic attack against your mind directly, that's still a ranged attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's still a fucking ranged attack. Yeah, it's like the mind flares from fucking Stalker. That's still a fucking long-range attack.
Yeah, this is fucking insanity. Oh, no, insane logic. He was so reductive, he literally gave the only two options that anything has in any video game ever to actually attack you.
And see, this is why this is annoying, because I do actually really like the concept of his show, that I'm going to talk about the good things about bad games and the bad things about good games. But what we're actually getting is a reductive piece of shit who doesn't actually have an argument to make against the game. So he's just fucking... What?
Yeah. As Tofu brings out, the fucking hopper mines and the flashbang drones that come in to zap you.
Yeah.
Shit like that.
Yeah, those are enemies too.
God, there is so much enemy variety in Half-Life 2. Jesus.
But yeah, it's just... Like I said, I like the idea of the show. It's just that this guy isn't bringing the fucking facts to back any of this up. He's just saying shit and being a reductive little asshole. This comes across... Someone said...
As we pointed out, he literally he said that it's fine when one game does it, but not the other game does it. Even though this other game that does it, it does more with it than the first game he's did.
Yeah, and not just that. It goes back to what someone said at the very start of the stream. It sounds like he's just being contrarian for the sake of it. That's what I'm getting at this point, is he has to say these things are bad because everyone likes them. Not everyone, but most people like them.
I wouldn't consider advisors an actual enemy type because they only appear... Like, when they appear, it's game over, basically.
Yeah, you can't fight them.
Yeah, you can't fight them.
So, yeah, I don't know if I would call them an enemy type.
Condescending, reductive asshole. Yeah, that describes this guy perfectly right now.
And that's pretty much it. Half-Life 2 isn't really about shooting, is it? No, it's all about the set pieces. Now let me tell you guys about something which game designers call immersion and psychologists call cognitive flow. I know a thing or two about this because I published a paper on it.
Okay, so that doesn't mean...
Okay. Good for you, you fucking retard. You probably fucked up everything in that, too.
This is one of those moments. I notice he's fucking psychology. A fucking course. This is a fucking psychology paper. Naturally. Wait a minute. Look how short your fucking paper is. Oh my god.
15 pages.
If your paper... where you're trying to do this like master class, or you think this is a thesis and it's only 17 pages long.
Well, no, that's...
My god, dude. Yeah,
the
a paper with 17 pages.
Well, hold on.
5 sections.
Hold on. That's being generous because page 17 is...
Dude, yeah, this is not a flex you should have shown off, by the way. Your word count is 3,983. Your word count is below the minimum count. Oh my god. Dude, you do not want to show this as a flex.
The word count for that paper is...
You really do not want to show this as a flex. Oh my god.
Let me break out the Skyrim script quickly, because I'm curious now. What's the word count on... What is the word count we've got on the Skyrim script? Because keep in mind, we're just talking about a video game. This is his psychology paper.
You're actually counting... and again, we got to count your title and then your table of contents in your page count as well. Holy shit.
See. I selected the script, not our notes, but
$2 super chat from Mystic Space. Thank you. So he's being like Acer Thorn, being a contrarian. Yes.
Okay, so for our Skyrim script, which is that like 19 or 20 pages?
Cree, can you hear us?
Yeah. Hello?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Oh god, hold on. Don't tell me the internet did the thing again. Motherfuck! This is genuinely fucking annoying.
Oh no.
Okay, so everyone who doesn't understand what's happening right now, I have this problem with my computer where my internet will go out. We can still hear you, good. Where my internet will partially go out, I'll still be somewhat connected. So you see I can hear Pagan and Setch still. They can't hear me. I can still see chat on OBS, but I can't open web pages. It's really fucking weird. I don't understand it. It's fucking retarded. So I have to restart my computer.
Holy fuck, though, this fucking page. Holy shit.
Yeah, that was. I
That
can't
is
believe
not
he
a good
showed
flex.
that. Yeah, I can't believe he actually showed that. That is hilarious.
Okay,
I'm glad we
they're
paused
just
on it
talking.
so I could read through this.
Um,
Because, man, oh man.
your internet sends you to the other world, yeah. So they can't hear me right now while I'm talking. So I have to restart. I have to end the stream. We'll be right back, guys. I swear. It'll take a few minutes, but we'll be back online in a little bit, okay? So I'm going to end the stream right now, and we'll be back when I restart the computer. See you guys in a bit.
Yeah, I just posted it in the other chat.
All right, cool. That is genuinely annoying. I don't know what's causing this issue either. I've never had this happen before on any other computer.
Yeah, I think it might be I don't know, maybe it's part computer, part internet trouble.
Well, that's the thing is my internet...
Yeah, trust me, I've never heard of anybody else having this problem either.
It's bizarre. It's not an internet problem. I know that because the internet still works on my phone.
Yeah.
So, I don't know why it'll just die like that. It is really annoying.
Yep.
Well,
I guess I don't know how much chat again, how much they realistically heard of that, but yeah, we were talking about this paper and how it's less than 4,000 word count.
Oh,
it's only 17 pages long when the title page counts, apparently.
By the way,
yeah.
the Skyrim script is over 11,000 words for our 22 pages or however fucking much it is.
Yeah. But what I also wanted to point out...
Huh?
This I want to point out. This is a comment that was left there if you want to show it on fair.
Just give me a second. So Skyrim script is 19 pages, so 2 more pages than his, and we've got nearly 4 times the amount of words.
Yeah.
So, $50 from Dominic the Donkey. Thank you. Hey Creetosis, here's for your trouble since you have to splice the videos together later. It should be easy to do. But thank you.
Yeah. So again, we're saying page count really low, word count abysmal. You have a table of contents for God's sakes. And as the comment that we got when the other stream crashed, plus a publicized work that has not been peer reviewed doesn't mean anything. Absolutely.
That is a good point. And yeah, I was going to say too before everything started going to shit. Here's my paper that I've published. Like, okay.
Again, he's appealing to authority, which is a very bad fucking argument, especially when he's appealing to himself being an authority for a work page that is this tiny, has that abysmal of a word count, and has not been peer reviewed.
Yeah.
So it's like I said, this is not a flex. You do not want to do this. This actually makes you look way worse.
Yeah,
way worse. Oof. Holy shit.
That shit at the beginning was bad enough. Now this, it's just like this guy is so full of himself. He really thinks he's hot shit.
Such. That's a French word.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
That's totally what it feels like.
Why with the Half-Life videos is this? Why?
But yeah, also as people are pointing out, Chapman, published equals submitted to your teacher for a grade. Yeah. Not really a published work. I would love to see what magazine or website was this published to?
Get out your authoritative sources.
Where did you publish it? Yeah.
But yeah, this is insane. Like, I'm arguing from a position, or I'm arguing from authority. Well, what authority are you citing? Me. I am the authority. Like, fuck off.
Yeah, it's like now you have to prove that you were the authority. You know what happens in a fucking court case? The people actually have to prove that they are an authority and able to speak in a matter of legal precedent. Okay, so you need to prove showing this paper, which again, like I said, this was really bad to show, especially because this is from 2017. You didn't have anything more recent, my dude.
Well,
this paper is from 2015. Your video is from
oh,
2017. So you don't have anything more recent in the 2+ years since?
actually, we've been just
Man.
under 2 years, but yeah.
And of course, it's a fucking psychology paper, which, oh my god. We're going to talk about, like, the easiest thing to bullshit through. There are entire fucking... Count Dankula did a great video about this guy who bullshitted his way into the psychology circles because it is so poorly fucking regulated and thought out and everything like that. It is so piss easy to get it to become a psychologist. And it just makes me feel bad for the people who actually put in a lot of effort to be a psychologist, to be an actual good one, because it's such an unregulated field.
To what extent can the study of psychology inform the principles of video game design?
Yeah.
Are we going to be getting into his paper here?
We might have to. He said he published it, but I would like to know where he published it, because I would love to rip through his fucking paper.
I have a theoretical degree in psychology.
Yeah. Yeah, and as Super Epic points out, yes, our boy Gert. Yep.
Gert.
Yeah, he was a man who didn't have a degree or any sort of schooling at all in psychology, and he actually was so good at bluffing, he was able to bluff himself into a speech with famous psychologists and everything like that, and they were nodding their heads like, yep, what he's saying is accurate. Yep, I knew that too. And he was making up nonsense bullshit the entire time because he wanted to prove that psychology was nothing but horse shit. Because the psychologist basically got his mother killed.
Ooh. Braddy Wastelander in the chat, he thinks published means typed and posted. I guess so.
Maybe he actually did publish it, but again, he's showing that this was handed in for a grade.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh boy, that's just homework, my dude. Where I need you to actually tell me where you published this.
My homework is an authoritative source.
Yeah, and as Stormy Knight, again, you were the one I brought the comment from. Stormy Knight says, how much original work and peer review does this paper have? Because otherwise, I don't care.
I'm going to guess not much, considering it's under 4,000 fucking words.
Yeah.
Like, to reach the fucking 15-page page count, or 17-page page count, you have to have a lot of fucking spaces in there. A lot of wasted space. Jesus Christ. If we have 4 times that in 19 pages of the Skyrim script, man, I can only imagine the amount of wasted space there is in there.
$5 super chat from Dominic the Donkey. Thank you. Published on Reddit.
I have a degree in drinking water. It took 2 years. Yeah, I'm pretty good at it.
Nice. All right, let's continue. But again, like we said, this is a really bad flex. It actually makes you look even worse, dude. I would not have done this.
Yeah, very bad move.
In a very basic, overly simplified sense, flow is a state you enter when you get so immersed in an activity that continuing the activity becomes the only justification you need to continue it. When you...
Basically, you're immersed. Again, it's a fancy way of saying you're immersed into it and you just want to continue.
Oh, so this is just, I'm a smart guy using my smart guy words.
Yes.
Yeah, it's literally just, that's a French word.
Yeah.
I didn't know how accurate that would be bringing that up. Holy shit.
You're saying, no, that's not... Wait. You're saying, where was it? Low tier Fallout. No, that's not what flow is, LMAO. Well, I'm saying what he is saying is that the flow is you enter a state where you are so immersed you just want to continue, and that's the only justification you need, is because you're in that state. I'm like, so you're just saying a person is immersed into a work and they just want to continue playing it because they're immersed.
Yeah, but
like, I don't know why the cognitive flow thing comes in. Now, if cognitive flow is different, if he's actually using cognitive flow wrong, let us know, chat.
But what I was going to say is, isn't that a good thing for, like, media that you get invested in it and you get really into it?
I think it is. I think he's saying these set pieces destroy that. We'll have to see what he means.
Well, he was saying that... Okay, let's see.
Proteus says he's not using the thing correct.
Oh. So I'm guessing he's not showing us the copy of his paper where he got an F.
Hold on a second. Let's look up what cognitive flow actually says.
Alrighty then. No, that's what I'm saying. The dude is just wrong. That's not the definition.
Okay, so I don't know how... This is from Springer Link. I don't know what the exact thing is. Flow is a predominantly cognitive state of deep concentration and task absorption that makes a person feel one with the activity.
Okay, so that doesn't sound like continuing with it for the sake of continuing with it.
In positive psychology, a flow state, also known colloquially as being in the zone, is the mental state in which a person performing some activity is fully... where is it? It's fully immersed in a feeling of energized focus with full involvement and enjoyment in the process of the activity.
Okay.
So, what Proteus is saying is actually cognitive flow is more like pacing. Okay. Yeah. All right. So, now he's saying this is what it is. So, he's using cognitive flow wrong. Okay. And now let's... So
let's ignore the fact he's using a word wrong. What is he actually saying?
He's saying to be immersed into it. And I think that's where he's going to get into this whole, like, the set pieces break immersion or something. I don't know. We'll find out.
It's something to do with the set pieces.
Because I published a paper on it.
We don't care.
Overly simplified sense.
Yeah, and as we said, it
Cognitive flow is
actually
the
makes
state
it
you
look
enter when
worse.
you get so immersed in an activity that continuing the activity becomes the only justification you need to continue it. When you keep playing just one more turn of Civilization, only to look up and realize it's 4 a.m, cognitive flow. Those addictive mobile or flash games that interfere
that's not
with
cognitive
your work,
flow.
Cognitive flow.
That is not cognitive... addictive mobile games especially kind of prove that's not cognitive flow. That's Skinner box. They are different concepts.
How are you...
Your
how the fuck...
Your brain is being rewired into chasing the dopamine high.
How the fuck is this guy a psychology student and he doesn't fucking know what a Skinner box is? I know what a Skinner box is! I've got no training in fucking psychology!
Like, holy shit, my dude. You please tell me you got an F on that paper, because holy fuck.
Well, that's why I said he's showing us the version of the paper that wasn't marked as an F by the fucking teacher. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I'm really, like, again, if he's getting these things wrong, he's saying that those addictive mobile games, like, that's a fucking Skinner box, dude. We know that's a Skinner box. Oh my god.
Stopping the shooting every 20 minutes to drive a walk slowly across a creaking bridge, not cognitive flow.
Do you not know what
That's called
gameplay is?
Pacing. That is gameplay pacing. To make sure that you don't get tired from doing the same activities or the same style of activities over and over again, you break up the pacing. You have highs and lows. It's like everything. You cannot have things constantly going up and 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 up, up with no release. That gets exhausting.
I think this guy has a PhD in eating fucking paste.
Yeah, holy fuck, man. This is insanity.
Mobile or flash games that interfere with your work. Stopping the shooting every 20 minutes to drive a boat or walk slowly across a creaking bridge, not cognitive flow. The opposite of cognitive flow. Even the set pieces that are pretty cool, like driving the car or using pteropods, interrupt this cognitive flow, or what little the crappy shooting creates. As fun as it is to throw bug bait to get the antlions to fight for you.
Well, as we've established, he doesn't know what cognitive flow is. He's got that wrong. He doesn't understand what a Skinner box is, somehow. He says that the shooting is crappy now, which, again, I just disagree with. He hasn't, like, emphasized why it's crappy. It's so weird. He hasn't talked about, like, for the amount of damage you do, it's, you know, enemies are too bullet spongy. They take way more ammunition than they should. It's like, there's a standard we can work with. He's just saying it's crap.
Yeah,
like,
that's similar to...
You need to actually provide a fucking basis, please.
Yeah, and what you said about bullet sponge enemies, that's something that EFAP complained about for Resident Evil 8, where, like, I know they got into it with their chat over it, but, like, when guns feel weak, it's like, okay, you need 20 bullets to kill this enemy as opposed to 2 or 3. You know?
Yeah.
That's what makes a gun feel weak, is when you need to unload clip after clip to kill an enemy. Daniel K in chat, he was going to get a PhD in watching lead paint dry, but had to switch to licking lead paint as it dries. It seems like that might be the case.
Yeah, okay. I didn't know I had time, but Void Memes, the stream ended because of technical difficulties. We didn't want the stream to actually end. It just fucking Creetosis' computer went wee.
Yeah, my computer goes wee quite often, so
For you,
yeah.
you still have to stand
sorry.
there and wait for them to fight. And that's assuming they're actually bothering to attack what you want them to attack. Plus, these interruptions...
Or you just pull out your fucking gun and do it yourself, my dude. You're literally aiming at the guy. Just hit 3. Switch to the shotgun, shoot him. This isn't fucking hard.
I think
Okay.
Daniel K nailed it on the head when he said this guy looks lead paint.
Yeah, this is really fucking depressing.
Yeah. Does he not understand the use of these things?
It's like,
Like-
you realize that these guys are in bunkers with machine guns, right? You can use your antlines as a distraction. You don't have to use them to kill everything. You still have your guns.
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole point. Is if you're getting shot at by a group of guys, throw that at them, and it will create a distraction so that you can then kill them easier.
Yeah.
You fucking idiot.
Mystic Space with $2. Thank you very much. Says he has a doctorate in contrarianism. It really does feel like it, because my God. Like I said, he really shouldn't have showed that paper. Oh man, oh man. We will easily hold that over him for forever now.
Well, I don't know if we'll ever end up covering one of his videos again. We'd have to see if he has anything else worth covering, but
Yeah, baby.
holy shit.
interrupt themselves with something I'm going to talk in a moment. But the set pieces that aren't fun, like slowly walking across a creaking metal bridge and...
I find the bridge fun.
I found it fun as well. Like, do you realize it changes the tension? It's tense being up high in a precarious situation, knowing that enemies could attack you at any time. They even throw a fucking gunship at you.
Yeah, what the fuck? I don't get why he's complaining about the bridge so much. Also, did you notice in that last clip, the antlions killed the guy
Yep.
that he was complaining that they weren't able to kill?
I guess they weren't killing him fast enough. Like
They weren't killing him fast enough. Which is
like
why,
how Valve
dude,
hasn't released
your crosshair
Half-Life
is
3
still...
fast enough.
Yeah, and it's like, dude, your crosshair is literally on the dude. Switch to your shotgun, shoot him.
Yeah, your weapons aren't taken away during that section. You can absolutely shoot them.
And if you really want to use them that badly, take cover. Throw one and then hide behind a rock so you
know
don't
what's even
die.
better? If you have accuracy and you hit the enemies with the bug bait, it stuns them and they sit there trying to wipe it off of themselves. So they can't shoot you back, but man, oh man. $2 for Mystic Space, thank you very much. Should you guys do Acer Thorn's Terraria video?
Oh no. He talks shit about Terraria?
Probably.
Do you get upset that there's too much brown in it?
Oh my god. I actually don't know anything about Terraria, so I wouldn't really be able to do much on that one, but
Terraria is a good game.
Unless he just straight up is just so stupid.
It's going to be the same as his other videos. We already know what's coming when we cover his Dark Souls video. I'm sure it'll be the same. Brady Wastelander wants us to do it.
$2 super chat from Peace was never an option, thank you. War crime him for legal reasons. That is a joke. Yeah, for legal reasons, that is a joke, yeah. Yeah, this is just incredibly awful. Like, this is incredibly awful.
Yeah. God.
Action that is far more difficult and goes on for far longer than it has any right to, or the horrible boat controls, or slowly building bridges across the sand for what feels like 8.5 years.
Okay, so now you're just being hyperbolic.
I just want you guys to notice something. In that thing he's talking about building it across bridge for 8.5 years. Do you notice that he's not using any of the actual rocks to, do that? You only really have to do something like that for probably 5 seconds in one area.
Yeah, and I was
you
going
only
to
have to do
say
it for a little bit. It's not that long of a segment.
And I was gonna say that is a awesome segment. I love that bit of like, yeah, there's things in the fucking sand that will kill you, so you have to walk. It's like the floor is lava. I liked that. I thought that was cool.
Yeah.
Why would you complain about this? And it's not that long. It is not that long.
But that actually reminds me of something that we kind of forgot to bring back up. When talking about the weapons, he didn't talk about the fucking gravity gun.
Yeah, he never brought it up. Or the fucking alt fire on the pulse rifle.
We got to see if he ever gets there eventually.
Well, no, he talked...
because his video has been so poorly structured, we have no idea if he's just suddenly going to 180 back to it.
I doubt he's gonna, but we'll see.
Like, and let's not even get started on the gravity gun or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
$5 super chat from Dominic the Donkey. Thank you. Too much pixels. $2. Probably. $2 super chat from Mystic Space. $2 super chat from Mystic Space. Thank you. Acer Thorn is probably going to diss Minecraft next. Probably.
Kingaroo, careful with that fun argument, Pagan. Well, here's the thing. That's all he's fucking done.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, again, we can literally just defeat his arguments by saying the exact counter to it.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. If he's not going to put the work in, I don't really need to say much to disprove him. I can just say that section was fun.
Yep.
I accidentally had myself muted there, so I don't know what they missed that I didn't.
Yeah, people are pointing out that they can't hear you. So you.
Yeah, I'm unmuted now. I'm unmuted now, but I was apparently muted for something I said.
You goop.
Sorry, I've been having to clear my throat out, and yeah, I've been constantly muting to do that. That's the one time I forgot to unmute. Sorry, everyone.
Yep.
Anyways, there's only a few minutes left of this fucking shit.
Yeah, let's
Too
go
many.
for it.
Fuck.
Right to, or the horrible boat controls, only building bridges across the sand for what feels like 8.5 years of playtime, or the terrible, awful, no good, very bad, frustrating, infuriating, poorly programmed, stupidly unintuitive, mind-bogglingly miserable squad section. Those are
you know, you don't need them at all. Like, I thought, especially you, who are super murder hobo-y, wouldn't fucking care about them at all.
Oh, he only cares now because it fucking helps his point.
Because it fits his argument. Again, these are these people when they're this disingenuous and have double standards everywhere.
Yeah, it's totally fine to just kill everybody and run through the map as fast as you want when, it doesn't matter. But, oh, well, I can make a fucking point about this. So now I'm not going to kill any of them. I'm going to hold back and stay with them. I'm going to let them lead the way. I'm not going to run off and do stuff myself. No. No, I'm not going to do that anymore.
Yeah. This is absolute fucking insanity. This again, chat, this is what happens when you see a genuinely dishonest, disingenuous person. Of course, this paper would be in fucking psychology. I just can't believe I have to say it again.
Poorly programmed, stupidly unintuitive, mind-blowingly miserable squad section. Those are absolutely unforgivable. You play through that squad.
Okay, as we said, you do not have to play with them. Their AI isn't that bad. What they're dealing with, look, they don't want to walk in front of the fucking turret. Okay?
Yeah.
They're kind of hoping that you will do something about the turret. The AI in there is bearable. It's tolerable. It's not the most advanced next level thing ever. But it's tolerable. It fucking works.
Yeah, it's just so dumb seeing like, oh, why won't they go up the stairs and get mowed down? Probably because they think the guy with the fucking physics gun in his hand is going to pick up the fucking turret and throw it away.
Yeah, or
maybe you should fucking try that instead of sitting here staring at them like, but why aren't they moving?
Yeah. Plus, here's the weird thing. If he would hit E on that medic right now, she would have tossed him a med kit because look at his health.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, you wouldn't want your medic running into fucking turret fire because she's your fucking medic.
Yeah. Oh boy, it's fucking weird. Here, take this med kit. But no. Let's continue.
Section once, then you save so that you can playthroughs. Assuming you have.
Look, she literally just gave him a med kit right there.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just destroyed your computer in a fit of why can't you just go through a door one at a time induced rage. I'm gonna come.
One, you're in the fucking way in that scene, you stupid idiot. And two, he just got mowed down by a fucking turret, and you just
And
want
blown
them
up
to go
by a
in one at a
hopper.
line?
And blown up by a hopper.
Yeah, it's like, Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
fucking do something about the turret that you're literally staring at in front of them. You literally have time to take it out before they even get to you. Why are you just sitting there as it's shooting you and waiting for them to show up and die?
He's complaining that the AI isn't as stupid as he is and walking in front of the turret to fucking die.
Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. This is insane.
Oh, you gotta press E in Half-Life 1, and in Half-Life 2 it's automatic. Well, thank you. Thank you, Not Freeman.
Yeah, Not Freeman should know a lot about Half-Life.
Yeah, hopefully.
Thank you, yeah. I couldn't remember if you pressed D on the medic in Half-Life 2 or not.
You know what's crazy about the AI in the squad section in this game? It actually led to the creation of a few mods where you could control AI soldiers and fight each other. So there are RTS games that are built on the Source engine as well. And they are pretty enjoyable. They're goofy, but yeah.
Back to the game's ending. The one thing how well is its pacing. It starts slow, I would argue too slow, but builds.
Wait. You said it does really well with its pacing, then bitched about cognitive flow, which definition you got wrong.
So
Before, because it had pacing. What the fuck is wrong with you?
So
What the fuck?
How do you have good cognitive flow and good pacing? Because
in your world, with your fucked definition of what cognitive flow is, which is not what cognitive flow is.
Yeah.
How do you have both?
Oh my god.
Because you just said it has really good pacing.
God damn it. Why can't people cut shit out of their videos when it contradicts? Why is it so hard to rewatch the thing you made and check and make sure that you're not contradicting yourself?
Never mind that. This should have gotten past the scripting stage, let alone into the final fucking product.
Yeah, it just boggles my mind that there's so much that there's so many chances where he should have seen this and caught it and didn't.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Chat. Oh, chat.
I'll be honest, I did not expect this to be that bad. I really thought we were just going to breeze through this and I was going to be like, oh, you know what? That actually wasn't so bad.
Well, that's why we have the other video, which is going to have to be moved to the other.
Yeah.
It's going to have to be moved to next time.
Damn it. Fuck this guy. I have a PhD. I am smarter than everyone else. Fuck all of you.
I have
You're wrong.
PhD in truth.
In truth.
Fucking cringe.
I wrote a paper. I am the authority.
Man, oh man. I thinking in burning my paper. Goddamn, man. $2 super chat from Mystic Space. Thank you very much. Acer Thorn made a 3-hour Minecraft stream. Uh-oh. Oh, no.
Actually, I think I didn't watch it, but I did see like the thumbnails for like, oh, I played Minecraft for the first time stream, and I was like, oh no, like what's his opinion of Minecraft? He probably can't even understand how Minecraft works and got angry how it fucking works, which is hilarious because it's a game for children.
This is fucking crazy. Is there anything we can learn from this video up to this point? At this point, is there anything we can learn from? I guess we had a good conversation about Doom 2016 versus Doom Eternal and how we don't know how those connect. And God, I am really stretching here, guys, because we're just having conversations in spite of the video. Like he bitched about the crossbow existing again. It feels like he's not going to go back to it. So yeah, he didn't talk about the alternate fire on the pulse rifle. He didn't talk about the gravity gun at all. Like, my God.
Yeah, he just fucking straight up omits them, just like he omitted the fucking enemy types. He left out a
Yeah.
huge chunk of enemy types in the game. Oh my god, fuck this disingenuous prick.
Yeah, this is absolute insanity. As Chapman puts out, the lesson: don't listen to psychology students. Well, I mean, that should be just life in general.
Yeah.
It, like I said, it is real sad that psychology gets associated with this. Creetosis isn't here at the moment, Gage. He had to go AFK real quick, so that's why we're just talking. But it's really sad that psychology gets associated with people like this and is so easy to get into without knowing anything about it. You can literally bullshit your way into it. When there are actual psychologists that do try and they do actually want to help people with mental issues. So it really does fucking suck that this kind of shit happens. Well, I guess psychologist versus psychiatrist. I guess there is a difference there. So I guess I shouldn't lump them in as well. But yeah, it's really sad. Mystic Space says, I'm going to watch some of the stream and get back to you on that. I am curious how bad it is. Oh boy.
Oh boy. Yeah, let's.
Here, the psychologist is the mental issue. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh boy, yeah. Yeah, Ratty fan. Yeah, as a former psych student, the amount of people gloating is really irritating. Yeah, it's sad because there are people that genuinely go into the field and want to actually help and make a difference. But my God.
Welcome back, Cree.
What did I miss?
Not much. We were just having discussions about like what did we learn from this video so far? Like,
we learned that this guy's a brainless fucking idiot. That his brain leaked out of his ears years ago. And there's nothing left in there. It's hollow. If you knock on his skull, you'll hear an echo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you ever knock on, like, a wall and you get that echoey sound because there's fucking nothing in there? They didn't put insulation in? That's the sound you'll hear if you knock on this guy's head.
Yeah, we were basically summarizing all the fucking shit takes he had and stuff, like leaving the fucking weapons out, and then the enemy types.
Yeah, it's looking more and more likely he isn't going to talk about the gravity gun and everything like that. I have no idea because his video has been so poorly structured. Well, I still think he can do a fucking 180 turn, and like that's not even getting to the gravity gun. I'm just waiting for a moment like that because it could happen, but it's looking less likely.
We were just getting into the section talking about the ending, so it's very possible he could do it.
Yeah. And back up a bit. He's talking about pacing and everything, so here we go.
Oh yeah, that's the part we paused on. The game
pacing. After he complained that it destroys cognitive flow and he gave the wrong definition of cognitive flow, which is fucking fantastic. Like what an insane amount of bullshit this video has been.
Yeah.
The one thing Half-Life 2 does really well is it starts slow, I would argue too slow, but builds faster and faster, gets more and more exciting, until it suddenly comes screeching to a halt for no good reason. Or rather...
For no good reason. The thing is exploding in front of your face. What do you mean for no good reason? It's literally exploding. You have hit the crescendo, my dude.
No, dude, you don't understand. This is the Lord of the Rings guy type argument. It just happens for no reason.
Oh, man.
Yeah, what the fuck?
What the fuck do you mean it happens for no reason?
The reason is right there in front of you. You can literally fucking see it. It's that big, fiery ball with electricity shooting out of it.
This is why, when you're if you're going to make an analysis or a critique or any kind of video, you kind of sort of need to pay fucking attention to the game.
Yeah, this is actual insanity.
And it's weird that is advice that we need to give to so many people. I didn't think that would be. Yeah, I didn't think that would be something we would need to point out ever. But man, we have to point it out a lot. It seems like a lot of these people who make these videos don't pay any attention to the games they're playing at all.
Yeah. Well, here we go.
Till it suddenly comes screeching to a halt. Good reason. Or rather, because Valve realized they might actually have to write an ending and panicked. absolutely destroys cognitive flow. Leaves a...
Do you
Stop saying cognitive flow, you fucking potato!
Yeah, you got cognitive flow wrong, so you saying it over and over again is just like adding on to your sin at this point. But this is the ending, you idiot. This is the ending. You are at the ending. They are writing the ending. The ending is the thing being shown in front of your face right this second.
Yeah, this is the ending, and then of course there's part 2.
Yeah, oh boy.
Yeah, how is
which
it not...
continues it.
Sorry, I didn't mean to click that. That was a muscle spasm. Going back a bit.
How is it not the ending? G-Man comes out and tells you what a good job you did, then he puts you away for later use.
Yep.
That's how the first game fucking ended. And like... Okay, even if the first game ended that way, that's not necessarily an argument, so I'll say this. How is this a bad ending? Because it makes sense within the world.
Yeah, and it makes sense that this wouldn't be like the true complete ending, because blowing up the Citadel doesn't suddenly get rid of the Combine. There's still going to be a fucking problem. The fuck do you mean they might have to put an ending here? How is blowing up the Citadel going to completely fix everything? You can't do that.
He got his degree out of a cereal box then? He might have.
Yeah, he fucking might have.
It's fucking horrifying.
He's trying to make himself sound more intelligent than he is. Yeah, you run into that a lot in these videos. And, like, this is something we've all seen on EFAP a lot, too, where they'll be covering someone who brings up this, like, random book that a psychologist or someone...
It's just like Dante's Inferno. It's just like Paradise Lost. It's like, dude.
This reminds me of Karl Marx.
Yeah.
Which is an actual one they heard. That's an actual video they had to deal with, where someone just randomly brings Karl Marx into it. And their video about Star Wars.
Yeah. Oh boy, okay.
$5 from Danger Dave. Thank you. Who would have thought that the game would come to a screeching halt at the end? This guy's literally being a contrarian for the sake of being a contrarian. He's also being a cunt for the sake of being a cunt.
Yeah.
Yeah, he straight up omits, like, necessary facts and stuff from his...
We'll find out. We still have over 4 minutes, guys, of this.
Oh, God.
And he's talking about the ending already.
$5 from Mystic Space. Thank you. Acerthorn's Minecraft stream is terrible. Frame rate is terrible. And he's using a weird control scheme like R for inventory. That's how you know he's a fucking psycho. Using R for inventory? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Okay. Let's continue the pain.
It destroys cognitive flow, leaves a taste in your mouth as you exit the game, and they couldn't even put in a good boss battle. Although I'm sure if they had, it would be the same as every other boss battle in the game.
Why do you need a boss battle? Why does it have to be a boss battle?
Yes, first of all, games don't need to end on a boss battle. A lot of games do. Not all games have to. A boss isn't the end-all be-all to fucking finishing off a game. Number two, the entire encounter with Breen was a boss battle.
Yes. Why do you think they were bringing in gunships and you had to actually use the fucking gravity gun and the mechanics you were presented to actually beat him and stop him? Holy fuck, man.
He's literally just mad that you didn't fight some giant fuck-off monster at the end and kill it. What the fuck is this argument? This is so stupid. Because they didn't do this one specific thing, it's bad.
He says they didn't have a boss battle, but they did. That's the weirdest part.
And
yeah, I know. I'm saying, like, they didn't have a fucking giant monster to fight. Because they didn't have a single giant monster to fight at the end, therefore it's bad.
Hey, look at Not Freeman's comment in chat. Half-Life 2's final room was definitely better than Nihilith. Yeah. I agree. I absolutely fucking agree. I don't know if it's better than Black Mesa Nihilith, but
Black Mesa does a lot with that fight, and that fight is really fucking good.
How is it compared to Half-Life 2's boss fight?
I would say it's a lot better than Half-Life 2's.
Yeah,
Really?
Yeah, but again, this came way later, and they got to do a lot more stuff with it, a lot more cool effects and stuff you couldn't possibly have done
in 2004. Yeah, that's understandable, but yeah. $5 from Dominic the Donkey, thank you. He wanted to fight Mecha Caesar in the ending of Half-Life 2.
Probably.
We know that's what that fucking one guy bitched about was fucking. We didn't get to fight Mecha Caesar. It might as well have been Mecha Caesar in his video.
It wasn't that one guy, and we know exactly who it was.
No, it was that one guy.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. It was the one guy that will live in infamy on here forever.
Yeah.
Half-Life
i.e.
2
find the infinite rocket stash and sit for 15 minutes you'll never get back. But
What?
Half-Life 2 isn't really about set pieces, is it? No, it's all about the physics. Half-Life 2 boasted one of the first really robust physics engines. And
it's not about either of those.
A comment about how when you play it in 2017 it feels like everything's made out of rubber, I remember how it was a big deal when it came out. And what did they do with this incredible technology? Well, you could build bridges over dangerous terrain, put some cinder blocks on a ramp, and that's it! That's all you do!
No.
Wow! How fucking reductive!
You piece of fucking shit.
Holy
Fuck
shit.
you.
Yep. 10 Polish Lodi from Gaius Caligula.
Thank you
very much. I wonder if he expects a boss fight at a funeral.
Maybe.
Probably.
Yeah, you gotta fight the Grim Reaper. Duh, don't you know that? Why do you think everyone is there? It's a raid in an MMO. You're there to fight the Grim Reaper. God, that's fucking horrible.
What the fuck is this argument, though? Like, it's so insanely
I love
reductive.
that he also, again, did you not realize that Ravenholm was literally like a physics playground?
Literally.
Gravity gun. You could kill every single enemy with the gravity gun. That's kind of what they were highlighting. No, don't talk about the puzzles and everything that you use with gravity and everything, like the airboat puzzles and all that stuff. Don't talk about those because, that might blow his mind that he was so fucking reductive and he got more things wrong. Who's surprised at this point? Who is fucking surprised?
Has he gotten anything right?
More things wrong.
Has he gotten anything right in this video?
I just don't know at this point. I don't fucking know at this point. I don't recall anything being like, yeah, that's accurate at all. He didn't even get the fucking Doom 2016 shit right, and he's a fanboy of Doom. And he got that wrong.
Hell, episode 1 has an achievement when you finish it with one bullet being fired.
Yep.
Wow.
Okay.
To check, boys, we came up with a whole 2 things you have to do 400,000 times, hurting the game's flow even more. I don't like the airboat section very much, but I might like it more if I didn't have to stop every couple of feet to mess around with some Black Mesa Rejects Rube Goldberg machine.
How is that a fucking Rube Goldberg machine? It's basic physics.
You fucking idiot. The thing you said that they didn't have. Did you literally just try to reduce it to physics makes things go up or down, or physics to build things? Is that literally what you reduced it to?
Yeah, it is. You put cinder blocks on a thing. All the physics is in this game is, I forget the first thing he said, and puzzles. You know how varied those puzzles are?
Yep. This is actual. Like I said, we're actually getting insight into the mind of a dishonest, disingenuous person. Holy shit. The fucking insanity. I can't even. I would be horrified if I lived in this person's universe.
I don't like the airboat section very much, but more if I didn't have to stop every couple of feet to mess around with some Black Mesa Rejects Rube Goldberg machine. Oh, and I guess occasionally you can use it to break barriers. The same thing the crowbar can do, only less satisfying. You know what? I'm gonna say it. The Doom 3 gravity gun was better than this, because at least with that you could grab enemy projectiles and even enemy lost souls and chuck them at enemies.
Hey,
Gun.
you can...
Hey, guess what you can do in Half-Life 2, you fucking idiot?
Oh my fucking god.
What did you think when the enemies threw grenades at you? Did you not think to pick it back up and throw it back at their fucking ass? When they fire the Combine Orb at them, did you not think to grab it and then fire it back at them? Did you not think that when
he literally
the
showed that? He showed that earlier. He literally showed that in a clip earlier. How the fuck?
Again,
Disingenuous
like I said, this is what
motherfucker.
happens when you have somebody who is this dishonest and this disingenuous.
I didn't realize that we were covering the world champion in paste eating.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
Like, man, to have consumed 243,962 bottles of paste, that's impressive, man. Hats off to you for being able to accomplish that. I don't know how you're still alive after eating so much paste, but clearly it's a miracle. Because your brain is non-functional.
We can't say it's stolen footage or anything like that. You can't go with those claims. We have to do with what we've got.
And it doesn't matter anyway, because he had to put it in the video, so he would have had to have seen it, so he knows it's in the game.
Yeah, we can never assume stolen footage.
Again, we know this person is dishonest and disingenuous, but we can't assume that they're also a thief.
Yeah.
Can't make that claim as well.
Yeah, they're not Acerthorn who will fucking admit to it.
Admit to it and then try to play it off as like it's fine because Creative Commons or something, which is a license that parties have to agree to and sign to and everything. My God.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Anyways, yeah.
Styles and even enemy lost souls and chucked them at enemies. That gun complemented the shooting sections. Half-Life 2's ruins its shooting sections.
Fucking
how?
I will point out the two parts of the game that are genuinely fun. The first is Ravenholm, a survival horror section featuring a mad priest that deserves the praise it gets. Why? Because the writing is tight and doesn't get stuck up its own butt, but more importantly, because the shooting is just fun with...
Okay, how does the writing for the rest of the game get stuck up its own ass?
Yeah, I'm sorry. And then you didn't even prove how the shooting in the rest of the game wasn't fun.
Yeah.
Like, this is fucking insanity. And he says that the one in Doom 3 complements it, but the one here doesn't. When you can grab Lost Souls, but you can grab
grenades and combine energy balls
and the enemy type man hacks. Jesus, you can grab man hacks out of the air. Oh my God, that's the same thing as what you could do with the Lost Souls. Hold on, shit, don't talk about that. People will realize I'm a disingenuous asshat. We gotta talk about Ravenholm. It's good.
Yeah. Or the fucking saw blades. You could cut shit in half with them.
Okay, so
Dude,
here's
really fucking bad.
Here's a real good question. Why is it that this shooting in Ravenholm is better than the rest of the game? Did Valve put an entirely different shooting mechanic in for this one part of the game, and then went back to the shooting mechanic that's in the rest of the game?
Well, here's what's funny. We're seeing it on screen. They put this in here, and this is carried through for the rest of the game. But he said that you don't use the gravity gun for anything but building, as he said, to do physics puzzles and building bridges. That's what he said. He made that claim already, that they only put in it for two reasons. Not to throw it back at enemies or do anything like that. No. He already made that claim. That's the only reason the physics engine exists.
And he showed footage of him already using the gravity gun, so there's that.
Yeah.
But there's also the fact that... God. Okay. Like, you can do some of the physics puzzles without the gravity gun, so... I mean, there's that.
Yeah, that's Archie. We were talking about this. Archie Rathworth says, cover 2 videos? Nope, this is the great debate. You can't argue that they don't add a lot to this content. Yeah. Again, we were talking about there's no way we can do the second video. There's no fucking way.
No, you said that?
I said I don't think there's any way we'll be able to get through the second video. Not after it's gonna take us...
Isn't the second video only 10 minutes long? Like, 4 minutes of that is largely wasted time.
Are you positive?
No. I think we could get through it quick, though.
We can try.
We will try. We will give it our God's honest college try. We will do it. But I am not hopeful because we still have 3 minutes of this video left.
Well, hey, if we can't get through it, we can always, stop and come back to it another time.
Yeah. Why do people keep asking me how many licks does it take to get to the Tootsie Pop?
Do you not know?
It's an owl joke.
No, I know it's an owl joke. No one's ever made that joke before today.
Yeah, now everybody's doing it.
Yeah. Well, they saw the one guy do it, so now they're like, oh, that's good. Let's all do it.
Oh.
Yeah, like I said, I'm going to push X to doubt that we'll get through it, but we'll see.
Oh, wait. Gage Riddle just told us the New Vegas 2 video is 23 minutes.
Yeah, there's no way we're not getting through that. There's no way.
Yeah. Father Elijah commanded us. Oh, all right.
Okay, well, there you go.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we could try and get through some of it and then save the rest for another time, but...
It would probably be best
I'd rather just do the full thing the other time, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that'd be best.
All right, let's go.
Oh, God.
No gimmicks necessary. Ravenholm focuses on one thing, and therefore does it well, somehow feeling like the most cohesive part of the game, even though there's really no reason for Half-Life 2 to have this weird Resident Evil knockoff in the middle of it in the...
The fuck are you talking about, you brainless
Resident Evil
fucking idiot?
knockoff? The fuck?
So we can't have zombies without it being Resident Evil. Fuck you.
It's a physics fucking playground, and it was foreshadowed beforehand. What you called melodrama, because again, as we found out, you don't know the definition of what melodrama is either. It was foreshadowed beforehand, my dude. And where do you think, what's the best enemy type to use your new physics gun against? It's going to be the slow-moving fucking zombies, ain't it? And then even then, did Valve rest on their laurels and just make it slow-moving zombies? No, they added new zombie types in.
Yeah, they started
it's
you
like
off...
there's enemy variety, the thing you said that they don't have.
They started you off with the slow zombies so you could get used to it. Then they introduced the fast zombies and the poison zombies.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. Yeah, and as everyone puts out, because as we all know, Resident Evil invented zombies.
Yeah, I know.
They never existed before that.
So you can't have a section dedicated to zombies in your game, in your sequel to a game that had fucking zombies through most of the original fucking game. Ugh.
Yep, this is actual fucking insanity.
The first place. And the second good part is the Endo 2, a challenging and exciting fight against towering hunters and stalkers with substantially improved AI from the base game who come in waves, making the whole thing feel almost like an endless survival mode. It's genuinely awesome, though I'm not sure it makes up for Episode 1, a mind-numbingly boring copy-paste.
I find it fun, fuck you.
Yeah, we find it fun. Congratulations, your argument's destroyed.
Also, weird how he's mentioning the hunters now, but he didn't mention them during his fucking enemy fucking rant.
Of course he couldn't, because again, once his brain started realizing how much enemy variety there was and how many ways you had to deal with different enemies and they acted differently, I think he realized that his argument was fucking dumb, and his brain bailed him out of it by just saying, "All right, let's move on."
I'm surprised he has enough brain left to bail him out of it.
Yeah, also, I have no idea why he's fucking shotgunning a hunter. Don't ask chat. I don't know why he's trying to shotgun a hunter to death.
The base game, except that it goes backwards and everything now even less fun. The thing is, I play those two sections and I think, this is what Half-Life 2 could have been. This is what it
This is what it is! It's in the game. What do you mean you played and it's what it could have been? It's in the fucking game. It's what it is. Are you fucking dense? What is wrong with you?
If you fail to engage with the game mechanics that are there through the entire fucking game, that is your fault.
Yeah, like I said, you did not like it. It is totally fine if you had said you didn't like it. But you have made claims, sir. Claims of objective fact on quality.
This is Acer 2.0. He's literally doing the exact same shit Acer did. I didn't experience it in my playthrough, so therefore it doesn't exist in the game.
I was about to bring that up too, and I'm making a realization here. So we've done the comparison to EFAP 93 before with Acer Thorn, where 93 was the worst person they ever covered because of how insanely bad that video was. And then we covered Acer Thorn, which I think we all agree that was so much worse.
Yes.
I'm realizing that the depths of terribleness go even deeper than with movies for video games because there's so much more to get wrong. Because for a movie, you've got, like, audio, visual, acting, and story. With games, you also have gameplay on top of that. So if someone like Acer Thorn ignores an entire faction path and says, oh, this thing isn't in the game, when it is, then that just adds another layer to how bad they can make their videos talking about these things.
Yes, because a movie will play out the same way
every single time. Yeah.
Everybody has the same exact experience. In a game, nobody has the same exact experience.
Yeah, and because this guy was too fucking brain dead to use a gravity gun for more than one section of the game, then he assumes that the rest of the game isn't built around using it.
$5 super chat from 010 last. Every time you say my dude, I think of Vic from Red vs. Blue, I guess.
I've never actually watched that.
I did for a while, then they started getting too up their own ass.
No, that seems to happen too much.
Yeah.
$2 from Peace was never an option. I'm revoking his human rights. I don't blame you.
Well, we could do that because according to him, we could just claim authority over anything. So
I wrote a paper on it. I actually did write a paper on the ethical nature of assassination over other forms. So when I equated it to dealing with cancer, you use a surgical tool to cut out as much of the cancer as you can, and then you use chemotherapy, which is like bombing, going to war, whatever, which is to deal with the aftermath. But if you can do it surgically for as minimal harm as possible, then you should do it. So there was my ethical argument in favor of assassinations. Yeah, that was a fucking day because I was like, yeah, you got to understand, do I think it's a good thing? No, but I'm saying if you're going to do it anyways, I would argue this over like destroying more people's lives.
So should we get back to it?
yeah,
We're almost done. There's less than a little more than 2 minutes.
Should have been. If Valve had concentrated on one thing, a shooter, a set-piece oriented action-adventure, or a physics-based puzzle game, maybe it could have been something deserving of all the praise it got. In fact, Valve did make a couple of physics-based puzzle games, and they're hands down two of the absolute best video games that will ever exist.
Okay, so, well, here's one. You're making a claim that it didn't do this, so therefore it doesn't deserve it, but you haven't proven any of your claims in this video at all.
Yeah, he hasn't backed any of this shit up.
Yeah. It's incredibly depressing.
And
this kind of stuff.
Who is this guy to say what Valve did or didn't succeed at when he's getting fucking everything wrong?
Yep.
I'll grab that. I'll grab that.
Okay.
$2 from a guy under a bridge. Thank you. I love the fucking Corey Leto video this came. Like, he based it off a different video, but still. It's so sad that Steve Jobs died from Ligma.
Who the fuck is Steve Jobs?
Ligma balls.
What?
I was at work and I had my earbud in, and I saw this video on YouTube. I'm like, what the fuck? So I click on it, and I have to keep from laughing in the fucking break room because it was I wasn't expecting that.
it's so good.
$5 from peace was never an option. Thank you. Setch, I'm supposed to be the one who ponders those things.
Well, that was again, that was some of our school assignments and everything. Like my school, looking back on it, my school was pretty fucking based. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, from everything I've heard, yeah, holy shit. I wish I had fucking schooling like that.
Like, one of the cool things we got to do was we got to reenact the Minamata Bay trial. Oh, so fucking good. And that was the trial where a company was dumping mercury into the water and it was infecting the fish. And then the fishermen from the nearby village that was downstream were getting sick and dying. And so the company got put on trial, and then it became can you prove that it was the company? Well, here is the scientific evidence of why, blah, blah, blah. We actually had to go through the full trial. We had our own characters and everything. Like, I was just a fisherman who had collected a sample from from it and everything, and my family was getting sick, and I was starting to show early signs of mercury poisoning. And so, yeah, it was really, really fucking interesting case because you had people who actually had to argue on the side of the company. You know, again, like we know the company did this thing. We know it's horrible. Now you actually have to argue. You have to be the 10th man in this argument and argue that the company is not at fault. So it was a fascinating experience.
Yeah, it sounds like it would have been.
No, I was not the attorney. I was one of the witnesses, one of the victims, that was called.
Anyways, let's get back to this.
Portal works because everything in its story, its presentation, its gameplay are all focused on doing one thing, creating one type of cognitive flow. Half-Life 2...
Stop saying fucking cognitive flow, you fucking potato! Yeah.
And you got it the definition wrong, dude. That's why this is so bad. You need to stop saying it because you have the definition wrong. It is insane.
This is absolutely someone who thinks they're smarter than they are.
Yeah. This is Dunning-Kruger. Hardcore.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Boy. All right.
Cognitive flow. Half-Life 2, on the other hand, dedicated only to not being dedicated, and the result is a
dedicated only to not being dedicated. What the fuck? We just discussed that it has pace so that it can break up things, so it's not monotonous. Do you know why Portal can do one single thing and only do one single thing the entire way through? Portal is a very short fucking game.
Did I ever tell you about the first time I played Portal?
No.
Oh boy. So, at this point, I was in high school, and I had never played a single Valve game before. I heard things about Portal. I think I heard some things about Half-Life. A friend of mine on Xbox Live said, hey, you should get the orange box and play these games. Half-Life is really good. Team Fortress is really good. Portal is really good. So I got Portal and I played it. And, you know, you're in a testing facility, right? And this is really fucking stupid. I thought the entire testing facility stuff was the tutorial for the main game. So you know how to use the portal gun really fucking effectively when you're, like, in other situations.
Ah.
And then I got to the ending and defeated the robot. Like, yeah, I'm going to get to the rest of the game now. Oh, the credits are rolling. Oh.
Yep.
But still, I really enjoy Portal. It is a fun game.
Yeah. Yeah, but again, like I say, Portal 1 is really fucking short. So they didn't need to break up the pacing or anything like that. Did you notice in Portal 2, when things weren't so short, they actually had to start introducing new mechanics and trying to break up the pacing a bit so you wouldn't have mind-numbing fucking tedium? Again, you can do one thing over and over again, but every single person on the planet has a point where it's like, okay, this is really tedious.
Yeah.
Every person on the planet. And I'm a person who can sit there and dig out entire mountains in Minecraft. And then I'll get to a point where I'm like, okay, this is really fucking tedious.
I have to do it in chunks. I usually separate it into... That's not a pun based on Minecraft either, but...
You gotta do it in chunks.
But seriously, like, on the server I play on, there's like this decently sized hill I wanted to get rid of so I could flatten it out and build in that area. And I had to come at it like, okay, I'm going to cut this piece off and flatten it out. Then I'm going to cut that piece off and flatten it out. And I eventually did it over the course of several days because I couldn't do it for too long at once. But yeah, everyone is going to hit that point eventually. Even if you have absolute 10 out of 10 fucking writing, if you have it go on for 20 or 30 or 40 hours straight, people are going to want to break eventually, no matter how good it is.
Yeah.
That's just...
Look,
Imagine playing a game where you literally do the exact same thing for 50 hours straight.
Yeah.
My God, the absolute
we typically call that Skyrim and
insanity.
Fallout 4.
yeah.
Oh boy, yeah.
But like, just look at how much fun we were having the other day playing Raft, where we just farm for our items with a hook for hours on end.
I'm actually really looking forward to playing that again.
I am too.
Yep, I am too. We have made ourselves a pretty nice raft. We tried it on hard first, and hard was too difficult of a start for 3 people who were constantly getting harassed by the shark, and we couldn't stop the shark from destroying the raft and everything like that. And we were all choking to death and not getting the resources. Like, okay, yeah, this is a bit too difficult for us at the moment.
But still, I ended up enjoying that game a lot more than I thought we would.
I had a feeling we were going to have fun because everything I've seen about it looked fun to play. So I had a feeling it was going to be fun.
I just liked when I killed the first shark and I took his head and I put it on. I'm like, I'm the shark now.
Monkey strong now. Monkey strong together.
Yeah, me and Pagan swam back up to the boat and I said, Creetosis. And Chris is like, what? He turns and looks at us and I go, monkey strong together.
Then we all started slowly getting fucking shark heads until we all had one.
We all have shark heads now, yeah.
Yeah, we all just run around with shark heads on.
We'll actually go in the water and intentionally, if we find an island, we'll anchor ourselves at the island and we'll intentionally jump down in the water and kill the shark so we can harvest as much as we can.
Yeah,
well,
like,
the shark meat is really
bitch?
good anyways.
It is. But it's just funny, us like sitting there in the water with our little spears waiting for the shark to charge us.
Yeah, we just like take turns. We're like, okay, I'm injured, you're up, and then the other person hops in, and we just fuck it up.
Yep. Anyways, again, massive tangents, but yeah, let's wind it back. The video is 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Yeah, we're almost done. We're almost free.
Whoa.
To game that's good at a few things but not great at any, all wrapped up in a half-assed story about a mutative flow.
Sorry,
Half-Life 2, on the other hand, is dedicated only to not being dedicated, and the result is a disjointed game that's good at a few things but not great at anything.
What?
Good at a few things, not great at not great at anything. What the fuck are you talking about? You haven't proved any of this.
Yes, and you just called it disjointed. Where is it disjointed?
How is it disjointed? Please provide an example. Give me a reference. Something to fucking think about and chew on. Not just say it and move on, you fucking idiot.
Yeah.
God!
Exactly.
A disjointed game that's good at a few things but nothing, all wrapped up in a half-assed story about a mute and his one-dimensional friends. And that's...
Wow.
Mute and one-dimensional friends. Okay, Gordon is not a mute. He's a silent protagonist, and there is a fucking difference.
Yeah, people don't seem to realize that there is a difference.
And 2, they aren't one-dimensional. We've already explained the lengths that they will each go to. You can get a lot of their characterizations from what they say and what they're even fucking doing.
Just because you, a psychology student, can't fucking tell what a personality of a character is based on how they act or talk, you fucking idiot, doesn't mean they are two-dimensional.
No, one-dimensional. He said one-dimensional.
Fucking hell.
He thinks that, like, Alex is just girl. Is just strong female girl. That's all he thinks of Alex.
To everyone in chat, if this guy is your psychologist, fucking run.
Yes.
Because
and he already doxed it. The worst part is he doxed himself with that paper. He gave his full name on that paper, and that paper was real bad. That is evidence we will get to use against you forever, sir. Because that paper was awful. We haven't even read the paper, but it is 17 pages with a word count below 4,000. And
so let me put
man.
Let me put it this way, Setch. He has that paper for the small word count it has to be insanely fucking stellar. It has to be the absolute top tier of papers to be good at that word count. And this is the video we got from him on a fairly straightforward game. He thinks it's disjointed. He thinks fairly well characterized characters aren't actually characterized well. Yeah, there's no hope for that paper.
Rizzo says, this is why the common man sucks at criticism. They think they can just say anything without explaining it because they weren't trained on how to analyze or critique things.
I wasn't trained I wasn't trained on how to analyze or critique things either. I just used my fucking head. I see.
I don't know if I was trained, but I was very grateful for that Columbine video, for the Bowling for Columbine video. I was very grateful that we did that, and then we were shown, now here's all the evidence that shows that that video is a bunch of fucking lies and propaganda and bullshit.
Yeah. And last time you mentioned that, I mentioned this video too, and I highly recommend checking it out. A good video to watch, everyone in chat, is called The Coldest Case Ever Solved. And it's a really good video. Because it goes into depth talking about how this young girl was murdered. And they didn't know who did it. And they had some theories, but they couldn't quite figure it out. But then they ended up getting the killer. They had all this evidence against him. He was super suspicious and guilty looking. Things were looking really bad for him, and they eventually got him on the charge and had him sent to jail. And then he got right back fucking out because he didn't actually kill her. It's physically impossible for him to have been able to kill her, and the prosecutor ignored the evidence to that fact. They just wanted to close the case, whether they had the right person or not. JCS is also a good channel. Yes, very good. It's fascinating watching those interrogations. Holy shit.
Yes. Okay, here we go.
My professional opinion.
Professional opinion? Fuck you.
You are not a professional.
You're a professional dipshit, a professional fucking paste eater. You didn't get a single fucking thing about the game right. You didn't get anything about the game you fanboy for right. What the fuck are you talking about? You're a professional. That doesn't make your opinion more factually true.
Yeah, my god. But he wrote a paper, a really bad paper, but he wrote a paper, guys. Yeah, that's fucking horrifying.
That's it. It's finally over.
Yeah, that's how I feel. Holy fuck.
Yeah.
I'm afraid not, Dr. Coleman.
What do you mean? Who are
Cringe.
you?
Well, the video isn't over yet. You
No!
well, you're finished.
Thanks for watching this episode of Second Opinion. And
Oh, thank God it's over.
I think that was leading into his next video. I know he has one on Half-Life 1. I wonder if that came after this.
I don't know, but let me skip around real quick. Just making sure. No, okay, yeah, I get it. It doesn't do like a surprise. Did you think the video was actually over? Doesn't do that. So yeah. Okay, yeah. So don't fucking support this guy. Don't. Just please don't. Yeah. Yeah. Jesus, that was so fucking bad. What was weird? We had a moment or close to something like good and tangible when you're saying, think about your characters this way, that you can't describe what they look like or the job they do, and go. And it's like, yes, dude, the red letter media test is really fucking good. And then he fucked it all up in every regard. It's just fucking insanity. Yeah, no, don't harass the dude. We're saying don't support him. Don't go to his channel. Don't leave comments. Don't do nothing. Just it's done. It's over. It's
Yeah,
done.
don't.
It's over. There's nothing else to do.
Yeah, the more attention you give him, the better off he is. So don't do that.
Oh boy. What the fuck is this? Hold on, I gotta copy this. This is Creetosis' computer. Oh, okay. Oh God, okay. Interesting. How much? Wait, how much later was it from his Half-Life 2 video? Because apparently no sound. Somebody said no sound, guys. Creetosis, your mic is muted.
Fuck.
Yeah, Creetosis is muted again.
Sorry.
Ah,
Sorry. I don't know
yeah.
how long I was muted there. So they missed what I said about the Telltale thing, too. That doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So anyways, chat, I found something interesting here. He has a video on Fallout 4, and he thinks it's a bad game, which I find very interesting.
Yeah,
you
'cause
guys...
we agree with the sentiment. However, I'm curious about the argumentation.
I think that would be very interesting to cover at some point. What do you guys think?
I think so as well.
Because
I really do.
imagine being in the position where we fucking despise Fallout 4, but we have to defend it from someone getting arguments wrong about it.
That would be very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, we basically did that with Fallout 3 and Matten, because God knows he couldn't defend it very well.
I've actually been curious to see if we could find a video like that. I'm going to preview it after the stream to see.
Well, here's what I want to know. Hold on.
Okay.
I need you to check for if he's got anything on Dark Souls.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Okay,
chat. That's my next video is probably going to be on a Souls-like. My next big video.
So one thing quickly. His following second opinion video is on Half-Life 1. The many missteps of. Hold on, just getting the full video up for the title. Yeah, the many missteps of Half-Life 1. Why is he wearing a Jew hat?
What?
Why? He's starting off with another cringe skit from the looks of it, though.
Well, he ended this one with a cringe skit, so I'm not fucking surprised. He is? Why does he have that on his head? That's weird.
Yeah, this guy seems to be nothing but contrarian. Pokemon's first generation is also its worst. I mean, it's buggy. It's not as feature complete as it maybe should be, but it's not terrible.
I don't think he has anything on the Souls series. I'm just looking through. He's all over the place later.
Oh.
With his stuff.
BioShock's lazy, low-stakes story. So low stakes isn't a bad thing in the first place, but how is it low stakes?
He just straight up posted the Dark Souls 2 launch trailer for one of his videos. That's weird.
Breath of the Wild is far from perfect.
Dark Souls is a series shrouded in bad hot takes. Let Dr. Coleman show you the light. Got a game you think needs a second opinion? Okay, so he does have one on Dark Souls.
Don't tell me he got his fucking doctorate. Jesus Christ.
No, he put it in air quotes, let Doctor.
Oh.
Yeah. Debunking the myths of Dark Souls. Okay. So there's a potential video in the future, because, yeah, I'd be very curious what that is.
Oh boy. Valve
here's one. Second opinion, Skyrim is poorly designed garbage.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting. Because on the surface, that's something we agree with, but judging from his argumentation in this video, like, okay, so here's the thing. If we cover those videos and it ends up being like, he says a lot of the same things we're going to say, he's not going to back them up with evidence, and that's where the interesting discussion would come from.
Yeah. Where you'd have to show, it's like, okay, so this is the claim, we agree with you, and here's what you should show. Blah, blah, you know, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. But I still think he's going to get stuff wrong based on this video, because holy shit.
Yeah.
Okay. Second opinion. Valve hates you, and maybe you should hate Valve. And the life and death of Team Fortress 2. Team Fortress 2 isn't dead. It wasn't dead 4 years ago, and it fucking, like, outlasted Overwatch, the game that was supposed, like, basically a ripoff of Team Fortress 2. Yeah, this guy has nothing but hot fucking takes. Halo was never great, just lucky. Oh.
Wow.
Oh boy. $5 super chat from Our Booze. Thank you very much. My apologies for earlier. It's been a while since I've actually played Half-Life, and the sour I have on is mostly comes from Epistle 3.
That's understandable.
Yeah.
I'm curious if he has a New Vegas video. Would he praise it, or would he fucking hate it?
That I'm curious about too. I guess we should look at that after stream, so we're not wasting chat's time. Just going on that super chat though, I understand. Epistle 3 was very bittersweet because it kind of signified that we weren't actually going to get Half-Life 3, but it still concluded the story in a way for us.
Yep.
Are you guys going to see the next video, the one about New Vegas 2? I don't think there's time. It's a 20-minute video.
Yeah, and we've already been at it for 5.5 hours already.
Yeah.
And that was for an 18-minute video.
Yeah. It's possible that we could get through that video very quickly. I don't know if we will or not. So for next time, what we're going to do is we're going to have that video for the main video next time, and then maybe have something up on backup. So, like, just in case we do get through it quickly. I don't know if we will or not. Sorry for everyone who did want the second video. It's just, we could be here for another 5 hours, and I don't think any of us wants that at this point.
Yeah. Again, we'll just do it next time. We will absolutely have that earmarked for next time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And next time, didn't we want to try to do one before the end of the month as well? So it's not going to be on Sunday.
Oh, possibly.
Or do we want to try? Yeah, because if we do it on Sunday, it'll be the 31st. It'll be Halloween. But
well, I work that day. Actually, I work that night, so I won't be here for that.
Yeah. So what day do we want to try to do the next one?
Maybe we should talk about that off stream, just in case it doesn't pan out.
Okay, that seems fair. But yeah, I guess we'll just say that the plan is to try and do one another one before the end of the month.
Creetosis, can I join the stream to talk about New Vegas? Sure. I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
Um,
Another super chat from Crumb. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm super wasted right now. This man has terrible opinions and should take a trip to Pol Pot's fields. Oh boy. Wow.
Wow. Holy shit.
Fucking ruthless. Jesus Christ. Meme night. I have played Portal 2 and I do like it. I beat it in about 4 hours.
Father Logical says Creetosis works on Halloween as a professional Tootsie Roll pop licker.
Nah.
Yeah.
That'd be more fun than my actual job.
Yeah, guys. Thank you. I just want to say thank every single one of you for being here as well in chat. Sorry about the crash and everything like that. And we had to redo the video. We appreciate every one of you that came back.
Absolutely.
Of course, naturally, we also appreciate all the super chats and everything like that. We love you more than the chat.
Don't say that.
You're our favorite child.
What? No.
You're our favorite son.
We love
You're our
everyone
favorite child.
equally.
No, you're our favorite children. No, anyways, but yeah, we do appreciate everyone being here. Again, you guys just being here, and it lets people know, hey, there's things going on, so it brings more people in, and we get to have more conversation, more discussion. So thank you all very, very much for being here. It is always appreciated and everything.
Yes.
We do have plans. The Skyrim video is coming along. We've got the script basically done.
Yeah.
Air quotes on that one. There's some things we want to add to it and everything. But yeah, we've got that done. I'm sending some of my footage from Skyrim over to Creetosis, so that'll be good.
And the goal is to have that out for the 11th. I think I can get it recorded and edited in time for that.
Yes, definitely. As for myself, I'll be doing some more SS13 videos, and then I will put out the next big video is going to be on a Souls-like that goes by the name of Hellpoint. So hey, if you'll be interested in that, then that is what will be up for me.
And
Otherwise,
by the
you can
way,
go over to my Twitch if you so choose.
And by the way, check out Setch's Aliens Fireteam video.
Yeah, I know a lot of things I learned from that video. I definitely have some things I'm going to streamline some aspects of it, and I'm going to fix some other things for the edits. So yeah, I think the Hellpoint video is going to be really good.
And I'm going to try and start streaming a little bit as well. I have Fallout New Vegas planned to stream on YouTube soon. Hopefully these two will join me sometimes.
Yep.
Through that as well. We'll see how that goes. Hopefully it works. It'll be my first time doing anything on YouTube, so we'll see if it even works out. So, yeah.
And I guess that's it then. We can probably end the stream here.
Yep.
Yeah, I think so.
Have a good night, everybody. Hope you have a good one. Thank you very much for coming out.
Yep, take care, everybody.